in Devizes. The sun has literally just come out.
I was getting a bit cold.
I know, it's always a challenge with the layers, but I think we're going to be delayering very soon.
Yeah, hopefully. Although I've heard it's not going to get too cold tonight, but it's still going to go. It's about 13 degrees Celsius at the moment.
13 is not too bad.
No, it's quite nice,
Yeah.
but you probably can't really see. There is a headwind, so that is the way that the paddlers are going to be going, and that wind is coming straight for them. So that's going to make it a little bit chillier for them.
It really is, and I think it's going to make it really hard for crews who are wanting to break records, for any crew who's, I think the Canadian canoes are going to have a hard time. We've seen a couple of them start already. So earlier we saw Ed Dobson and Mike Reese-Clark start in their Canadian canoe. And then we also, just maybe an hour ago, a little bit less, saw Joe Geisinger and Kurt Slayton, who are the Texans, start in their C2. So the canoes are going to have a hard time with the headwind for sure.
100%, yeah. So I wouldn't want to be doing it.
Yeah, it's hard. We were chatting with Owen Peak earlier.
Yeah.
And asking about whether the mixed record is still going to be on the table this year.
Yeah, I mean, it could still be. You never know. The mixed record was set in a really slow year. The flow was really low. Can't remember what the wind was like. It has been a little while now.
I think it was not quite as bad as today.
Yeah. But we've got slightly better conditions with the water, so they could cancel each other out. Don't know, but it's going to mean it's going to be hugely exciting.
It is. And that mixed record is 16 hours, 40 minutes.
Yeah.
We have been asking people to submit their predictions.
Yes.
For who's going to finish. And we've also asked what finishing time we think people will finish in.
Yeah.
I've seen a lot come in around the 17 and a half hour mark.
Okay.
From those.
Okay.
And what are you
thinking?
No,
you can't ask me that. No.
Right.
I want to. We were talking about this earlier, and I said I want to see all the other boats come, because I want to see. It very much depends what the paddlers are like on the day, how they're feeling. We have seen some people come through, but we've not seen sort of the super fast boats come through. So. Ask me later.
Yes, fair enough. And actually we did see, so most of the super fast crews will be starting later on. Okay, look, here we've got a boat coming through here. This is number 368. 368, heading to the start line. And we did see one of those the top six we've been talking about, the top three. Arguably, you could kind of expand that number even further, I think. But we saw Andy Birkett and Tom Simmons maybe a couple hours ago, and they have got their boat in boat check.
Yeah.
They are chilling. So
I think it's worth mentioning as well. So the rules this year mean that they have to have their boats checked by 2 o'clock, is it?
Yes, 2 o'clock.
But obviously those faster crews for their Tideway window they won't leave until gone 4-5 o'clock, will they? So this is when the mind games start playing, because they have to be here and they have to have done the boat checks by 2, and then there's a huge amount of waiting around. And I mean, I don't know about you, but I'd be going,
oh yeah,
but you don't want to go to any earlier, because then that affects your Tideway window. So this could get it's already started with the mind games.
Yes, it really has. And the different strategies as well. So Tom and Andy have come up to Devizes early. They're staying, I think Tom said like 10 minutes away or something.
Yeah.
Really close. And it meant that they were, I mean, when I saw them earlier, they were like absolutely chilled, like very calm. I mean, these guys have done, they are in a tricky position, having not gotten their finish at DW last year.
Yeah.
But they're still experienced racers, experienced paddlers. Andy has a DW win, although I think it did finish at Teddington that year. So they've definitely, they know what they're doing. They're here already. They've gone back to their hotel to have a nap. They'll be back in a few hours. Versus, the other teams, I think both Tom and Nishi and Joan Brindy as far as I know, are both going to be driving up today. So they'll be probably making their final preparations at home.
Yeah.
Actually, they might be here soon for that 2 o'clock boat check.
Well, they're going to have to be because
Yeah.
it is, it's just gone 1 o'clock. So kind of expect it to be happening soon. But whether they then go up and do something and chill off site somewhere, or whether they stay. I mean, the thing about DW is that you've got all of the sort of build-up races, so you get to know a lot of the people that you're going to be racing against, and you sort of become friends. So then it's, do you stand and chat, or do you go and sort of have your own moment of quiet and getting prepared mentally? We'll see.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a tough call, and I think these teams are taking it pretty seriously this year.
Very seriously, certainly from what I've seen of some of the crews. I know that there's been a lot of head games sort of behind the scenes of, when are you going to leave? What are you going to do in terms of pace, etc. So it's already started. It started like a week ago.
Oh my god, I think even longer. I've been covering the water sides, and the drama has definitely been going for, I think it's just been building really over the last 6 to 8 weeks. Let's talk a little bit about the top crews for anyone who hasn't followed every single lead up race so far. So, I know you might not necessarily want to make bets already.
No, but I do have a crib sheet
for you. Okay, so let's talk about we can talk about a top 3 pretty easily, I think.
Yeah, I guess we probably can. So you're sort of looking at Tom and Nishi, who they won last year's DW. They're the only sort of top crew with that proven experience of over 200 kilometers. So I think to bet against them would probably you'd be a bit daft.
It's really hard to bet against them.
It is so hard. I mean, really, it's going to be if something happens along the course, whether they have a boat issue or an injury or something. Henry's behind the scenes and is going, no, it's not
no boat issues. With,
I mean, they shouldn't do. They're so well versed now that it shouldn't be. But you never know. You just never know. So, I think they're probably everybody's favourite to win, aren't they?
No, well, not everyone's, because I can tell you we've gotten some variety in the predictions.
Okay.
But they're definitely high up there. I'll say we did a poll on the Paddle Daily Instagram account, and you could say which team you thought was going to win there. So that's been going for maybe a week or something at this point, maybe a bit longer. And it initially was really heavily Tom and Nishi as the favorites. And then just over the last few days, Joe and Brindy crept ahead of them.
Interesting. Okay. So, on to them then. Joe and Brindy. So they are a fast boat. Joe placed 5th in 2023. I guess the question is, can they complete the distance?
That was a K1.
I believe that was a K1, wasn't it? Yeah.
Oh, sorry. No, that was K2 with Sean.
That's it. Yes. Yeah. There's a couple of questions. Can they complete the distance? Because as a crew, they've not done it together. And they did have a few errors in the warm-up races.
Waterside B, they got all the way down. So Waterside B, you go down the first half of the 17 and a half miles, and then you turn at the bottom and come up. So on the way down, they left at a different time from Tom and Nishi, but they were running, I think, about 20 seconds faster than them.
Yeah.
And then they got out to do the portage and turn around, and there was a boat drop and a rudder lost.
Yes. So, but hopefully that's part of the reason for the warm-up races. It gives you that chance to get that out of the way. So hopefully they've learned from their mistakes, and therefore they can have a clean sweep through. I saw them out on the water on Tuesday. So they were looking really nice, really strong, really just going through the motions. So, and I think they've got a really good sort of attitude towards it as well. They know that they are in the mix, but they're also sort of trying to keep it low key in a sense as well, so that they're not putting too much pressure on themselves. So really interesting crew to watch.
And it's Brindy's first DW and her first I would say like true ultra. She's done some really long distances before, including the Cape Point Challenge and surf ski in South Africa. Brindy has a really strong surf ski background as well as the marathon kayaking. And I think that can be like a 6-hour race. So she's done some, and they did a 100-kilometer training paddle.
Yeah, which is crazy. And it wasn't that long ago either. So,
no, oh my God, it was like a couple months ago or something, just to make sure they could do, obviously not quite the full DW distance, but.
Yeah, but sometimes that's what you need to do to be able to prove in your own mind that you can manage that distance.
Yeah.
So yeah, they're really exciting crew to watch, and I think they could be there, definitely up there as contenders.
Yeah. They're really fast. I mean, their speed is...
Yeah. It's going to be whether they can continue that speed the whole way.
Exactly. Yeah.
So, yeah.
All right. And what about our third?
So we then got Andy Birkett and Tom Simmons.
Who we were spying on earlier.
So they are a fast boat, but compared to the other crews that are up there, they've had less time on the water together. They're both really strong paddlers individually, and they have done various things over the years. But as a pair, they have definitely had less time on the water together, and that you know you get to that point during DW where you need to have that, because it becomes it just becomes second nature. So to just sit with your partner and to know your partner, and sometimes that can make a huge difference.
It can, yeah, and it's so much. I think with Tom and Nushi too, one of their advantages is, I think Nushi said they've done more than 1,000 kilometers in the boat together since last Easter, which is basically doubled up again from the previous DW lead up. And you get to those points in the middle of the race, in the dark, something goes wrong, or even, on this first section where you're going like 30 miles before, not quite 30 miles, but it's a really long way before 15 miles before you even have a portage to get out of the boat. If you've got a lean in the boat, if you've got, weeds on your rudder, you're running into leaves down the course. Today there's a brutal headwind. Your mindset is a lot of what makes that difference, and your partner's mindset as well. Right? So if you don't have that experience or trust, that can make it really challenging.
Absolutely. And so sort of leading on from that, another crew that haven't had as much time in the boat are Billy Butler and Jon O'Grady. Again, both really, really strong paddlers. They were second last year.
They were, behind Tom and Nushi. Really good boat. But they'll also admit that they've not had that time in the boat since the Liffey. So they did 2 of the waterside races. But I think before that, it's not much together since Billy moved to the Netherlands a few months ago. A little hard to train. A little hard to train together like that.
But again, it's one of those ones that they know what they're doing. And they are strong contenders. Second last year, if they've been training together, separately, they should still, because once you have got that sort of second feeling with another partner, then you can have that time away.
It sort of comes back like riding a bike. Because they came second in the Liffey, which is a very, very good result for them. Second, they did W last year. They've done some other racing together as well. So there's a lot of top crews. I think we got
loads.
Did we get an update about some of the other boats that are all right, so I think the update that we have is for the boats that have gone through so far. So there's 30 boats through Pewsey so far. So the boats have been starting since 5 o'clock this morning. Which we were not here at 5 o'clock. Some of the volunteers were here at 5 o'clock. I was talking to Janet earlier, and that was it's a lot of commitment to be here at 5.
The whole thing is a huge commitment.
It's true,
and actually, that is a shout out to all the volunteers. Who, because without them, this would not be possible year on year. So fantastic achievement from all, and super, super hard work.
Really, it's a lot of commitment. And so we'll look at the, I think we've got the leaderboard up or had it up earlier of the boats that have already gone through Pewsey. So you should be able to see that on the screen if you haven't seen that already. It was a number of the military crews in folding boats who started early. I know. I cannot imagine the crews who go through this in folding boats are really...
Yeah. There's something else. I mean, you have to be a special breed to be doing this, full stop, but to then do it, for those that don't know about folding boats, so the normal racing boats you see are sort of sleek, even the ones that are considered sort of fatter are usually pretty lightweight comparatively and move through the water well. A folding boat is just on another planet, and I so much respect.
Yes, same here. Yeah, I was having this debate with Billy the other day, I think on one of our episodes of Paddlecast, which if you haven't listened to the podcast yet, it's well worth a listen. Not maybe today, save it for later.
Maybe when we've got a bit of downtime, catch up.
His point was like, for the really fast athletes and paddlers who are doing these kind of ultra races, it's over a lot faster than it is for the slow crews. Yeah. And so especially for those folding boats, they're actually putting in arguably more effort and harder work over the course of the race, because it's going to take them, up to like 30 hours instead of, 16, 17, 18, hopefully. Somewhere between 16 and 18 hours, I think, for those top crews.
Yeah, absolutely. It's mind-blowing.
It is. It is. I'm just seeing the wind. If that's coming across on the live stream, you can see there's a lot of wind here. So that's going to be really hard for those paddlers today. I was when we were chatting with Owen earlier, I think we've talked about the top 3 or 4 of those top crews already, and Owen's been involved with the race since. I think he said since he was a kid, he remembers watching it even back to sort of 80s and 90s, racing it, of course. Yeah. And we were having the debate, is this the most kind of competitive, high level DW? And he did say, he said yes. Yeah. I mean, at least in his memory.
Yeah, I think
and you've
so.
been involved with the race for a long time as well. Maybe not as long as Owen. We can aspire to that in the future.
Yeah, maybe one day. No, I mean, it wasn't my first DW, it was my brother's first DW. It was in 2010, so 15 years now. Funnily enough, that year we were reminded that the weather was not as nice as this. Granted, there wasn't a headwind, but it was chucking it the entire weekend. So in some ways, the river and the canal was a bit nicer. But yeah, no, I totally agree. I think, and just looking at the previous results, I mean, that is what's great about the DW website. You can look at the results and see sort of so much history. I don't think the field has been this strong ever. Yeah. So yeah, very, very exciting.
It's incredible, and it's I can't wait. And we've only talked about the top 4 too. Yeah. But I was reflecting on it again yesterday, and there's so many markers that you could use for like crew quality, right? It's not as simple. Let's see who's coming. Oh, here we go. This is Rebecca Bird and Al Pipe. See if we can get you all on the camera. So
these guys are sort of top contenders, aren't they, for the Century?
For the Century Cup, that's right. So both 313, Rebecca Bird and Al Pipe. So they're a mixed crew. They're both over 50, which makes them eligible for the Century Cup. Yep. This is Rebecca's second DW. She did it last year, and she only started paddling a few years ago. But you'll see she's got great technique. She's out here in a quick boat with Al from Runcorn Canoe Club, Al Pipe, and they're going to be a pretty strong crew.
Yeah, absolutely. I think. Any other year we'd maybe say they could even podium, the sort of standard across the board. So it's almost a shame this year that we've got such a strong
It's so
entry
true.
because you know that, but I reckon they're at least top 10.
Yeah, I think we've put them in. I would say top 10 is pretty reasonable, and they do have a good shot at third in the mixed category.
Yeah.
So the mixed podium, we could see them in third place there, or higher if something happens to either Tom and Nushi or Joe and Brindy. I hope not, because we want all of the crews to have their best race possible. But they could be on the podium. They do, I think, have a little bit of unexpected competition, both for that mixed third place and for the Century Cup, from a crew from Belgium who's here.
Yes, they've kind of gone under the radar a little bit.
They have.
I guess because they have come from Belgium and they just not, the paddling community is such a small community, and then this is an even smaller community that you sort of get to know everybody, like I said. So then to have an international crew come in relatively last minute who you don't really know, very much. So across the board, some fantastic racing.
Yeah, definitely.
And
that Belgian crew is boat 344. It's Eric Verducht and Monique Bessinger from Kayak Club Casterly, Belgium. Casterly is a great name for a...
it's brilliant.
Yeah. So they have some really strong results. So they've both done international marathon racing. And I believe Monique finished the Brabant Marathon 27 minutes behind Odette Van Voorst, who we talked about on the Paddle Daily social media. At the Waterlands Marathon. I think we might migrate over to the boat area.
Yeah.
Because things have gone a little quiet at the start.
Always a sign of something exciting about to happen.
Definitely. So we'll walk over to the boat prep area. So we've just been at the start, which was the flags that you saw behind us and the little bridge there. Now we are walking past a lot of the Canal narrow boats here. These can also be a problem for the paddlers in the first section of the race because on a beautiful sunny day like it has turned into today, it wasn't like this a couple hours ago, everyone gets out on their narrow boats. And they can kind of, because the canal is so narrow at this part of the course, that can create issues for the boats, literally just finding enough space. All right, there's Tom Sharpe, and we've got Dylan Kirk over there, and there's Andy Hall. All right, we've got a lot of these quicker crews that are coming in, getting their boats checked. Let's see if we can find some folks too. There's Joe Peterson as well. So I'm sure Brindy will be here soon too. See if we could go find some crews to talk to.
I mean, I'm not sure we can actually go straight for Joe, can we? They are just
we've got to give them a little bit of space before we go and across them.
And we've also got...
Oh, is that... There's Nishi?
Yep.
All right.
So they are just all starting to come in, which is what we predicted.
Yeah, just in time. Plenty of time for that 2 o'clock boat check deadline. Yeah, so all of the rest of the crews will be coming in. Again, not Tom Simmons and Andy Birkett, because they did their boat check earlier. So they're all set. Oh, here's Brindy. Hey, Joe.
Should
we grab you for a quick chat, or you want to come back later? Yeah, come back later. That's all right. We'll catch them a little bit later. Let them catch their breath.
And we've also
and there's
got
Dan. All right. Hey, Dan. We've got the live stream going. Yeah.
So when do you want to get caught? Now or after you've checked in? Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
All right. All the action's happening.
We've actually timed that perfectly.
There's Nishi. All right. We have.
So while we're waiting, do we want to talk about, because of course it's not just the senior K2s that are happening at the moment.
That's right.
We've also the K1s and the juniors started yesterday, which has also got a really strong field. I believe we might have a leaderboard ready to be put up on the screen for everybody that's watching.
Let's see if we can get the leaderboard up and we can talk about that a bit. So the Stages race has some good action this year. So the K1 so far, it has been George Durden in the lead. There we go. You can see the leaderboard now. So it's been George Durden in the lead in K1 so far, followed by James Walkington. And I believe there's an international racer who's been right next to James Walkington. And so that is exciting action to follow. We also have Sienna Payne from Chelmsford as well in K1, and I've been really impressed with Sienna this year. So she's done, I think she did the entire Waterside series. And I think she's a pretty young paddler as well. Yeah. So it's always great to see the younger paddlers out, both those kind of junior school crews as well as some of those really top end juniors like Sienna. Another paddler who I've been really excited to follow along in the singles race this year is George Bell, who is doing it in a high kneel C1, which is just amazing.
Yeah, you don't get that very often, do you?
You really don't.
You know, and because it's not just a sort of standard, what everyone thinks of as a standard Canadian canoe, it is a high kneeler. So you are skinny boat, trying to keep it upright for 125 miles.
Yes, yeah. Yeah, which is, or just shy of that, I think, because they're finishing in Barnes this year for the Stages race. And with the headwind as well, which they had yesterday, they've got it again today.
They've got more surface area to compete against with that headwind because they are that little bit higher up in the boat.
Absolutely.
And because it is that skinny boat and they're only paddling on one side, basically, it's going to... DW has its challenges anyway, but that's just an extra layer. Yeah,
it's hard work, and kudos to George out there, who's really doing well. I think he put down a decent but long time yesterday, so that was I think 6 hours and 20 minutes is what we just had up on the screen there, which is really good. He the records for high kneel C1 were set by Marcus Gohar. I think quite a long time ago at this point. I want to say back in the 90s. 1988. There we go. Yeah, so it's been a long time. And I think, Marcus the other day said he thought maybe George could take those records. But, with the headwind like it is, it's looking like that's probably not quite going to be in the cards for George this year.
Yeah.
But really, really impressed with him getting out there. And I had talked to him a few months ago, and he thought that they would maybe be able to do a high kneel C2 senior doubles entry.
Okay.
Every time you say that, everyone kind of goes into panic on their behalf kind of mode.
I'm trying to remember if that's been done before. I mean, this might be a question for James when he joins us later. Yes. Because I seem to remember Sam Rippington and her partner back in 2015 or so. Forgive me if I've got these wrong, it's a little bit hazy. I seem to remember them talking at some point about the potential of doing that. Whether they did or whether they decided against it, I can't just remember. But
we're gonna have to double check that. Yeah, and it was too bad. I think George's potential partner realized the what's a nice word for it? Just the sheer immensity of that kind of a challenge.
Yeah.
To do the whole thing in high kneel C1.
I mean, would you rather do that high kneel C1 or high kneel C2? I'm not sure.
That's a good question.
What?
Yeah. I mean, it is better with a partner, but also high kneel C1 over 4 days. I would have a feeling George is maybe out there thinking that C2 through the night, at least he would have had a buddy and gotten through it in
it goes a bit quicker,
or
feels like it might be going a bit quicker.
But he's done great. And a couple other folks who are out there really pushing the limits is the two stand-up paddleboarders.
Yes, which is new this year.
Yes, it is. It is the first time that DW has offered a stand-up paddleboarding class.
Yeah.
And it's the stages race only so far. And it's Emily King and Patty McCormack. So Emily is actually the rep for Paddle Wales for stand-up paddleboarding. And she raced the Thames 200 Ultra last year, which I had the pleasure of covering, and ended up having to retire during the night. I think that was a different kind of context there with the the weather and the conditions and everything. And of course, because she's doing stages here, it's not through the night. Billy and I spoke with her on a Paddlecast episode, and she really told us just how much prep she's put into it. And that has been really impressive from her and Patty yesterday. And Patty McCormack has just gone through Marsh. And so his total time as of the live tracker is 11 hours and 40 minutes. He's actually ahead of a good number of the K1s. I definitely saw yesterday he was ahead of a lot of the junior crews.
Yep.
But impressive to see him ahead of some strong.
Really impressive. Well. I think. I mean, it's this is going to sound bad, but I think a lot of people, a lot of kayakers see SUP as sort of not as possibly exciting or as elite maybe, and I think it's really great that we've got this now. It's an extra category. Like I said, it's the first time this year that DW have had a SUP entry or allowed a SUP entry. So it really opens up the field, and I think it's a great thing for the future of DW. So it's fantastic to see both of them out there and doing so well. I'm really excited to see it, and just having them set that precedent. We talked with Emily about maybe there could be a future for tandem SUPs as well, in addition to what we've got out there today. I would love to see that. So I think what we're going to do now is share a video that we took a little bit earlier. So I'm going to let the production swap over to that video, and then we'll see if we can grab some of these top teams as they finish up their boat checks. Hopefully they'll be checked in by the time that we've seen the video. So we've got a lot of movement over here at the moment.
We do. Everything is happening. Crews are, stretching out, getting their boats ready. Okay. I think maybe it'd be great to hear Ed and Mike, you all are in a C2. It's a little bit different for you. What's your motivation for being in C2 today instead of K2?
So my dad and his friend Paul did the race C2 3 times. This is their canoe. He was diagnosed with cancer in 2019. So the plan was for me and him to do the race before he passed away, basically. But funny enough, a lot went on in 2020. It never happened. So Mike stupidly made a promise to get me to Westminster, and obviously I have some unfinished business. So we thought 5 years on would be a good time to do it.
That's amazing.
Yeah, and that's trying to get down to the finish this time.
Yeah, and I think we just want to enjoy it, don't we?
Yeah,
probably
as much as we can in the headwind.
Yeah. We won't be the fastest, but I'm sure we'll be having the most fun. So
if you hear people laughing coming into a port, it'll probably be us. Like singing badly and laughing, that'd be us.
Yeah, and you all know your partnership works well, right? You've done it before.
Yeah, we get on well, don't we?
Give each other a bit of abuse and then get down the course, really.
Except for Mike singing, but
yeah.
Well, good luck. We'll be listening for your singing.
Cheers.
Thank you. Joe and Kurt, you're back again. So you guys are here from Texas. You've come all the way across. This is your second DW. You raced in 2023. I remember seeing you on the course, which was really fun.
We saw you at Teddington at the very end.
Yes. What has brought you back again this year?
The beauty of this race is astounding. I mean, when you're going down the canal and you get to see the farm country that you're going through. It's so pretty. And then coming into Old Windsor and getting to see the castle, totally worth it.
Yeah.
The swans. Definitely the swans.
The swans.
Yeah. No.
Swans versus alligators. What do you think? I know alligators are your norm in Texas.
Yeah.
What would you pick if you
The
had
swans are more aggressive.
Wow, that is
yeah.
on camera, on record.
Yeah, the swan. My daughter is definitely afraid of swans.
She's in good company.
They come at you from the back and want to take you out.
But yeah, I mean, the main reason I'm back, besides the beauty of the race, is the crash. That we got an official finish, but we did hit a barge, or it hit us a mile before the finish line. So this year in the same boat, they fixed it for us. We're back to go 125 miles of the 125-mile race instead of 124 miles of the 125-mile race. So,
that's great.
Yeah, so really want to try and get that last bit in.
Yeah, and just to recap, so that was the Uber boat wave
Yeah.
in 2023.
And the safety boat. Rescuing somebody else, and yeah, it all added together. So
Went a bit wrong right at the end.
Right at the end.
Yeah, and that wave was really, if you could give a visual of how high the
The boat was going up like this, and it was hard to even see over the top of it.
It made the boat slip backwards.
Yes, because we went 300 yards backwards all along the edge of the wave as we were trying to crest it, and we just couldn't get over the top of it.
All right. Well, I'm excited to see you guys back.
Yeah, thank you.
Best of luck in your race. See you out there.
That time, the canal was crystal clear, and you could see the newts all swimming about.
Yeah.
Not today.
No, unfortunately these days it's like that.
So that was a look at a couple of the crews who started earlier today. Some of those are now getting into Pewsey. Let's see if we can go back to Betsy and Em and see what they are up to.
Teams coming in now, which has been good to see. So I think that was Bob Poole and Stephen Tebbett who just arrived with their boat.
Yep.
So let's talk a little bit about some of the other crews who could be top contenders. Let's see, I'm going to just switch this around so we can get the quality a little bit better. So yeah, there we go. Now you can see all the boats behind us. There's got some music going on here, but hopefully that's not too bad with the audio quality. So just put it in the comments if that's causing any issues. So right, so we've talked through sort of the top four crews, right?
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
Anoushka Freeman and Tom Sharpe,
Yep.
Andy Birkett and Tom Simmons, Joe Peterson, Brindy Kraft.
Yeah.
We talked a bit about Billy Butler and Jon O'Grady, who've just showed up with their boat over here as well.
Yeah.
What about Dan and David? I think they're in that kind of top.
I mean, we've spoken about it off screen, but I've known Dan for years, like since he was a junior doing this. For me, he's up there.
Yeah.
He might not appreciate me saying that. But yeah, for me, he is a machine. And again, it's one of those things if something goes wrong for another boat, they will capitalize on it because they are super slick. I think it's also worth mentioning as well, they've got a support crew who are super slick. They know what they're doing. Dan has, every year that he has finished DW, he's got a podium. That's both as a junior and a senior. I mean, I can't list them off the top of my head, but I stupidly didn't write it down.
I think when I talked to Dan and David in Devizes 2 weeks ago before Waterside D.
Yeah.
I think they said between them they have 14 DWs.
Yes. Yeah, it's
So
something crazy like that.
Because David Horkin has done some DWs as well. So
yeah, so as a pair they should be really good, and as I say, their support crew, which has a huge effect on a team. Like, you know, you can't really these days. What was? Oh, thank you. We've got Henry in the background just making gestures at us. We've got another boat coming in, which is 314 from
there we go. That is from the Netherlands. Yeah. So that is Jouke and Floor from the Netherlands who've just walked in with their boat. They're another one who could potentially be in that top 10.
Absolutely, yeah. And this is the thing. I mean, I feel like every time we're seeing a boat now. Oh yeah, they could be top 10.
Yeah. We're getting to that time of day, right?
It's the time of day, but also you wouldn't even really get that on a normal year, the amount of people, because you could say, oh, they're top 3, they're top 10. We've not really, apart from a couple who we sort of think are most likely.
Yep.
It's such a level playing field.
It really is. And, you know, even compared to last year and covering this last year, we had a top 3 that were really tight. Yeah. I think it's a whole other kind of game this year because it's not just those top 3. There's not much separation between the top 3 this year and the other boats. It's a lot closer. And then between the next few boats behind whoever finishes on the podium, no, that's not going to be a massive gap. I think it is going to be pretty tight.
I mean, if you look at the results from the Waterside Series, which is the training race series basically for DW, what was it? Was it 7 seconds?
7 seconds at Waterside D.
7 seconds at Waterside D.
Yeah.
Which is just under 35. Yeah, it's 34 miles. Like that's incredible.
It was unreal. Now I will say there's going to be some differences today between DW and Waterside D. So that 7 seconds, yes, we really need to watch out for that. I do have to acknowledge. So at Waterside D, the top 4 crews all started next to each other. They started together here in Devizes under that bridge. And that was Tom and Nushi, Joe and Brindy, Andy and Tom, and Dan and David. And there could be, I think there was an advantage in that race to some of the crews out of that 4 who maybe are slightly slower.
Yeah.
And they were able to benefit from wash hanging on this first section.
Yes, yeah, and because that's the thing, you've got, 15 miles between here and the first portage at Wootton Rivers. And so that's no getting out of the boat. You are just paddling, and this is a canal, so it is going to be slower, and some crews are naturally heavier, and so will be slower on the canal than they would be, say, on the river. And so having that ability to be able to wash hang makes a huge difference. So yes, I agree. Also, you know, they were finishing at 35 miles and they're not going to be doing that here, hopefully.
Exactly. So the times will be a bit slower.
Yeah.
Plus with the headwind, again, that's probably going to be slowing these crews down quite a bit. Not as much impact as it's going to be making on the C2s today or during the singles race going on this weekend, the stages race, the High Kneeler, George Bell, and the stand-up paddleboarders, Emily King and Patty McCormick. They'll all be getting the worst of it, but these K2s are still going to have, you know, a more challenging time than they'd like. This headwind.
Definitely more than they'd like. I mean, the ideal would be no headwind.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, so let's see, top teams then. So we've done, Tom and Nushi, Joe and Brindy, Tom and Andy. Again, you're not going to see Tom and Andy for probably another 2 hours, if not even more, because they have already checked in their boat and gone to chill out at, we think, at a hotel, a nearby location. Billy Butler and Jon O'Grady, David Horkin and Dan Palmer. So Bob Poole and Stephen Tebbett. So they've come in with the yellow boat over here. I think we'll go and check out some of those boats in a minute with... we'll get Henry on the mic talking about all that he knows about the boats. So Poole and Tebbett raced Waterside C. and they had a pretty good race.
Yeah, but that is the only race that they did, isn't
Yes.
it? And I believe they lack DW experience itself.
They do, yeah. So I think Bob Poole raced DW K1 a few years ago. I think he came third that year, and you know, he's a quick paddler. He's fast on the water, but we haven't seen a ton of racing from him lately. And you know, I'm not sure if he and Stephen raced any other prep races together besides Waterside C.
Yeah, I mean, you don't necessarily have to do those prep races. Obviously, it's ideal because it's on parts of the course. So, and you want to get to know that course so well, particularly if you're going to be paddling it in the dark. But they might have been doing training outside of that. It might just be that they couldn't do those races, and they've been doing their own training elsewhere, either on the course or in other parts of the country. So it's going to be very interesting to see that one as well.
I believe they have been scouting the course.
Okay.
Because I think I heard that that was how they were sort of outed as being DW contenders, was that they were spotted out training on the course. So
maybe we should check out Strava.
I think, yeah. If anyone's got Bob and Stephen on Strava, maybe they're just keeping it on all locked down. And I mean, that's the other thing, you know, we heard, I heard also we've got the Escots here, who are another.
Oh yeah, we need to talk about them as well, because they are definitely up. Again, they're definitely up there.
Yeah.
They were the Waterside Series winners
in the men's class.
In
so
the men's
not
class?
as quick as Tom and Nishi, but men's class.
So for their class, they were the winners. Again, really strong paddling tradition between the two of them.
Yep. Luke and Tim Escott.
Yeah. They are probably built a little bit differently, I would say. So we might see them being a little bit slower on the Canal, and then really come into their own on the Thames. They are strong. Yeah. They are so strong. So that's really going to be really interesting to see as well. Yeah.
And I was going to say on those Waterside, so they did have a good set of Waterside Series races. Again, not quite as quick as the top three crews.
Yeah.
But we don't know how much effort some of these crews were put into the Watersides. I think some crews will treat them as regular races.
Yeah.
Other crews might say, no, you know what? I want to just do this as DW prep.
Yeah.
I want to go at my DW pace. You know, I'm not here to kind of push myself and take the win. I want to kind of go a little bit slower.
And
so
some might even sandbag it, because people, as we are doing, we're using it as a way of knowing or guessing who might place in DW, and so again it goes back to those mind games of actually, if you sandbag the water sides and the Thames sides, you're not showing your full potential. I know from personal experience that if you sandbag it and then get on the water, it does. It's a hugely positive thing in your mind as you reel in the competitors if you've got that ability to be able to do it.
Was this your strategy, Em, when you, here we go. We have a sandbagger.
It was a long time ago, so I'm sure that Ian wouldn't mind me saying we entered Waterside D and we only did half of it. We knew we were only going to do half of it, so we went hard off the start and really pushed it. And of course, because Waterside D is only 2 weeks from actual Devizes to Westminster.
There's a lot of debate about whether it's worth doing.
Exactly. It's a huge amount of debate because it depends on how well you can recover from it. It's 35 miles. Yeah. And 2 weeks before then doing 125 miles. That's a lot on your body, particularly if you're, say, an older crew. So that was something that we chose to do, and yes, we were lucky it worked. It was a long time ago now, though.
Yeah. Well, and it's, the 35 miles on the Canal versus the river is so different too, because the Canal is really heavy water. There's not going to be, I think, that much water in it this year compared to last year, potentially. Depending on kind of how they've let the water through the locks, but it's pretty shallow, heavy. There could be like weeds or leaves that you run into. You're kind of dodging canal boats sometimes. And so it really makes a difference. I think if the 35-mile race 2 weeks beforehand was on the Thames, right? And
definitely.
The flow was up, you'd be snapping through that.
And would you say, because you were here for the watersides, would you say the conditions in terms of the water, is it lower now than it was during the watersides, or is it about the same?
I'd say it's pretty similar to what it was like. This is great. I've got the Paddle Daily stickers that have just been officially delivered. So if you haven't entered the competition that we're running, you can find the Google form link on the Paddle Daily Instagram page, and or you can go to Linktree/Paddle Daily, and you can find the Google form link to enter the contest, predict the winners, and you can win a Paddle Daily sticker. So this is actually my first time seeing them in person, which I'm really excited about. Let's see. Look at that.
Oh, snazzy. Can I
Show that off? Yes, yes. Commentator team gets stickers. I think we're going to have some of the top boats out there today repping the Paddle Daily stickers as well.
I have seen some. I have seen some around. So,
I think we'll find one on the boat tour. I think we'll also on the boat tour find some of the Tango Charlie lights. And today's coverage is made possible thanks to Tango Charlie lights. And I've already seen, just as it so happens, several Tango Charlie lights out on a few of these boats.
Seen them in the wild.
Yes, I've seen them in the wild from paddlers who've been hearing about them.
Yeah.
We've got Tango Charlie sponsoring Paddlecast as well. So I think lots of people have been hearing about them, and they're popping up on boats now, which is very exciting to see. So if you trust them for DW, that's kind of the level of the level that we're talking about here.
So yes, it's a good time to get them as well, because whilst we are coming into summer, it's still a bit dark in the evenings.
It is, and I was out the other day, and I was just thinking how nice it is to be on the water in the evening when it's dark. In the summer compared to being on the dark in the winter. You know, in the winter, like if you're paddling, you kind of have to be in the dark unless you can kind of do a sneaky lunchtime midday paddle, which I did a little bit of this January to make it a bit more palatable. But being out when it's warm in the dark is like really nice. I'm not sure how warm it's going to be tonight. It's definitely been
I've heard about 8 degrees.
8 degrees. Okay.
8 degrees. So we'll see. But of course, for us, it will be very different because we'll just be on the bank.
Right.
I'm not being funny, but I'm not running along the bank. Whereas the guys on the water will be really at that point. Once it starts getting dark, they'll be a few hours in, and that is when your body temperature does naturally start to drop because of the amount of energy that you're using. And so I remember one year it was one of the hottest years on record at the time, and it was sort of 30 degrees during the day, and the temperature didn't drop that far during the night, I'm told. But I was so cold. And just, every time I got to a portage, because by that point we were on the Thames, every time I got to portage, I was saying, I need more layers. I ended up with about 20 layers on.
Oh my gosh.
It will feel a lot colder for them.
It really will, just because of what your body's doing. We had, even at the Thames 200 Ultra last August, it was a bit of a cooler August day. And one of the paddlers overnight ended up having an incident with hypothermia. He's fine, it's okay. But I mean, just the idea that even in August, when you're doing an Ultra and the temperature's in that kind of 8 to 15 degrees Celsius range, which is what we're talking about here, today and this evening, it is a risk. So
absolutely. Yeah.
Let's see if we can go look at some of the boats, I think. Henry, are you ready to give us the details on what's going on with all the boats? I'll grab the camera and you can
grab the paddle.
Yeah. Let's see. All right.
Hello. Welcome to the Paddock, and we'll have a quick tour around. Might wait until the announcements are...
Which one should we start over here? We haven't done the canoe preview yet either, so I've got to make sure to go through the Canadians preview, but we've got some of those boats over here.
I'm afraid I didn't hear any of that because Right, now the announcements are over. Sorry, what were you saying?
Let's go look at some of these boats.
Right, so
which one do you want to start with?
We'll start with Dan Palmer.
Okay. So Dan Palmer and David Horkin, they're definitely in that sort of, I would say, top 5. So what do you think, Henry? What have they got going on here?
Standard K2. No, Zastera, fairly standard DW boat. Nice and very, very lightweight. Usually single layer layup and Kevlar on the bottom. So that will resist a lot of knocks. Carbon on the top. That will provide a lot of structure.
Will the Kevlar make it a little bit heavier than some of the other K2s out here today?
It really depends how how it's laid up, how much resin is used to lay that up. And this is where when you're buying a boat and you're looking at the construction methods, whether it's vacuum bagged or infusion resin or pre-preg, that will change the strength of the boat. That will change the weight of the boat. And carbon fiber is an interesting one because you don't need to work much harder producing the boat to get a significantly stronger and significantly lighter construction. It'd be great to see that pushed along a little bit further with kayaks, but we are getting there. We are getting there. Behind we got the C2.
Right,
Betsy,
you'll
know more about this than I do.
I can talk about this a little bit, and maybe we can get Dylan on to talk about it as well. So we've got some really top crews in the Canadian doubles class this
Some amazing
year.
decals.
Yes, look at those Paddle Daily stickers. There we go, out in the wild. So this is Dylan Kirk and Andy Hall's boat. They are over here from America. So we talked about a couple of international crews already from Belgium, from the Netherlands, from Texas. This crew is from the Northeast, from the US. And Dylan is back for his second attempt at DW. He came over in 2023 with Joe Schlemmer, who's one of the quick American paddlers.
Just about to have a boat go over to the start. You might be able to see them between the narrow boats.
Let's see. Maybe we'll walk over to the start line for a minute and then come back to the boats. So Dylan and Andy are, I would say, one of probably two boats who are the favorites for the women in the Canadian class. They are going up against Mike Thornton and Sam Bowen. And let's see, we're going to try and catch this crew at the start. We've had quite a gap in the starts, I would say. I think it's sort of between some of the slower crews who started earlier this morning. And then now we've got some quicker crews. So this is boat 371, I believe. There we go. So, so Dylan and Andy, definitely some of the favorites for the win. And let's see if we have another crew coming up before we go back. There we go. This is 366.
I believe this is a Royal Marines crew.
One of the Royal Marines crews. Okay, so let's head back to the boat. So I was just talking about the C2 cruise. So Dylan and Andy has actually done, so Dylan attempted DW a couple of years ago, unfortunately got cut short while his partner was having some stomach issues. But he's back again, and this time has come with Andy Hall. So Andy is actually British, but he has been living in America for a very long time. And Andy last did DW, I think about 30 years ago. And he's back again, which is very cool. I believe, I think we had a comment earlier, shout out to boat 309 with Andy Hall, returning to the DW after many years, still holder of the 1989 set record for junior C2 with Adrian Hall, who made the comment. So That is Dylan and Andy. Their biggest C2 competition is Mike Thornton and Sam Bowen. Mike Thornton has a DW K2 win and I believe C2 as well. He is a very quick, there's their boat over there. He's a very quick C2 paddler. But he and Sam have come together as a crew at the very last minute. So they only came together a few weeks ago as a crew. And Sam attempted DW last year with Steve Hughes, and they unfortunately had to retire early last year. So I know they are ready to get that DW finish. And they're both quick. So Sam has done some of the warm-up races in C1 as well as in C2. And then he and Mike did their first race together at Waterside D 2 weeks ago, where they put down a pretty good time. It was in, I think, the fastest, maybe 10 or 15 times overall of C2 Canadian times at Waterside D. And then, of course, Andy and Dylan haven't done any of the warm-up races here because they live in the US. But I think the fact that Andy is familiar with DW, even though it was from like 30 years ago, is still going to be a plus for them. And then, of course, Dylan's familiar with the first section of the course to about Aldermaston, which is around when he had to pull out in 2023. So really excited for those two crews to face off today because I think it's going to be a really good battle, both two really strong C2 crews. So let's get back to some of the boats. We've got Billy here.
Right, yeah.
Which one is...
So I believe this is Fiona and Kat's.
Oh, this is Fiona and Kat's boat. I definitely want to chat with Fiona and Kat as well.
It's so clean.
Yes, let's look at. And Fiona is a Olympian. Not in this type of boat, but nonetheless.
When you see me paddle, you'll know that it wasn't in this kind of boat. Absolutely.
We're really excited to see you and Kat today.
Yeah, thank you. No, looking forward to it. It'll be quite the challenge. But Kat has kept me in shape, I think, made me learn the tricks of the trade very quickly. But hopefully we'll keep it all together the whole way down.
Yeah, there's really, I think Kat's probably, there's no better person for your first DW to partner with, is there?
It was on my bucket list, and pretty much there was no one else that I was going to do it with, because otherwise I wouldn't know where I was going. So very happy in the end that she finally said, all right, I'll do it with you.
And what was it that made you, obviously you have an incredibly impressive paddling CV, you've been to the Olympics, this is in whitewater canoeing. What was it about DW that made you, kind of say that's something I need to do?
I don't know, I guess just quite a big challenge, isn't it? Always sort of being intrigued by the long distance events in whatever sport it is, and I thought, well, yeah, this is one that's a bit closer to home, slightly closer to home, that be good to tick it off and do it. And the fact that it would be slightly easier by doing it with my friend Kat, whether we're friends at the end, who knows, but then it seemed like the obvious thing to do.
Amazing. Well, good luck. We'll catch you and Kat, I think, a little bit later again.
Yeah,
so
nice.
Thank you, Fiona.
Thank you.
So this is a very tidy boat. Henry, would it pass your inspection?
Oh, by a long way. This is by far probably the cleanest boat on the start line. Bar one, because I did that one. But no, this is compared to some of the others, this is immaculate. It looks. I thought it was a new boat when it came out.
And that's another Zestera, isn't it?
It's another Zestera.
Is that
and
about
then
the
if
same?
we go here, Zestera does seem to be one of the top boats of choice this year.
Yeah.
Having said that, I think the top. Well, let's rewind that. So Andy Birkett and Tom Simmons are in Vajda, and then you've got Joe and Brindy,
Vida,
Billy Butler, Jon O'Grady in Nello. Tom and Anoushka in Anello, Bob Paul, and I forget who his partner was.
Stephen Tibbett.
Stephen Tibbett. They're also in Anello. I think that's actually a borrowed club boat, so they'll be able to race harder than the other crews because
let's look at
they
this
won't
one.
have to deal with the damages.
Yeah, so this is Bob Paul and Stephen Tibbett.
It's interesting to see Zastera as popular as some of the Nellos. But Nello does still take the choice amongst the top crews.
Yeah, it looks like it.
That sort of.
Should we look at Tom and Andy's boat?
Yeah, well, they've abandoned it here, so I think it's fair game.
We won't.
So Tom and Andy turned up very, very early on, dropped off their boat, did the boat check, and have since scarpered. So we don't know whether that's just part of their plan. Well, obviously it's part of their plan, but whether that's an intended part of their plan or whether it's a bit of gamesmanship going on. I would love to just see them turn up at the very, very last second, already in kit, put the boat on and go, because that would be quite a nice little dramatic send-off. Last year, I don't know if you remember, but we were here in the paddock, and there were 2 or 3 crews literally dancing around each other, trying to work out, are they going to go? And 2 of them would disappear, and it's like, oh, they're getting changed. We need to get ready to go. And they weren't. They just decided to disappear and then come back and just put the creeps onto everyone else. So there's a lot of off the water games going on. Not at the moment, but turning up with your boat and leaving it and then coming back. Goodness knows what time later to start. We'll see. So
let's take a look.
Obviously, we've got the torches on the front. You can get your torches and your torch mounts from Tango Charlie lights.
You can.
They do have Tango Charlie lights on the back.
And this is the low-profile hooded light from Tango Charlie, if you can see that. And what's nice about the hood is that this is the rear light, not the hooded one. The hooded one is for the front. So this is great because it keeps you nice and bright, and you can see what that looks like on their boat. And Tango Charlie has offered the bow version of this light, which is really popular amongst K1s in particular, which is the hooded light. If you get the most accurate predictions in our Paddle Daily prediction contest.
That's very good at Tango
so
Charlie.
That's well worth entering through the link in the Paddle Daily Instagram account.
It is also worth always checking what the light requirements are on your stretch of water. Generally speaking, craft under 20 foot long need one white light in the appearance of all around them. So with kayaks, yes, obviously one on the back and then a hooded on the front works well because it means you in the middle blocking the light. But other stretches of water do require green and reds to signify whether or not you're on the left or on the right. So I think Tango Charlie also caters for that.
They do. They offer a set of green and red
check what the law
lights.
is on navigation lights where you paddle, because it's not just to keep you safe, it's to stop other people ramming into you.
Yes, which is very important.
Fairly standard setup. I mean, platform seats and all the rest of it. They have managed to put Nello pedals.
All right. Let's see if we can get some video of this. I was about to ask you how many boats had pedals today.
I can't answer that, but this may be the only one actually.
You can see the pedals in the front.
Anyone that's dealt with me knows I feel pedals are superior. It allows you to leg drive while steering. You don't have to push the tiller to one side, which is where your foot needs to sit. So I do think pedals give you a huge advantage. It also means you can wear footwear in the boat quite comfortably as well, which for a race with 77 portages, pretty vital. Andy has opted for quite a lot of padding and padding and I don't know what you would call that, slippage material, Teflon, and that's literally just to reduce the friction down. Can't see any pumps. I'm just gonna.
Oh,
no, we do have pumps. Oh,
yeah.
That had me worried for a second. One thing you need on a DW boat, it is pumps. Now, having just said they might be the only ones with pedals, this one has pedals as well. This is a.
Is this Billy and John? No.
So?
Is this Billy and John's boat?
No.
Which one
That's
is?
that's
this is
the white
347.
one behind you.
347 is Bob and Stephen.
Oh, this is Bob and Stephen? I thought they were using the yellow boat.
Bob Paul. No, Bob Paul is 357. This is 347.
My crib sheet is wrong.
Or they've got the wrong numbers, but you might want to check that before they go.
All right, so
yes, we don't know whose boat this is, but oh, actually, yes, we might.
Oh, that's the Escots. There we go.
Yeah, but again, pedals.
So the Escots have pedals too.
Well, yeah, it looks like it. But then this is a South African boat. South African boats, you'll more find pedals than tiller. So tiller is a very European thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's fully kitted out. High back seat, very high back seat on the back.
That is an interesting seat. Yeah.
What
do you think is the advantage of what makes the pedals superior to the tiller bar? If you could share your short version of it, because I know you have I know you've got a long
strong
version
opinions
of it.
on this. Strong opinions. If you're moving the tiller side to side, your foot is already in the way. So you usually, if you've got larger feet, you have to take 1 foot off the foot plate in order to steer. And if you're doing that, then you've lost leg drive on one side. So if you're doing any form of tight turns, which I know you're not doing too many on DW, you do lose power whilst turning. But like I said, with the other advantage with having pedals rather than tiller is that you are better able to wear shoes in the boat. And yeah, if you're getting out and portaging on some, and especially on some of the portages that this race has, that becomes a big advantage.
Yeah, 77 portages on this race, and a lot of them are, I'd say none of them are easy on your feet. You're definitely going to be wanting to wear shoes or some kind of footwear that will protect your feet.
Yeah, I've seen track spikes without spikes in are quite popular. Grip, low profile, very slim, very lightweight. But again, if you've got larger feet, the standard tiller bar footrest is not forgiving on that front.
Yeah. Right.
Let's have a look at.
Oh, should we take a quick look at Joe and Brindy's? And
Joe
then I
and
think we've got
Brindy's
a
K2.
leaderboard update.
I'm not going to say too much because this may or may not have been through my workshop too many times. Very interesting wave deflector on the front here. So one of the key differences between the Sete, the Nello Sete, which we're looking at here, and the Nello Cinco, which we'll go have a look at in a minute, is at the front in the nose. Round here, the Sete has a lot less volume than the Cinco. The Cinco remains its width much further forward. And what that means is you can afford to put a heavier person in the front or sit them further forward. With Joe and Brindy, Joe's in the front, Brindy's in the back, and Joe is sitting as far back as possible, but the nose still rides very low in the water because there isn't that volume at the front. As a result, on one of the water sides, they took on a lot of water, and I don't think they sunk, but close to. So yeah, they've fashioned a lovely wave deflector there, which that will come into play on the Thames with the with some of the taxiing boats going past.
It definitely will. Now, something that DW. Let's walk over to Nishi and Tom's boat.
Okay, so over to the Cinco.
Look and see the difference. Yeah. Something the DW has done differently this year on the Tideway is they've got a marshal on every Uber boat. So if you heard the interview with Kurt and Joe earlier, who are the Texans, part of the reason why they're back at DW this year is because their C2 got hit by one of those massive Uber boat waves in 2023 and really kind of messed with the with them getting a proper finish at the end of that race. So it should be a bit better this year, but it can still be pretty intense on that Tideway, which is why you'd want that additional sort of volume at the bow of the boat, right?
So you can see here if we get a shot from above, you can see the profile is goes quite wide quite early on, very low down. It just gives the boat a lot more buoyancy towards the front. Like I say, it means you can afford to have a bigger person in front without sinking the nose down. Kindly note how clean this boat is. It is beautifully maintained. And I think, all jokes aside, yes, I have probably worked on this boat every week, every other week for the last 6 months. If it gets a scratch, it comes in, it gets fixed, which, let's be honest, is unnecessary. But at the same time, I think that reflects quite heavily on the mindset of Nushi and Tom, is that they are not leaving anything to chance or destruction. If it needs fixing, it is fixed. If it could go wrong, they've got spares. So I've equipped them with spare cables, spare rudders, spare tools. They've got a small toolkit in here, which
inside the boat,
wow. So that they don't have to wait to get their support crew to change a rudder. They can do it there and then. And I think 2 days ago, I sat down with Tom, showed him how it's all done. Just so, I mean, he knew already, but he just wanted to make sure. And I think that goes further to show that this crew really are taking it super seriously. That, yeah, they want to sit down, be taught to suck eggs. They want to just dot every T and cross every I and make sure that anything that can go wrong, it is already accounted for, and they lose the minimum amount of time if it does happen.
Yeah.
So if we're nailing colours to the mast, these guys have done a lot more preparation from my point of view than the other crews.
Boat maintenance.
Particularly when it comes to boat maintenance, but also when it comes to learning how to maintain their own boats in the emergency on the water. And I think that goes back to races in the warm-up series. Another crew knocked their rudder off, had to retire. They didn't have a spare rudder in the boat, and that's just not something I'd want to afford to do on a race like this. But there are no bad experiences, providing you learn from them. So hopefully they have a spare rudder now.
Yes, I'm certain their support crew will have one, but we'll have to ask them if they've got a spare in the boat too.
Lovely club boat. Like I say, club boat means you can afford to be a bit more brutal. Club boats are often not very well loved, but not wanting to put him in it, Bob Paul races hard, and I don't know who's in the front and who's in the back, but if Bob Paul's in the front, he's not come here to mess around. He's come here to paddle. And he will be climbing that. He will be climbing that ranking as high as he can.
Yeah. I have a feeling they, we don't have a ton of data on them because they only raced Waterside Sea at the warm-up races, and wouldn't be surprised if they're kind of holding a bit back and not wanting to show all their cards before the big day. So. Yeah,
absolutely. And I think. Where Betsy and I differ quite heavily is Betsy is very data-driven, which is absolutely fine. I tend to look a lot more at the anecdotal and what I have experienced of Bob Paul. What I trained with him a little bit. I say a little bit. I can't keep up with the man. He is. He has got a very, very high cruising speed. So yeah, he's definitely one to watch.
I think it sounds like we might need to catch Kat and Fee before they get on the water. We saw Fee a few minutes ago, and I'd like to catch her with Kat as well. So Fee is an Olympian in whitewater, which is pretty amazing to have an Olympian racing DW. And Kat is known as the queen of DW, which I just think it's a well-earned moniker for Kat because she deserves it. And so they are quite a pairing together. I think we might do a short leaderboard update before we speak to Kat and Fee, and then we'll wait for Kat and Fee to come over. Let's see if we've got that leaderboard ready for you. Oh, nope, here's Kat and Fee now. All right. Let's here they come. So yeah, this is going to be a really strong crew. You can see Kat's knee brace. So the only reason we wouldn't rank this crew even higher is that Kat did her knee in. Otherwise, I think they would be, they'd probably be quite a bit higher. They are after a record today. So the veteran ladies record is something that we could see go. It is 20 hours. And again, if Kat if Kat had a 100% functional knee, they would be a shoo-in for that kind of record.
Absolutely, yeah, absolutely, they'd be a shoo-in. But given that, I don't think that should in any way rule them out, though, having that injury. I was speaking to Kat earlier, and she was saying she's been doing a lot of sort of rehab and stuff to be able to do that. So she's not worried in true Kat style, and she is very much one of those people. I mean, I don't know if you remember last year, but I was seeing her at Pulses, and at that point her K2 partner at the time was struggling. You could see that there was a bit of struggle going on, as it does. You know, you get different people have different lows at different times, and it's very much that's when that pairing comes in and being able to G each other up. And I just remember Kat getting out of the boat and going, "She's fine, come on." So, you know,
that was a
very
moment,
much. It was brilliant.
Yeah,
and that's just the mental strength that she's got with it. So it's fascinating to watch, and she has been doing this for so long. I was just talking about their setup actually whilst you guys were over there, and because I quite like looking at all the different light styles that are going on at the moment, and also, so I don't know if you can see, but 348, they have been having a whole discussion about where to put their kit within the boat, because you've got to take a certain amount of emergency kit that's part of the boat checks. You have to have every bit of equipment that they specify in the boat checks, but it's where to put it in the boat. You could just fling it in the back, but obviously that makes the back of the boat heavier, and so that can affect the run of the boat. So again, different boats do different things about where they put it. There's usually a sort of hybrid of under seats in the middle of the boat, etc., to try and keep that weight spread out. So that's interesting. What's also interesting is you'll see that Kat and Fee's boat has their spray decks on, and again, talking to Kat, so they're planning to have those on up until Wootton Rivers, and then they'll rip them off, which makes sense because they've not got any portages until that point. So it'll help keep water out of the boat, which you get naturally when either from paddling or from sitting on other people's washes. And it sounds like they're also planning to maybe go off with another boat.
Oh,
unconfirmed so far,
okay,
but from the conversation I overheard.
do we know which boat they might go with? This is
not 100% sure because I missed that, but we
might be going up with Scott and Almir. I wondered the Scott LeBlanche and Almir Bala.
Yes, I think it was actually
the bad boys, yes. The Barking and Dagenham, and they've been training together a lot. with Cat and Fee.
Yeah. But so yeah, they're planning on taking those spray decks off when they get to Whitton Rivers. So once they start portaging. So again, it's fascinating, all of the different tactics that people choose to do, and it's all, some of it's based on personal choice, whether they like wearing spray decks or not. Some of it is based on what they think is faster. So that's clearly what they've decided to try and keep water out of the boat, so that they don't then sort of, because it is so low with the canal, trying to keep that volume as low as possible.
Yeah.
So yes, it's exciting.
Yeah. Oh, that is really interesting. And we don't see many other people with spray decks on, which you can see on the boat. But I mean, Kat is super experienced at this.
Yeah.
I'm wondering if the wind might make, because there's all that headwind, if it could kind of blow a bit of that splash into the boat too, and affect her choice.
And in fact, I think I'd probably be doing the same thing. So it's nice to, sort of, when I was looking around at all of the boats that didn't have spray decks, and I was thinking, oh, I probably might have worn a spray deck. So it's nice to have that slightly validated. There is another boat, 356. They're also got. Whether they choose to do the same thing, I don't know. And of course, just because there aren't spray decks on at the moment doesn't mean that boats won't be putting spray decks on. They do have to carry spray decks as part of their compulsory kit. So they will all have spray decks on them, but they will probably have spares as well. So they always have like emergency spray decks that they've got in their boats, and then their proper racing spray decks that they then put on over the top.
Yeah.
So yes.
All right. Let's see if we can catch Cat and Fee.
Yeah.
So that veteran ladies record is 20 hours, 46 minutes, and 3 seconds. And that was set in 2007 by Alison Dark and Sharon Colley from Hereford Canoe Club. So it's, I think, again, in a normal year, Cat and Fee would be getting that easily, but with headwind,
very quick too.
Cat, we're gonna grab you. Can we grab you now? Yeah.
Go for it.
Yeah. Should we get you with Fee as well? We got Fee a bit earlier, but I think if we can get you two together, we'll get you both. It's double duty.
It's always about you, darling.
Absolutely.
So, how are you feeling about today's race?
I mean, I don't know what's coming, so that makes it a little bit easier, I suppose, whereas Cat knows absolutely what is coming.
Yeah, I'm calmer than I normally am. I haven't got much choice, really. As in, we're starting, so we better finish. A bit worried about what it might do to our time. I have no concerns about finishing, because everything I've tried and tested with her, she's been like, oh yeah, that was fine. I've got this. So
What
really
was it? Because Fee, obviously with the Olympics and a lot of your history in paddling, that would be shorter distances. What was it like training for the ultra distance?
Yeah, I guess the first few long paddles were definitely like, oh, that hurt a bit. Even when it was just 10K, I think, one of the first ones. But gradually built up, obviously, and kind of got used to it, I suppose, in the end. But I suppose this will be a different kettle of fish with everything going on, having to, keep eating for the long haul rather than like, oh, we stopped in a couple of hours, so it's a wee bit different. But yeah, I'm sure the team will keep me on the straight and narrow.
Definitely.
And all her prior experience is really coming into hand for like learning the course. She's like, yeah, okay, I can apply my learning of a slalom course to like the knowledge and learning of the actual course. And I'm like, thank goodness, because I'll be delirious. And also, I can't remember Toffee. If I don't recognise it when I see it, I'm done for. So I've got the brains in the back of the boat.
I've learned the Tideway bridges as if they're all gates. So gates 1 to 5 is through the middle. By gate 6, you go slightly right, back to middle for gate 7 to gate 13.
I love it. Just make sure you don't do any reverse.
We don't no pirouettes.
No breakouts today, hopefully.
So yeah, that's it. We better go get on.
Yeah.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Well, really excited. Are you all starting with another boat? Did we hear?
And I think we might have gone through. So
Is that the bad boys?
No, we're going to start with Paul Baker.
Oh, okay. Great. All right. Well, we'll let you catch them.
Right, you better go.
And best of luck. Okay, so they're going with Paul Baker. We'll check which boat number that is. Really excited to see this crew race. This is, I think, Cat's 12. Is it her 12th DW?
I
I've
think
got to
we've
double
lost
check.
count.
It is hard to
I
keep count
think
at that
Kat
stage,
will
isn't
probably
it?
say she's lost count as well, to be fair.
I think so. There they go.
But Kat is, like we said, a fantastic paddler.
Yeah, DW Queen.
DW
for sure.
Queen.
Should we head up to the start? I'm going to make
Let's
sure
do
we
it.
we'll walk over to the start line, make sure we don't miss them if they move.
It's probably also worth saying, just as we're walking over, because again, it sort of shows the different tactics that people have. So you'll have seen that Kat didn't have a water bottle down the front of her buoyancy aid, but Fee did. Again, actually, so Kat's got a camelback on her buoyancy aid, as does Fee, to be fair. And it sounds like the plan is that Kat will swap 2 water bottles around Crofton.
Wow, well spotted. That was
yes.
very well spotted.
And again, that's very much a paddler preference. Some people prefer bottles because it's easy. You take them out at a portage, you throw them at your support crew. Try not to hit your support crew. Top tip. But then you can then have it very easily replaced. Whereas obviously with a camelback, it's just that little bit harder. You're more likely to refill it when you have, for example, a kit change. It just takes that little bit longer. Also, your crew, if you're not very good at drinking, obviously not the alcoholic kind, but if you're not very good at drinking, then it's easier for your crew to see how much you are drinking at each portage when you take a bottle rather than a camelback. But again, like I said, it's all very much paddler preference.
Yeah, I'm wondering if they've done that because the bottles don't hold quite as much liquid volume.
Yes, that would probably be it. Otherwise, you'd be looking at having to do potentially a speedy, not a portage, because it's not a portage and you wouldn't really want to be getting out of the boat and affecting the flow of the boat, but you would be looking at doing a sort of a pit stop almost around all Cannings, which is probably about halfway down the pound-ish. And that is... it's a bit logistically a little bit difficult. You've got support crew hanging over the edge and trying to get things. So if you can get away with it without doing that, makes a big difference.
Yeah, definitely. Let's see if we walk all the way up to the start line and we'll get a nice view.
It's nice to see that the wind has dropped a little bit. I don't know if you can see on the flags, but it makes a big difference. It's warming up a bit as well. I was thinking about taking a layer off.
Yeah. We were just talking about that earlier. I think it's because DW has the sort of self-selected start time, right? So everyone has to hit the tide window at Teddington, and that tide window is tomorrow morning between 7:20 until 8:50. So until 9:50.
Yes, we thought that 8:50 was probably where you'd want to hit it. Yep. Maybe want to aim for about an hour after high tide, because that's when the tide is starting to go out. So for those who were listening last year, it harkens back to my rubber duck theory, which we can have a chat about later, but ultimately it gives you that bit of extra flow to take you those last 17-ish miles. It also, if you aim for an hour sort of into that window, it also means that you can sort of, if you go a bit faster than you expect, then you're not going to have to wait around, because once that watch starts, it doesn't stop, even if you miss the tide window. And I have known people miss the tide window because for whatever reason they've been too slow. I think the crew that I'm thinking of, they actually had a boat issue, and so they got to the tide window and to the tideway, and it was closed, and they had to wait. Now, some crews have either chosen to give up at that point, some have chosen to run it at that point. I can understand why.
Yeah.
Wow. But yeah, so that clock keeps running.
Yeah.
So it's.
But I think the part of what makes it interesting, though, is how much the conditions are changing throughout today at different start times. Absolutely. And so, as you were just saying, the wind has just dropped.
Yeah.
We could see that be really advantageous for crews who are already faster.
Yeah.
starting later in the day, facing less headwind.
Yeah, absolutely. And it will also affect what kit they're wearing. In fact, when you and Henry were just chatting about the boats earlier and I was chatting to Kat, she was trying to work out what kit she should be wearing, because the wind had started to drop at that point. And so that wind, you can feel it and it's quite cutting. But once it stops, like we said earlier, it's like, what, 15 degrees?
It's pretty toasty.
It's quite toasty. And so...
And with the spray decks too.
Yeah.
I'm a little worried they could be a little bit warm on the first stretch.
But then again, it's down to paddler preference. Do they prefer to be that bit warmer knowing that they'll cool off a bit? Or, you know, so... It's all so technical and tactical. And that's one of the things that makes this race so exciting. So yeah,
it really does.
I'm trying to keep an eye out.
Let's see. I'm going to bring I'm going to change my angle and come over here and walk a little closer to the start line as well. So here you can see the flags. Just the slightest breeze. It's definitely a lot calmer than it was earlier, as Em was just saying. So here's the start line. So Cat and Fee maybe have gone for, I know they've got to put their GPS tracker on. You can follow the dots, do some dot watching.
I can see some paddles coming.
Oh, okay. We might have them here very soon. Let's see. Yeah, I think Cat and Fee are probably gonna go pretty well. How high up do you think they could get in the I know this is a tough question.
I mean, again, I think it's going to depend on Cat's knee. They will finish.
Yeah,
I can't see there being any
and that was
possibility.
what Cat just told us too,
Yeah,
isn't it? They're definitely gonna finish.
They, at least for ladies, they should podium.
Yeah.
But it's going to depend, despite what Kat says about her knee and everything, you know, you don't know how much strain that could put on eventually and how it will take that strain. So it will be, maybe the question is more, how many painkillers is she going to take?
Oh gosh, yeah. Yeah, it's tough.
But you should never discount Kat because like we said, she is the queen of DW. So I would be very surprised if they don't podium.
Yeah, I still have them down as the favorites to win the ladies.
Yeah.
They are, I believe, the last women's boat to start today. I don't think we're going to see any other women's crews starting after them.
No, it's all mixed from now on.
Mixed
men's.
So I think they are going to be the favorites for the win. There is another women's crew. I think there's not many women's crews out
there. You know what I was going to say about this? What do you think? Because obviously there aren't that many women's crews, certainly compared to previous years, but there's more mixed crews, I'd say.
This is exactly the kind of debate that I was having off camera earlier.
Yeah.
It's really interesting. Like, it'd certainly be great to see more women's crews out there, and people like Kat, you know, who do this year in year out. I think really set the
Kat's a fantastic ambassador anyway.
She's
really
just brilliant.
So they are going to go together.
Okay.
Awesome.
2 crews together, and this will be, I think, an advantage for I mean, any crew who's doing this with another boat.
Yeah, it'll be an advantage for both.
Yeah, and then, you know, once the portages come in. All right, we've got a big crowd here clapping. There's Brindy and
376.
376. 3, 2, 1.
And off they go. Woo!
So I was just talking to Barker in front of the other K2 there. This will be his 12th. No, he's done 12 DWs successfully. He's done many more not so successfully.
It's a common experience, you know. It's a hard race to finish.
Yeah, he's saying he's entered almost every year since 1999.
Wow.
It's a lot of miles under his belt. So again, he's a staple of the race, really. So it's absolutely no surprise that about 2 weeks ago, apparently Kat reached out and was like, let's team up a little bit.
That's
share some
great.
rushes.
Good.
So yeah, they'll stick together for a while.
Yeah.
I think. So long.
I mean, the ideal would be that they stick together at least until Wootton Rivers, so that they can do that wash hanging and help with that. And it won't just be one boat. I'm assuming if they have discussed, it won't just be one boat sort of sat with the other. They'll be taking it in turns, and that will make a huge difference for both of them.
I don't know whether they were just joking, but you never can tell with these sorts of things. But it did look like they had synchronized their watches so that they could do X minute leads and so on. So
wow,
that would I think that might be a bit too keen on the rest of
a super nerd.
See how long that lasts for, right?
4 minute leads with burn ups on a DW. Yeah. No, but no, it sounds like they're just gonna share the leads.
Yeah.
And yeah.
Interestingly, I was speaking about 4 minute leads. I was talking with someone the other day at the canoe club that I go to, and he reckons that about 2 minute leads are the optimum.
Oh, that's really short.
Yeah.
That might be something for off camera, but
yeah. I mean,
I don't want to put people off from watching.
Nearly 400 meters.
Yeah.
That could be interesting.
I think that was more for Aslas than for DW, but yeah.
Well, I'm going to share a couple of updates from the racers who are already on the course. So I'm going to, let's see, flip this around. Sorry, everyone. Here we go. So we're going to see if we can get the leaderboard going. But for crews who are already on the course, the Belgian crew who we talked about earlier. So that is Eric Verducht and Monique Bessinger from Belgium. They were the first boat to go sub 2 hours today, Pewsey, which is a pretty solid time. So 1 hour and 53 minutes. I think we expect the top crews today to go a bit faster than that. Yeah. But they did have quite a bit of headwind. And I think that's a really strong showing from that Belgian crew, who maybe has kind of gone a little bit under the radar for us.
Yeah. They were a bit scuppered in some ways going at the time that they did because of that wind, but that's part of it.
I think that's right. Yeah. So that might have been a challenge for them. Let's see if we've got some updates from the stages race that have come through as well. So if you are following the single boats and the junior doubles in the stages race, we talked about Paddy McCormick on SUP, and he has already just finished day 2. So his overall time for the first 2 days is 14 hours and 39 minutes. And Emily King, who's the other stand-up paddleboarder out there racing DW stages race, has just gone through Marsh. So she is still out there. This is the first year that DW has opened up a stand-up paddleboarding class, which they've done on the stages race. And it's just a trial this year to see how it goes. But I think based on results at day 1, day 2 so far, I think I would call it a success. I think it's likely that we'll see, if Emily and Paddy keep it up over the next few days, I'm very optimistic that we'll see, more SUPs in a bigger SUP class, maybe with a stand-up paddleboarding trophy, which would be cool. There's no trophies for them this year, but they'll have unofficial trophies. For Emily and Paddy. So really, really excited to see them doing well out there. And they will have probably caught the brunt of the headwind that's only just now kind of gone down. So I think that will have been challenging for them. And it's a bit too bad about the timing, but hopefully they have an easier day of it tomorrow. Because that would be nice. A few other updates. So there's a junior crew who's really been winning with a massive lead. So that is Lovell Kramer in the junior doubles race. They had the second fastest time yesterday on day 1, including the senior K1s, which includes some really quick paddlers, including George Durden and James Walkington. So that junior doubles crew has done really well. So they've just smashed it again for day 2, and they've built up a really comfortable lead there. And George Durden is still winning that K1 race as well on the stages race. And those fast K1s did start a bit later today, so they are still out on the course just past Marsh. So keep an eye out for those K1 final results of day 2 later on today. Let's see. Ed Dobson and Mike Reese-Clark went through Pewsey in 2 hours 16 minutes, which I think is probably not super speedy, but a decent time for them in C2.
Yeah, again, thinking about that headwind and how that'll affect the C2, it makes a huge difference, I think. So, yeah, it'll be interesting to see how they go on.
Yeah. So you will have seen, I think, the interview with Ed and Mike earlier, hopefully, and you should be able to rewind the live stream to catch that as well. Because Ed and Mike are doing the race. They're racing, but they're not really racing today, I would say. They finished 3rd in K2 last year, so they're definitely top level paddlers, but they're in the canoe this year, and that is to honor Ed Dobson's father, Kevin Dobson, who loved DW, raced it in C2 and Canadian doubles a few times, and passed away from cancer a few years ago. And so they're raising money as well. You can look up their GoFundMe for that. Let's see if we can get back over to the boat pen. I think we'll have some C2s starting maybe in about 30 minutes. And I think we might take a little break before then and put the updated list up. So between, I just mentioned Ed and Mike, they are, I think they're not, Ed and Mike are not in contention really for that top spot for the C2, but for the 3rd spot, I would say there is going to be a bit of a race between Ed and Mike versus the Texans. So you saw that interview earlier too, which was Joe Geisinger and Kurt Slayton from Texas, who are back again after a tough finish to their 2023 DW. And Kurt and Joe, it looks like so far are pretty close in time to Ed and Mike, Ed Dobson and Michael Reese-Clark. So that time for the Texans to Pewsey was 2 hours and 19 minutes. So just 3 minutes behind Ed Dobson and Mike Reese-Clark. So that is pretty close. I think we're actually going to drop that interview back in now. Maybe we can do both interviews with Ed Dobson and Michael Reese-Clark if you missed those earlier, and the interview with Joe Geisinger and Kurt Slayton. And then we'll be talking Joe and C2s, Kurt, I think, when we get back.
You're back again. So you guys are here from Texas. You've come all the way across. This is your 2nd DW. You raced in 2023. I remember seeing you on the course, which was really fun.
We saw you at Teddington at the very end.
Yes. What has brought you back again this year?
The beauty of this race is astounding. I mean, when you're going down the canal and you get to see the farm country that you're going through, it's so pretty. And then coming into Old Windsor and getting to see the castle, totally worth it.
Yeah.
The swans. Definitely the swans.
The swans.
Yeah. No.
Swans versus alligators. What do you think? I know alligators are your norm in Texas.
Yeah.
What would you pick if you had
The swans are more aggressive.
Wow, that is on camera, on record.
Yeah, the swan. My daughter is definitely afraid of swans.
She's in good company.
They come at you from the back and want to take you out.
But yeah, I mean, the main reason I'm back, besides the beauty of the race, is the crash. That we got an official finish, but we did hit a barge, or it hit us a mile before the finish line. So this year in the same boat, they fixed it for us. We're back to go 125 miles of the 125-mile race instead of 124 miles of the 125-mile race.
That's great.
Yeah, so really want to try and get that last bit in.
Yeah, and just to recap, so that was the Uber boat wave
Yeah.
in 2023.
And the safety boat also was rescuing somebody else, and yeah, it all added together. So
Went a bit wrong right at the end.
Right at the end.
Yeah, and that wave was really, if you could give a visual of how high
the boat was going up like this, and it was hard to even see over the top of it.
It made the boat slip backwards.
Yes. Because we went 300 yards backwards all along the edge of the wave as we were trying to crest it, and we just couldn't get over the top of it.
All right. Well, I'm excited to see you guys back.
Yeah, thank you.
Best of luck in your race. So Ed and Mike, you all are in a C2.
Yeah.
It's a little bit different for you.
A little bit, yeah.
What's your motivation for being in C2 today instead of K2?
So my dad and his friend Paul did the race C2 3 times. This is their canoe. He was diagnosed with cancer in 2019. So the plan was for me and him to do the race before he passed away, basically. But funny enough, a lot went on in 2020. It never happened. So Mike stupidly made a promise to get me to Westminster, and obviously I have some unfinished business. So we thought 5 years on would be a good time to do it.
That's amazing.
Yeah, just trying to get down to the finish this time.
Yeah, and I think, well, we just want to enjoy it, don't we?
Yeah,
probably
as much as we can in the headwind.
Yeah. We won't be the fastest, but I'm sure we'll be having the most fun. So
if you hear people laughing coming into a port,
yeah.
it'll probably be us. Like singing badly and laughing, that'd be us.
Yeah, and you all know your partnership works well, right? You've done it before.
Yeah, we get on well, don't we?
Give each other a bit of abuse and then get down the course, really.
Except for Mike's singing, but
yeah.
Well, good luck. We'll be listening for your
Cheers,
singing.
Yeah. Cheers.
Thank
Catch
you.
later.
So those were a few of the interviews that we recorded earlier with a couple of the folks out in the Canadian canoe class. Right now, we're going to take a quick break for a few minutes. Here is the updated leaderboard as of 2:30 this afternoon. We'll be coming back live from Devizes in a few minutes. Thanks.
Miners here. Is that okay?
All right, we are live again. So, I am here. Whoops. All right, we have got Andy and Dylan here, which I'm really excited about. So, Andy and Dylan, you both have a little history of DW. You're building a little history. I'm going to start with Andy. Andy, when is the last time that you raced DW?
1989.
That is amazing. And did I hear that you have the junior C2 record from that year?
Yes.
That's pretty
Still
cool.
stands.
Still standing. That is very
Yep.
cool. So what brought you back to race DW again?
Dylan.
Okay. All right. Dylan was looking for someone nearby with DW experience.
He knew I was I was going to say yes, probably, because I really need to do it and go do it straight through.
Yeah. So because when you did it in 1989, that was the juniors version.
Yeah, the stage race.
Okay, so this is your first nonstop DW straight through.
Yep.
But you are not new to ultra paddle racing.
No.
You've done the ensemble.
5 times.
And that's through the night as well.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's great. What are you looking forward to about this year's DW?
Finishing.
Yeah, fair answer. We get that a lot. Dylan, what about you? What brought you all the way over from America for Devizes to Westminster again?
Yeah, again. So I had the attempt in 23 that I did not finish, and I think about a week after I landed back in the States in 2023, I saw Andy at the Rudder race and started poking him.
Started.
Yes, started poking and didn't really stop until a couple months ago when we signed up.
Really excited to see you all out there today. You have some competitors who came in a little bit last minute. I think before that you were probably pretty solid for the win, but now you've got some competition. How are you feeling about that?
A little nervous. I mean, the first goal is to finish. I think a second goal, at least for me, is sub 19, and the third goal is to win the Canadian class.
All right.
So, yeah, that's where I'm at.
We'll tick as many of those boxes.
Yeah.
What about you?
Yeah.
Similar goals, Andy?
Yep.
Yeah. All right. Well, it looks like the headwind maybe has calmed down a little bit. Is that feeling like it's going to make a pretty big difference?
I mean, for the sub 19, maybe. I think the more challenges you throw in the way, I think Andy and I are very sturdy in any conditions, and I don't know about our competition. So the worse the course, I think the better we'll finish.
Ooh, okay. I like that.
Relatively.
Yeah.
So anyway, we'll see how things shake out.
Awesome.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I love that. I'm really excited to watch you all. So good luck.
Thank you, Betsy.
Thank you.
All right. So that was Andy and Dylan out there who are in the Canadian class. We can go take another look at their boat. So there's Andy and Dylan. They've got a pretty good support crew as well. I think, when you come over to do this as a international crew, it can be challenging to, to scope out the course, to understand what it's going to be like. And that's really tough to do, but what makes a big difference is having an experienced support crew. And Dylan and Andy have that. The other thing that they've done, and I'll show this off in their boat, is a GPS. So they are going to have a bit of a map out there while they're heading down the course today. And part of the reason for that too is because they had when Dylan made his attempt in 2023, his partner was having some stomach issues, but the other challenge to that was that they did take a wrong turn at Aldermaston. So there's a few points on the course. Most of it is really straightforward, but there are a few points where you can take a wrong turn, and that can be really tricky. Here's the boat for Mike and Sam. So I mentioned Dylan and Andy's biggest competition. So that is Mike Thornton and Sam Bowen. Mike Thornton is very experienced at DW. Sam Bowen made an attempt at DW last year with Steve Hughes, didn't quite make it. They ended up retiring, I would say, on the earlier side of that race. But Sam really wants that finish. And so I think Mike sort of offered pretty last minute to hop in with Sam to make sure that Sam would get the finish he wants. So this is a crew that is determined to finish. They haven't spent much time in the boat together. They're individually very strong paddlers, and Mike is bringing a lot of experience. I thought it was really interesting what Dylan said, that he thinks, he and Andy are extremely solid in the boat together. They'll have that kind of stability and comfort, even if the conditions get rough. As I was talking to Dylan and said the wind had died down, it now looks like it's picking up again a bit. And that was something that we saw earlier as well when it was raining this morning, and it was dry here in Devizes, but just down the canal, it was actually raining. And we've got Billy chilling out next to his boat over there. If you can see, he's sunbathing. I think it's hard. It's whatever it takes to relax at this point when you're kind of forced to stick around the course from 2 o'clock until you're going to start, which will be a lot later. There is, I believe, Jouke, and he's from the Dutch crew who's here.
I think there's relaxed and then there's super relaxed. Although knowing Billy, he is now using this opportunity to tell his wife he's doing DW.
That would be classic. Billy's done this race a lot. He's got, what was it? I think he said 10 or 11 starts now. And there's Jon. Jon is on his second DW after racing with Billy last year. So you see, the more starts you have, the more relaxed you are, by and large. We talked to Kat earlier, and she was very relaxed. And I think that was, that tells you just.
Yeah, talking to Jon, who paddled off with Kat, 12th DW.
Yeah.
I was chatting to him there, and I was like, "Do you not need to be getting ready?" He was like, "No, just another paddle, isn't it?" I know, I guess when you're clocking 12 successful DWs, this is just another paddle.
That's true.
They stay DW fit all year round, and then just crank it up for the weekend.
I would say there is probably something to be said about, it takes having done this successfully 10 times before you really get relaxed about it. That probably says something.
Yeah, but it is interesting. Some of a lot of the other crews have disappeared.
Yeah.
So I haven't seen
empty boats here.
I haven't seen Joe and Brindy for a while. I haven't seen Tom and Noosh for a while. I haven't seen Bob Paul and Stefan for a while. Oh, there's a bit, but
we had that rush around the 2 o'clock mark, and now everyone's gone off to have a nap.
But yeah, obviously, the boats had to be here and checked by 2 o'clock, so they've all done that. I think one of the boats came in at 1:57. They threw it over the gate and got it done. So yeah, all the boats are here, but now the crews are sort of just doing their own thing, whatever it takes to get ready.
Yeah.
Whether that's playing Tetris on the floor or going back and having a nap. Personally, I'd be sleeping.
Yeah.
I'd be sleeping before you've got to paddle all the way through the night. I'd want a really good nap.
If you can sleep, because I think that's one of the hardest parts of this is to get in that frame of mind where you're relaxed enough to sleep. I have to imagine the top crews, probably Nooshie and Tom, Joe and Brindy. I'm not sure about Indy and Tom because they've structured the day, right? They dropped their boat off early. They went back to their hotel. That's probably the best approach to be able to get into that relaxed mindset.
If you benefit from being relaxed, there will be paddlers here that benefit from being a little bit on edge, bit of the adrenaline going. I know one or two of them have lost quite a lot of sleep in the lead up to this. Not saying who, but yeah, the pressure is on, and even if it's not from the community, they're putting a lot of pressure on themselves.
Yeah.
We've said this so many times. This is currently one of the closest DWs that we've seen.
Yeah.
Certainly to memory.
I think it's the
And
most.
what that means, the top crews are putting a lot on each other and a lot on themselves. The rumours, and I must stress rumours, a little bit of head game going on. But having said that, the spectators haven't helped. Paddock themselves made a throwaway comment that Tom and Noosh probably had the edge over Joe and Brindby because they've done a Tideway recce, and the next day or two after that, there was a Tideway recce. So we're seeing some reactionary, maybe some planned responses to the pressure.
Yeah.
Which is good. It's good, but at the same time, if you perform better whilst relaxed and all the hype is driving up, I think the C2 just behind you is getting ready to go.
Oh yeah. Okay.
So
we don't want to miss that. Okay, there's Andy and Dylan and their support crew getting ready to go.
You all right? How you doing?
Really exciting. So I think their start time is going to be about 3:15, which is in about 5 minutes. And then their competitors, Mike and Sam, will be starting a little bit after that. So I think we better get to the start line. And that's that Paddle Daily sticker on their boat.
So talk me through, why have they got so many paddles?
Oh, with
Kayakers don't carry spare paddles.
with the canoe paddles, I think they do tend to be a bit thinner. Actually, we were talking about this the other day. I'm going to walk us over to the start line, just so we don't miss them starting. Well, yeah, they'll probably do a bit of warm up actually, because they are they've got to do their GPS tracker first, so we can watch them here and then move to the start line. So the canoe blades tend to be a little bit thinner, with less carbon, which of course, Henry, you're the expert on that, compared to those kayak blades. And so if you hit something with your canoe blade, it could snap. They're also super lightweight. And so it's really easy to carry extra paddles. Again, they're lighter than those kayak blades.
They sit flush
so there's
there
not
on the deck.
much. Yeah, they sit flush on the deck. They're not going to be, disrupting your. They're not going to be kind of like slowing you down in the wind or anything.
They're just taking the profile picture, which you'll see if you are dot watching the race.
Yes, check out that. I believe it's open tracking, where you can dot watch. Actually, I did want to share an update for those who are dot watching. There was a crew earlier who got a shout out in the comments for boat 375. And that is Reeve Stevens and Callum King. So they got through Pewsey in 2 hours and 20 minutes. Let's see, we had some more shout outs in the comments. Thank you so much to everyone who has been leaving a comment. We really love getting these. I've got to get out of the way for another crew coming through here.
Barking and Dagenham boys.
Oh, is this the bad boys? Hey, can we chat with you guys really quickly before you're... We'll let you put the boat down and then we'll find you. Thanks. That is Scott and Almir. So they've been training with Cat and Fee a lot, but they're starting later than Cat and Fee. I think, Kat's got her knee injury that's slowing her and Fee down on those portages a bit, but Scott and Almir could do really well on the race today. All right.
Come on, let's go.
So we've heard you guys called the Bad Boys, which is probably the coolest nickname. Barking and Dagenham. How are you feeling about your race today?
Nervous as always. This is our second time together doing it.
So yeah, nerves.
And you're still nervous. Okay.
Yeah,
We were
still
saying
nervous.
earlier, maybe it takes about 10 before the nerves go away.
Well,
from what we can tell.
So you guys are probably my ones to watch. You know, dark horses.
Yeah.
Because you've got a fair few DWs under your belt, and you've got a fair few under yours.
I have, yeah.
We've not picked up on.
Yeah, I know you didn't pick up on
officially.
it. Yeah.
So you're flying under the radar at the moment. So what? Just fill us in. How many DWs have you got under?
One.
You've got one.
Yeah.
And you've
This will
got
be my 7th. This might be 7th. Yeah.
Okay.
Right. And
Are you feeling nervous, Scott, after 7?
A little bit.
Okay.
Of course it is.
Okay, all right.
Everybody feels
takes
nervous.
10 to get calm.
This is our theory has been held up here. What are you guys looking forward to today and tomorrow?
The finish line.
All right, Westminster Bridge. Yeah. Anything else? What's brought you back to do the race again?
Well, it's one of those things. Once you get started, I don't know, I find it very hard to stop it. So, year on after year, yeah.
It's a traditional thing at our club. So, yeah. Since I was a junior, it's always been something to do.
Are there other Barking and Dagenham clubs out there today?
No,
Club
today,
boats?
not
Not today. Okay.
Yeah,
Not
we're
today.
disappointed
Next
this year.
year.
Next year, hopefully we'll
Yeah.
have a few more.
You all are repping.
Yeah.
Nice.
Hopefully we'll let them down.
Sure you won't.
Do you think have we underrated you? Do you all think that you've got
I think
a?
it's best keep it like that. We don't want to let look at our secrets out.
At the end, we'll all see. Where we are,
Yeah. You've been training with Kat and Fee, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so you've got some expert, insight from Kat Wilson.
Yeah.
Did she help with your schedule?
No, pretty
okay.
much.
You guys have that down.
Yeah.
Okay.
After done a few of them,
Yeah.
kind of know what
You know
are,
what you're
so,
doing.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Good. Well, we'll be looking out for you today as
Thank you.
possible, underrated up and comers.
Keep that one, yeah.
We'll leave you all to it. But best of luck today. Thanks for chatting with us. Good luck. All right.
There you go.
There's
So
the
we're just
GPS
putting the
tracker.
tracker on the back there. So it usually goes on the back, man, left shoulder. So those of you watching, that's the little box that actually does it.
There it is. I'm going to get out of the.
Oh, and we want to go to the start for the C2.
Yes, we do.
Right, if we
Don't
jog,
want to
we'll
miss
make
the
it.
C2 start. All right. Everyone's going to have to bear with us while we jog a bit. Hoping we haven't missed it, but I'm glad we caught Scott and Almir because I think they are, potentially a crew to watch. Okay, here we go. So this is Dylan and Andy. Oh, we've just got them. There they go. All right. Barely made it. That was Andy Hall and Dylan Kirk. And they started, right at 3:15, which I believe is right on schedule for them, having chatted to them a bit earlier. So Dylan and Andy have gone off at 3:15, and we can head back to the boat area. I think we'll have about 10 or 15 minutes before we see the next C2 start.
Yeah, so we got Paul's boat getting ready. I think Lee Maddox and his partner
Nick Perkins
with the Royal Marines, they should be starting
might be going soon.
They'll probably be one of the next crews to head off.
We haven't said much about Lee and Nick, but they're definitely another crew, probably similar to Scott and Almir, who could kind of come up here from behind. And they are from the Royal Marines, and they will be chugging on, I think, really consistently through the night. I expect to see nice consistency from them. And Lee was at the Thames 200 Ultra race last year as well, but that was in the relay class. But he and Nick have been doing several of the waterside warm-up races, and again, coming in with times that are not quite as fast as some of the top crews out there, but definitely kind of in that zone, in that realm. And especially if something happens to one of the top crews, or if another crew is not quite as consistent as they are through the night, I think Lee and Nick will have some good results.
And I think that goes back to what we're saying about this year being a very, very close race. Is yes, you've got 3, maybe 4 horses at the top that you'd almost certainly put a bet on, but if any of them take their foot off the pedal or just found sleeping, then there are 5 or 6 other crews just behind them who are just raring to get on that podium. And so, whilst yes, it's a really tight call as to, and it's not just a tight call; it's an impossible call.
It really is
to say between the top 3. To say who's going to be second, third, fourth, and fifth is still anyone's guess between the top 8, 10 boats.
Yeah.
And that is just phenomenal.
It really is. And we've got Owen Peak here.
Yeah.
You want to if you want to repeat what you said earlier on camera, just the competitiveness level of the race in the live stream.
I mean, you can see, look, here we go. We're, still loads of boats here. Normally this time of day, 1, 2 boats left, but this year, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, 10 boats still around. Most competitive DW in years. The Through Dark 2025 DW. This is the pinnacle. Another great crew going off there.
Is that Scott and Elmire? We just had a chance to speak with them. We think they could be, maybe some up and comers. Maybe we've underrated them a little bit.
I think this year is going to be really interesting. I do see a high attrition rate. I think keep an eye around Hurley. I think you'll see a lot of people dropping out there.
What do you think from the headwind?
I think headwind, is going to be about 3 degrees overnight. And with this headwind, it's going to be really tough.
Is it going to get that cold?
Yeah, because it's coming from the east. So I think it's going to be a tough year.
Yeah.
They've had a couple of easy years with big flows, which makes you're on the high, you're buzzing, you got adrenaline going on. I think it's going to be hard this year. I think the headwind means you've got to grip that paddle shaft, hang on to it in the wind. You've got the boat being pulled around as you're running across Crofton. I think it's going to be a tough one.
Yeah.
I think this is proper DW. Every year this course is a challenge, and this year it's the wind that's going to make it the challenge.
It is. And I think we've got the next C2 over in boat control.
Yeah.
In the GPS. The Americans are just gone. This is the Brits.
Oh, this is the Brits.
Yeah. So they're going right after the Americans because they are going to be really close. And thank you, Owen. That was Owen Peak, who is the chief umpire of DW. He has been involved with the race since like the late 80s. Even as a kid, I think he said he was coming down here and following the race, and then raced it himself. So I think for Owen Peak to say it's the most competitive DW that he's seen is
that's pretty high standard. That's pretty high standard.
Let's see if we can chat with Mike and Sam. So this is the other top C2 crew. So they entered a little bit last minute, but this is a really strong crew. All right, so we've got Mike here. Mike, you can get to hold the paddle mic. Hello. You're a bit of a last minute entry, but I mean, you have so much DW experience.
Well, over a lot of years, but sporadic experience. So it's been 12 years since I raced it. So.
Has it been that long?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
But you've got, and even in the K2 as well.
Yeah.
You've got a win.
I got a win again
a few years ago.
More than 12, more than 30.
And now you're here today in C2 with Sam Bowen.
Yeah.
I hear you've been training quite a bit lately, though. So
well, we made up our mind late, but since then we've done a fair bit.
Okay.
Got out.
How are you feeling about your chances today? You've got Dylan and Andy out on the course.
I'd say it's hard to call. I mean, we are going okay. They're very experienced, good. They've got a lot more experience in long races than us, certainly recently, and I've seen them go. They're fast, so it's we've probably got some advantages on the canal section with maybe portaging and knowing it, and we probably know the course better than them. Well, I do. Sam doesn't, and it's yeah, it'll be interesting to see. It's yeah, we do our race, they do their race, and who wins wins.
Really, really excited to watch, and we'll be cheering for you all as well as Andy and Dylan. I think it's always fun to see a close race.
Yeah.
So I know it was a bit last minute, but I think as a viewer and a fan, it is really fun to see a close race out there. So
we'll do our best to give you a race.
That sounds good. Thank you so much, Mike. Best of luck to you and Sam.
Thank you.
See you out there. Okay, that was Sam just said, Mike, we got to go. We didn't get Sam on camera, but we got Mike. I think we better get to the start line for this crew too, because they are probably going to get up there pretty promptly. Let's see, there's a few more people hanging about, but I think most of the crews.
I think that's going to be, say, it for a little while. We will see.
We've got some other updates. So there's a few other shout outs that came through the comments. So boat 304, Toby and Richard. Thank you, Paul, for your comment. We'll give a shout out to boat 304, rooting them on. And then Adrian Hall, who set that record with Andy Hall back in, I think he said 1989, that junior C2 record. That they still hold. We need to get some juniors in C2 out here to challenge that record. So great to see you tuning in, Adrian. And it's a family affair with the support crew, including mom and dad, who have both done straight through in C2. So thanks, Adrian, and thanks for tuning in from Sri Lanka. That's a pretty good excuse for not being here.
Although, if you're going to make it through the night, if you're going to watch it through the night live stream, then
that's true. We'll expect you there, Adrian, through the night. I'll be disappointed if you don't join us in the odd hours. All right, so this is Mike Thornton and Sam Bowen in C2. Just about to start, about 3:25, so 10 minutes behind Dylan and Andy. This is going to be really, really interesting to watch, because when you've got a crew like this who's starting just 10 minutes behind their closest competition, there is a chance that we could see Mike and Sam catch up to Dylan and Andy. And that is going to be, off they go. That will be really tough for Dylan and Andy if they do have Mike and Sam catch up to them. Mentally, it's a real challenge to have a crew catching you up from behind. And it means that Dylan and Andy are going to have to be in a mindset now of getting updates from their support crew. How, the flags are coming down already. So it's going to be really mentally tough for them. I think if I was in Andy and Dylan's position, I'd find that hard. And you don't have any control over when the other crews are starting, right? Some of the crews, I think, have maybe spoken with each other and made sort of agreements or suggestions of plans for how they're going to do their timings. But at the end of the day, each crew is going to have to make the best decision for themselves and make the decision that gives them the best chance at having their best possible race. So I think for Mike and Sam, they probably have a tiny bit of a mental advantage there, starting 10 minutes behind Dylan and Andy. But on the other hand, again, if they're out there and they feel like they're just chasing and chasing and chasing and can't catch up, that can also mentally be really difficult as well, because then it's hard to kind of keep your motivation.
So it looks like we got the Ascot boys getting ready to.
There's the Ascots. Okay, that's another crew I think that's going to have a pretty strong. Yeah, don't sleep on that crew, and get them on camera. There you go. So they're definitely solid paddlers by multiple commissions, and they did those waterside warm-up races and won the men's class in those. So they were still significantly slower than Tom and Nushi, but not slow by any means. So this is a quick crew, well-drilled crew. It is Luke and Tim Escott. And they've got their spray decks on. So we were talking earlier about which crews would wear spray decks for this bit and which one wouldn't. All the crews will wear spray decks on the Tideway. I think that's a requirement for the race, but at this part of the race it's optional. The breeze is still, I'd say there's less breeze than there was maybe 2 hours, 3 hours ago, but it's definitely still here, even though it has come down a fair bit. So there certainly could be reason to wear the spray decks on this bit. That's BOACC, Bradford on Avon Canoe Club, that the Escotts are representing. And we've got some updates that have come through for Kat and Fee, who started earlier. Kat and Fee are moving really well through the first stretch, so it looks like they're going to hit Pewsey in between an hour 40 and an hour 45. That's pretty quick for Kat and Fee, I would say. So the fact that they started with the other boat is definitely looking like it's been an advantage for both of them. They might slow down a little bit once they hit the portages, again, just because of Kat's knee injury. But I'm happy to see them kind of having such a good start to the race. And then we saw Rebecca Bird and Al Pite, who we saw start earlier, through Pewsey in 1 hour 56. So I'm not sure if we'll have time to catch the Escotts for a quick chat. Looks like they are
got another boat getting ready
to get on. Here we go. Here's Lee. Hi, Lee and Nick. I bet we can catch you guys for a quick chat. Hello, hello. So you guys are representing the Royal Marines today, is that right?
Oh, that's right, yeah.
And how are you feeling about your race?
Yeah, confident. Yeah, why not?
Love it, love it. We've got you all as kind of one of a...
You wouldn't have sold us as 8th. You wouldn't have sold us.
Wait, this is what we're wondering. Have we underrated you? Should we have you rated higher?
We'll see, right?
Yes, we will. We will. What do you think is your advantage? Why have we underrated you?
We'll see.
Okay. How about consistency through the night is what we've got kind of as one of your strengths coming into this, perhaps?
I mean, that's worked for us in the past, yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, we'll see how it goes. But
yeah.
Let's get this 14 miles out of the way first, right?
Yes, definitely. And what about you, Nick? Is this your first DW?
Yeah, first one going.
And what brought you here today? What made you want to
I just fancied it. So Lee came in with the offer and I was like, yeah, I'll do it. I'll crack on. Yeah, that's the only reason really.
All right.
I wanted to do it years ago in like 2020, but COVID cancelled it. So it's always been also like a bit of, I want to do it one day. So.
And this year it's going to Westminster, no COVID. We're all clear. Get the race that you wanted. Nice. All right. Awesome. Well, good luck, guys. Excited to see you out there.
A good cause. You need to talk to these guys.
Let's talk to the Escotts. Are you guys going to start together? Or are you starting separately?
Well, it looks like we're getting on the water at a similar-ish time. But...
So an accidental. This is not a pre-planned strategic.
Pre-planned, no.
Okay. Okay.
We are similar time though. If you look on the
yeah.
So maybe it was always going to be.
Okay. Very interesting. Could be an advantage for you all on the first 14 miles at least. Let's see if we can catch the.
You looked at me like I should know the answer. There. I'm not going to get hung off properly with that. He did look a bit puzzled. He looked a bit puzzled then, didn't he? I'm not going to
Could we get you on the live stream briefly? Yeah, just a quick chat. So this is Luke and Tim Escott.
Are you doing all right?
Yeah, how are you guys doing? How are you feeling?
Yeah, not too bad. Pretty calm, to be honest.
Yeah.
Nowhere near as pressured as we thought we'd be, but you know, quite nice weather as well. Quite nice weather. Wind's a bit frustrating, but
yeah,
we're hopefully kind of looking at weather that's supposed to die down a fair bit in it. So tonight should be.
Yeah, that's what I think we're all hoping.
Should be a nice Paddock down the Thames.
Yeah,
I think.
Yeah.
Hopefully. Yeah. So yeah, no, it should be. Yeah, we're looking for a bit of an enjoyable ride today, aren't we? So
okay.
Good cause as well.
What cause are you doing
So
it
we're doing it for
for?
the Stroke Association. Tim's dad, my
Okay.
uncle, had a stroke last year, so we're doing it for the Stroke Association.
So yeah, we decided to do something stupid, didn't we? And enter in this race. So yeah, but be all right. It's not the first time I've done it, but yeah, hopefully be the first time we'll make it. So,
And you all are you all going to start at the same time, do you think, as Leah
I
and
don't
Nick?
really know, to be honest. We're just, like I said, we're just going to go out, do our own thing.
Yeah.
We know what pace we need to stick to. So,
Okay.
yeah, we're not going to be burning up or anything stupid like that. So, we know what we need to do, and that's what we're going to stick to, basically.
That's the plan. Follow the plan. Don't deviate.
Exactly.
Awesome. All right. Well, best of luck.
No worries. Okay,
Excited to follow you all.
Cheers. Bye.
All right. So that was the Escots, Luke and Tim. Oh, and we've got the Dutch crew here. Okay, we'll let them get their. So this is 3 crews going off at a really similar time, just past 3:30, and they're all pretty close in speed, I would say. So it makes sense that they're all going off around the same time. Jouke and Floor, can I catch you quickly on the live stream? Hey guys, back again. How are you guys feeling about your race today? Okay.
Yeah.
What has you all are an international crew? You've come over all the way from the Netherlands, and you do a bunch of the water sides coming over. One of them this year. I know you did some last year too, so you've made a bit of a habit of this travel. What is it that's so special about this race that keeps you coming back?
I really appreciate the long winter of training.
Okay.
Keeps the demons away.
True. And it's nice the way you're together as a pair. It's a unique dynamic.
Yeah, and you all have a good partnership. You raced together last year.
Oh yes.
Yeah.
So you know each other well. You know what to expect.
Yeah, Floor is incredibly reliable,
and Jouke knows the way.
Yeah, I mean that's what you need, right? Reliable and knows the way. I think you'll be set up for success today.
Yeah, it's going to be a simple thing we're going to do the coming 19 hours.
Yeah.
Just
Aiming for under 19 hours, is that what you said? About 19? Okay, good.
Slow, yeah.
Yes. Yeah, it's not the best conditions. Hoping the headwind dies down a bit. All right, well, best of luck. We'll let you get out there.
Yeah.
All right, so that was Jouke and Floor. It is, I believe, Jouke Witten. I'm gonna have to double check my notes for this one. But Jouke has done something like 10 DWs now, I think. And for Floor, this is number 2. So they both raced together last year. Let's see if we can go catch the crews at the start. I think we might have just missed. We're just walking to the start line now. We'll be back. All right, here are Jouke and Floor at the start. I think we just missed the other 2 crews starting while we were talking to Jouke and Floor, but there they go. Strong start. Last year, these 2 had a really strong start from Devizes to Pewsey. It looks today like they've set off at a pretty good pace again, which suggests to me that it'll look pretty similar to them this year. I wondered if they maybe kind of went a bit too hard on this first section last year, but they still had a solid race. So we'll see how they go this year. Let's head back to the boat area. I think we might end up with a little bit of a break again in coverage.
Yeah, I think it's I think it's a little while because it's now just 5 boats left, I think.
5 boats left. Who do you think is going to go off next?
Hang on, let's just refresh. So, oh no, it's 6 boats. 6 boats left.
6 boats. So that will be Tom and Nushi, Joe and Brindy, Andy and Tom, Billy and John. Who are we missing off that?
So we got
Andy and Tom here, Joe and Brindy there, Billy and John, Tom and Nushi, Bob Poole and Stephen Tebbett.
Dan.
Oh, and Dan and David, of course.
Dan and David.
And Dan
So
and David.
I think the next crew off will be Dan and David or Billy.
Billy and John. Do you think they'll go before Bob Poole and Stephen Tebbett? I'm betting Poole Tebbett goes next.
So
that's my bet. It's 3:39. I think we're gonna have to wait a while.
So a couple of the older hats down here, some of the more seasoned DWers, have said they think the faster crews are being optimistic with how late they're leaving it, and underestimating how much the wind will take it out of them.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
So that's not. I don't want to be negative, but at the same time, you know that's when the old hats start saying that. That's it's certainly advice that I'd be keen to listen to if I were them.
Yeah.
But having said that, you know, these guys are these guys are experienced racers. They know their craft. They know that they know what they're doing. So it's they should know what they're doing.
Yeah.
And so let's hope the old hats are wrong. But at the same time, the old hats are old hats. They know the deal. And this is it's hard to, but he's quite a strong headwind. I don't know if it's.
It is picking up again. Yeah, and
we're in a sheltered location here, and we're feeling it.
That's true. Yeah, and a lot of the canal section here is. A lot of it is somewhat sheltered and some of it is open as well. So, I mean, they'll definitely be feeling this headwind at points, sometimes worse at certain points than others.
How exposed is the course from between here and, say, Newbury?
It depends. A lot of it is really well sheltered, but then sometimes, you know, you can be paddling along and then you turn a corner and all of a sudden there'll be like a field next to you. So when you've got the trees next to you, it might be better. And you know, the other fact is that there's not much flow this year, and there is between Newbury and Aldermaston. Obviously, you're not on the river, you're still on the canal at that point, but you do get little bits of flow coming in. And so last year and the previous year, when the flow was really high for DW, you get a nice little push in those sections. And after the long slog in the canal, it makes a lot of difference mentally. I think for the teams who've done that, you know, within the last couple of years, to then go out today and not get that push and face the headwind, it makes a section of the race, you know, the first half of the race, it's already pretty sloggy, and this just makes it even worse. And one of the hardest things is to go out there and have something different from what you're expecting.
Yeah, and this is one of those factors you just can't control, you can't mitigate for. But at the same time, I think that's where this is what the old hats are saying is, you know, you've planned this race down to the minute, but you've not planned for what you can't control, and therefore you need to be a little bit flexible. The wind is going to knock 10 seconds a kilometre out of you. That's gonna add up by the time you get to Teddington.
Yeah.
So we will see. We don't know what time the guys are starting or wanting to start, so it becomes difficult.
We've heard some different rumors and stuff, so it's hard to say exactly when. I think it'll be. I don't know if anyone's going to start earlier than 4:30, but we don't. I mean, again, we don't know, especially for Poole and. Let's see, we've got some updates to share with you all as well. So I think there was a question about Emily King's progress. Emily is doing the stages race today on a stand-up paddleboard, and she has been getting closer to Marlow, but probably has about another hour or so left. We did see Paddy McCormick, who's the other stand-up paddleboard racer, doing the stages race today. He finished earlier, and he has been doing really, really well, even though he's on a stand-up paddleboard, which is, of course, a slower craft than the canoes and kayaks, with the added challenge of facing a massive headwind throughout the day. He's actually been finishing ahead of a number of both K1s and the junior K2s. So that's really impressive paddling from Paddy. And I know Emily will be having a hard time, especially because she's built a little bit smaller as well. That makes it, I think, more difficult in that headwind to kind of push through it.
Yeah.
Exactly. And, you know, chatting with her on Paddlecast the other day, which definitely check out Paddlecast, the paddling podcast, if you haven't already. Billy and I spoke with Emily about the race and her approach to it and everything. And, you know, she's like, I'm on a sup, I'm a sail, right? And so for her, the wind makes a huge difference. And I know that's going to be tough for her today, but she did really well yesterday, and she's still out there pushing through it today. So I'm hoping, you know, optimistically, they've still got 2 days left after today. We'll see how they go. But if all goes well with the SUPs this year, hopefully we'll see the class kind of return again in future years, which would be great to see. The K1 stages race, will recap some of those results too. So it is George Durden who's been in the top leading that race. And today he has kept that top position again. He's got a pretty good gap built up now. So his total time so far is 9 hours and 53 minutes. Behind George Durden is James Walkington, who's at 10 hours and 46 minutes. And right by Walkington, we have Russell from Ireland, so an international paddler, and Zilski from Poland, and Reading Canoe Club in 10 hours 47 and 10 hours 48 minutes. And then James Williams from Runcorn Canoe Club is behind them in 10 hours and 53 minutes. So Durden has built up a really solid lead there. I expect him to keep that over the next couple of days.
I mean, he's also a very, very strong paddler.
He's an exceptional paddler.
Yeah, definitely one of Elmridge's strongest paddlers for a few years.
Yeah. But I think between the next, 1, 2, 3, 4, the next 4, K1 men behind him, that could be maybe a bit of a race, because they're only really a few minutes apart, and there's still 2 days to go. So it comes down to who can maintain it or who fatigues in the third day. Definitely, yeah.
So the fourth day is very short, isn't it?
It is. I think it's only about 10 miles. And the stages race, so the non-stop race will finish at Westminster this year. It's kind of a big deal because the race is obviously called Devizes to Westminster. And in the last few years, there's been really insanely high flow last year and the previous year. And then the previous years, there was COVID. And so that has really kind of disrupted the regular pattern of the race.
We were talking to one of the directors earlier where, full jokes in, DW as a race has taken their safety policy from what it was at its inception, which was,
nothing.
And had to bring it quite rightly into the modern age, and that does change the race. It changes its dynamics. It changes what you're allowed to do, what's safe to do, and the idea of sending out people that have only been in a boat for 6 months, trained up to DW onto the Tideway, with the conditions and the flow and the ferries that are going around, is reckless. So they brought in safety policies, which some people have complained about, but at the same time, when you actually look at it in context, they should have been in place from the beginning.
Yeah.
But hindsight is the worst superpower known to man. But it's really good to see that the DW organisers are bringing the race into the
and it's tough to do because it runs on, it's the first half is on the canal, and then you're on the river. There's different authorities that govern these bodies of water. So the canal is governed by the Canal and Rivers Trust, and then Once you get onto the Tideway below Teddington, that's the Port of London Authority, the PLA, which is more designed for commercial craft than it is for a few kayakers and canoeists.
It's used by it. Yeah.
Yes. So I think they have to kind of learn a lot about paddling probably when they talk with the race organizers. The race is doing something different this year to manage safety in the Tideway section. And this is part of why we've got the stages race finishing early at around kind of Putney Barnes area, whereas this nonstop race is going all the way to Westminster, is for those safety reasons that you were describing. And for the bit that gets close to Westminster, there was an incident 2 years ago that Kurt and Joe talked about in their interviews. If you're watching on the stream earlier, you probably saw the interview with Joe Geisinger and Kurt Slayton about their experience in 2023, where this massive, like 6-foot wave came off one of the Uber boats, one of the K2s that it hit them, and then the K2, and the K2 hit a bridge pylon, snapped in half.
Basically, it was all but snapped in half. I think there was like 3 or 4 strands left. Yeah, that was pretty. It was an impressive sight, just on the bank at Westminster, just torn in half.
Yeah.
I don't know whether they swam across the finish line or not.
But we can.
We'll find that
chase that one up.
Because I know some other races have a rule where as long as you are attached to your boat, you finish.
I think it was about a mile before the finish.
Oh,
so I think,
that is gutting. That is.
It was. I do think they were. Kurt and Joe, I think, were granted their finish, which I'm glad, because they had a really good race up until that point. But this year, the flow is obviously much lower, but it's still a pretty dangerous.
It's a commercial waterway, so
exactly.
The traffic's going to be there. The traffic's not going to stop.
And so what they've done is they've put a marshal on every Uber boat. So it was these big commercial Uber boats that are creating this giant wash. And so by working with those Uber boats directly, the race organizers are hoping to be able to get those boats to slow down, be aware of all of the paddlers, having the marshals physically there on those boats, watching the trackers, advising the boats on kind of when to slow down and watch out for the racers. It sounds extremely intensive and maybe like a tough job for those marshals to get the boat taxi drivers to slow down. But I think for the paddlers, that could make a huge difference. And it's, 125 miles in. You're not in peak form at that point. No. It's a hard thing to deal with. Let's see if we've got some other updates for you guys. Let's see. We'll be I was hoping to talk to Paul, actually. Paul, do you have a minute? Oh, in 1 minute. Okay. I want to get Paul to talk about the stand-up paddleboard class and everything. So Paul Fielden is the race director. So he's obviously having a very busy day today running the race, but we'll see if we can get him to chat about the steps. And then maybe, I think we maybe have a quick chat after that. Give us just a minute to go catch Paul, and we'll be back with you in 1 minute.
Oh,
There we go.
Oh, thank you very much. All right. Sorry, everyone. So, Paul, you are the director of the race.
I am, yes.
One of the questions I wanted to talk to you about is the introduction of
oh yeah
stand-up paddleboards to the
Through Dark.
There you go.
Director.
Yeah.
You're sponsored by Through Dark this year. Very exciting. Right. So you've introduced the stand-up paddleboards to the race this year. Can you share anything about, you know, why 2025 was the year to bring the SUPs into the Stages race?
I don't think 2025 is significant for that reason. I think the problem is the numbers are not growing as we'd want them to grow. And whilst the singles this year is 100% higher than last year, we need more paddlers. If you look at what's happening in paddle sport in the UK today, paddleboarding is just growing exponentially. There's a whole untapped market of potential DW paddlers. Okay, so I know paddleboards have done it before, not necessarily maybe being officially recognised or being given timings. This year we wanted to run a trial event. Can racing paddleboards compete with not necessarily the faster kayaks, but with the slower and the more endeavour type kayaks? And can we get them within our start and finish windows and make it an event that's attractive to them? We have to be flexible. If they, you know, we may look at our cutoff times. We just want to attract those paddle sports people, stand-up paddleboards. We may even in future look at skis. I do plenty of.
You heard it here first.
Yeah, well, I do plenty of marathon races, Hasler races in the southwest. There's usually 3 or 4 skis in those races, primarily because the conditions can be quite hairy. It's not something that we've discussed at a committee.
Okay.
But I think it's something that we have to consider.
Yeah.
We need more numbers to do this race, and we need to appeal this race to not only in the UK but internationally as well. I think if we're really serious about growing it into a much bigger event, we've got to look at all those things.
Yeah.
Doesn't mean we're going to do it. It just means we need to look at it.
Yeah.
And doing a trial event for 1 year doesn't mean it's going to be a competitive event next year. It could be. But let's see how the paddleboarders get on this year.
Okay.
Let's get the feedback. That's really key. That Paddy and Emily give us the feedback, and they've already given some indications of where they're going to find it challenging, what we might need to change, how we can incorporate them a little bit better. If we look at skis, it'll be the same thing.
Yeah.
I would really like to think that we would be open-minded, but give it due consideration, absolute proper consideration.
That is exciting. I'm going to push a little idea to you here.
Okay, go on then, fire
So
away.
I am really curious about tandem SUPs.
Yeah.
And I would say tandem SUPs is not a super well-established class elsewhere, right? We do have some races where you do have tandem SUPs that do well, but you know, if we saw competitive SUP racers on, you know, really fast tandem SUPs, do you think that could be something potentially for the nonstop in the future?
I think the non-stop has got certain challenges. Yeah?
It does, yeah.
And specifically the tide window that we have. We are. I mean, I think it's absolutely certain that all the work we've done with the PLA, all the discussions we've had, everything that we talked to with the PLA about, we're never going to go back to 2 tides on here. So we'll have an early and it's always going to be a Sunday morning tide.
Yep.
So I think the issue then is can the boats that go non-stop, can they get to that tide window? And if they can't, do we have to look at you open up start window to very early in the morning? So I was here at 5 o'clock this morning.
Yeah.
We had the Kleppers go. They're going to do 26, 28 hours. Can we? You know, what could we do if a boat was 30 hours to Teddington?
Right.
And then do we have to be? Can we be that flexible? At 3 in the morning, 1 in the morning. I think we're then probably getting on the bounds of what's reasonable to expect the volunteers to cover. We have safety cover from Wootton Rivers down. In fact, we have them at Pewsey, to be fair, all the way down. And if you're saying to these guys, you've got to be there at 3 in the morning, and then we have 300 volunteers that do all this for us. And
300
volunteers, yeah. So think about that. If you're then saying we need to double shift that, so we need 600, maybe 500 volunteers. that's a big ask on the community.
Yeah,
we're already
absolutely.
stretched to get 300. So
Yeah.
I don't think we should exclude anything. And I know my fellow committee members would say, well, hang on, we can't open all the floodgates. But we need to look at this thing. We need to be open-minded. And tandem subs, I don't know what speed they go. I don't know, there's not many about.
Yeah.
But if they say, well, we could probably do it in 20 hours, 24 hours, you might say, okay, that might be something we consider.
Yeah.
The issue with just trying to run a non-stop event is the safety cover on the Tideway.
Yeah.
We have a very finite window to have that. So everything's got to fit into the window we've currently got.
Excited to see how things develop, and I think it's helpful to hear how you all think about everything and your process. And the race has been going since 1948, and it's still evolving, right?
It honestly, it has to evolve.
Yeah.
I think I don't think I'm being controversial here, but if we don't make changes, then I can't see how the race can grow.
Yeah.
I think there's a finite population of marathon paddlers in the UK. And those, I don't know how many new paddlers come every year, probably about 30-40% have never done DW. And they're normally the challenge paddlers. They're the ones that hear about it from their running club, or they see it on Facebook, or they know their mates that have done it. That in the actual, what we call the members of the Hasler racing community, most people that are going to do it have probably had a crack at it.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
Our market is not infinite. So we need to build that market out.
Yeah.
We need to say, who else can we attract?
Yeah.
Without diminishing the value of the race.
Well, I think a lot of us have been following Emily and Patty's progress over the last today and yesterday, and I think they've been getting on really well. Patty's already done. I think Emily is nearing the finish for today. So
Paddy put an 7 and a bit hours yesterday.
Yeah.
Extraordinary. And we know Paddy's an extraordinary athlete.
Yeah.
And his training. You watched his vlogs that we put out, and he's taking it very, very seriously. Emily is not in Paddy's class, but she's certainly up there with one of the elite paddleboarders. She's taking it incredibly seriously as well. But what's good is that we can get a kind of a benchmark of where the paddleboarders are in terms of their timing. Yeah, and we've got a range.
Yeah.
And I don't know how they've got on today. I haven't seen the results of today yet. I suspect the wind had a big impact on both of them. But when I get to Reading tonight, I'll have a look at their times. The key about this year was it was a trial.
Yep.
And we have to learn what we might need to do if we want to make that a competitive class. I think the other things, talked about the race evolving. There's so much changed in the last few years, maybe 5 years. If you look at the trackers now, we've got trackers, we've got trackers. So trackers are doing the timing this year. So I'm sitting here with the clock and the timesheets, but these are now the backup.
Yeah.
These are the backup, and all the timing's being done with open tracking on the trackers. It's all done by GPS. If it goes down, of course we've got the backup.
Yeah.
But we're looking at that. We've got an incident management system now. That's all run via the open tracking system. So any incident we have anywhere on the course now, we log that electronically, and everybody out on the course, the safety, the marshals, the umpires can log into that and just see what incidents are there, what incidents are still live, what's happened, and what's been closed off. We never had that before.
Yeah.
So now I think that delivers the next level of safety
That's great.
that we need.
Yeah.
And I think the other thing is we have to deliver a safe race.
Yes.
The minute
we know
goes
that's
wrong,
always the top.
It's
priority.
always number one for us.
Yeah.
So people can maybe say we're a bit over the top on this, but we have to make sure paddler safety is number one for us.
Yeah.
Right? And therefore, whatever we do, can't compromise on that.
Well, it's been really impressive how you all have managed, these different conditions over the last few years, and it's great to see, lots of people out today and over the whole weekend, and just really exciting to see the race evolving, to see steps introduced. It's really and the high level of competition this year. It's there's so many interesting and exciting things about the race to follow. So thank you so much for your time, Paul.
No problem.
Wrong hand, sorry.
Yeah, all right,
But I appreciate you speaking with us.
That's
and
good.
looking forward to seeing how the race continues to evolve in the future.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
No
We'll let you
problem.
get back to it.
Yeah.
Cheers.
Thank you. Right.
We've got some movement, people getting changed.
All right, so it is 4:00. We've been taking our bets on when we thought people might be coming through to be the fast crews. We can see, maybe we can point the camera at the...
They're getting changed at the moment, so I wouldn't.
Oh, yep, sorry. We'll keep the camera over here and just narrate for you all. But some of the crews are still hanging around and chatting.
They're doing last minute kit checks, so
yep.
you can see over there they've got 2 cars worth of food and supplies just emptied out across 3 or 4 car parking bays, and that's true of most of the crews I can see right now.
Yeah.
So all the crews are here, I think.
Have we seen Tom and Andy come back yet?
I think so.
They,
I think they were the ones I saw getting changed. So
yeah.
the first one's off. That will be interesting.
Yeah. Very exciting. We can maybe everyone can put into the comments when they think each of the crews is going to start, or we could do order of crews. We'll be curious to see what everyone thinks.
Yeah.
John, how are you feeling?
Good.
Yeah.
All
ready to go?
All lathered up, ready to go. Yeah.
Are you all sharing your start time yet, or is it still going to stay under wraps?
I think we're just keeping our powder dry, as they say. Yeah.
You're ready when the time is right.
Yeah. So just got changed, I think, just so kind of ready. I was getting a bit cold anyway, so just got my pants on.
Nice.
Just stood here with my boxer shorts in hand. So.
That's all right. Sorry, we were about to point the camera at the car park and decided that was not the best idea for that reason. So what's brought you back again this year with Billy? You all entered a little bit late.
Yeah, well, I kind of had my eye on doing K1.
Yeah.
So I was ticking over at a pace where I could make the decision a bit later down the line.
Train just in case.
Yeah.
Yep.
And then one of our friends, Rudder, who's actually racing singles, I think he was the one who he's talking to both of us. Then we didn't actually know that we'd both be interested. He was like, so then the next thing was Billy was having a call, and here we are. So we did B and C, and it went all right.
Yeah, you all did well. You broke 2 of the veterans' records at Waterside's B and C.
Yeah, it was good. Boat felt. I mean, we jumped back in and it felt fine. The first occasion didn't, but we were in a different boat, so we went back to the boat we normally use, and it was all good.
That resolved it.
So and then I think C was the big one. Once we needed to do C.
Yeah.
Feel how that went. So not. It was one of them where we had to switch it on a bit quicker. So not as well prepped as last year. But sometimes having a big old build up for last year.
Yeah.
Which creates nerves and all that kind of thing because you've put your heart and soul into it. So but I think that going into this year, I've learnt the race, and I think I have a bit more respect for the race, and all that kind of thing.
Yeah.
So I'm
that's been my I think because you've done it now, my bet is that you're going to be just a little more comfortable.
I'm going into it with enjoyment. Like I'm a lot more like chilled, relaxed, just enjoy it.
Yeah.
Obviously paddle hard, but go from there. But we've got one of the lads from our running club, Alpine Bears. So
nice.
They're
running alongside you.
Yeah, they've been great for me all winter. I've been training with them on club nights and things. So
that's great.
For me, I've not ever done all that much running. So I think that's been a big thing. For
well,
me,
I think we all know what Billy thinks about running. I think that's anyone who's listened to Paddlecast knows how seriously Billy takes it, and I'm sure he was.
I do think he's right.
Watching your Strava.
Don't like saying it, but I think he was right.
Ooh, okay, we'll see. We'll expect you all to have some fast portages.
Yeah, well, I don't know about fast portages, it is
consistent portages.
Consistent, yeah. There's 77 of them, so let's take it easy.
That's true.
No, ready. Yeah.
Good.
Just the last few bits and bobs now, and a bit more food.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we're off. So.
Awesome. All right, we'll catch you again in a bit. Good luck, John. So Jon O'Grady and Billy Butler will be at it again this year. They raced last year as well when they finished second behind Tom and Anoushka. And Billy has done DW a lot, and John did his first DW last year. So as we were just saying, I really think the fact that John raced last year is going to make a pretty big difference in his experience of the race this year. I think he's going into it, as he said, just a little bit more calm, more relaxed, and he knows what to expect. So that can make all the difference, and we were chatting earlier on the live stream too about, is it better to be calm and relaxed? Is it better to have a little bit more of, adrenaline, a little bit on edge? It is really personal for each of these paddlers. So it can definitely, you want to be in the right sort of mindset for what works for you. That right balance between calm and just a little bit of that adrenaline to keep you going and get you to the right kind of state. See, I wonder if we can chat with, I'm not sure if we'll be able to chat with some of the other paddlers as they're getting ready here, because they'll be prioritizing their
camping experience.
So that is Dan Palmer there getting the boat prepped. It looks like they are going to be wearing spray decks. Oh, we've got some updates for you that I can share from the other races that are going on. So the C2s, so this is a battle I'm really excited to follow. The C2s are heading towards Pewsey, and they are pacing within 2 minutes of each other so far. That is incredibly tight. So we saw the crew of Dylan Kirk and Andy Hall set off first at 3:15. And then we saw the crew of Mike Thornton and Sam Bowen set off 10 minutes after them. So if they are pacing within 2 minutes of each other to Pewsey, right, this is, they started so close to each other that there is going to be a really serious question of whether one boat is going to be able to catch up the other one or not. Oh, you all are starting. Okay. All right. You can't leave until you talk to us on the live stream. All right. That way is allowed. So Dan and David are heading off on a little recce. Are they going?
Yeah, that was humor.
That was humor. Okay.
DW is a train.
You think they're ready for it?
Well, they're a bit kitted up to be
doing a recce?
Yeah.
All right, let's go check out the situation and see what we can get. So actually, let me grab this, and then maybe we could take that to start even.
Yeah.
All right, so do we think Dan and David were joking and they are actually starting?
They've skipped the GPS. Yeah, they've skipped the GPS tracking, so they
Yeah,
weren't,
they
they
are
weren't
going for
joking.
warm-up.
My apologies.
Okay, all right. We've got different senses of humor.
That's a very, very interesting weed deflector. I've got my eye on that.
Oh, let's see.
So I haven't seen this since the 80s, this little trick.
This is Billy and Jon's boat, Billy Butler and Jon O'Grady. Billy is the co-host of Paddlecast, which is our paddling podcast that you should check out if you haven't already. So what have we got here? Is this a coat hanger?
It looks like a coat hanger that's been fashioned in such a way that it gives a little bit of extra weed deflection. I don't know how well it works, but if Billy's done it, I'm sure it works. Oh, it works. There we go. From the
Billy
man himself, it works. So what are you doing right now?
I put my buoyancy aid on to check that the stuff that's in the back of my buoyancy aid is comfortable. A small boat repair kit, a survival bag, and a gel. And then I'm just putting the rest of the survival bag stuff in the boat.
All right. We I think the boat fixing kit in the boat is definitely a strong choice.
Rudder wire, two cable clamps, a screwdriver, and that's about it. But
Is that
about what I'd suggest? Yeah.
All right.
At an absolute minimum, because if your rudder, pedals as well. Yes. That is by far the predominant steering method this year. At an absolute minimum, because if your rudder wire snaps, which is the most likely thing to go on the boat other than having to replace the rudder, you're going to need a screwdriver. So there are one or two crews here that
And an Allen key.
and an Allen key.
Yeah.
There are one or two crews out here who have just an Allen key,
Ooh,
and that's
okay.
high risk. And I can even tell you that Allen key doesn't fit the boat.
Oh dear. All right. I think Henry knows too much about this for us to
Sorry.
share. All right. We've got Dan and David back from their quick recce. I think we are going to take a short break on the stream and put up the leaderboard. And then we will be back with you when the quick crews are ready to go, which hard to say when that's going to be, but some of them could go within the next 30 minutes maybe, but we'll be with you when they do. Oh, and just another update for you. If you are following Emily King on Stand Up Paddleboard today, she has just finished day 2. So her time total across the 2 days is 18 hours, 12 minutes. So really hard work for Emily going into a headwind again today. But great to see her continuing to tick along. And you can go back and watch our interview with Paul Fielden, the race director, about sort of why the DW has finally added a class for SUPs and what their kind of overall approach and strategy is to the future of stand-up paddleboarders in DW, which personally is something that I'm really excited to see. So I think we'll have the leaderboard coming up in just a minute.
As Betsy said, we're just going to take a quick break right now while we look at the leaderboard through Pewsey from about 45 minutes ago. We'll be getting an updated leaderboard for the senior doubles in the next couple of minutes, and we'll also have a full updated leaderboard from the stage races as all of those crews are wrapping up day 2 there. So in the next 20 to 30 minutes, we'll have a full update of the stage races, give a little recap there, and we'll be looking for the last senior doubles crews to kick things off here today in the DW.
So we're just waiting to get the leaderboard ready for you all, but we might see Dan and David going off soon since they've gone and done their little warm-up. So they could be the next boat to start. This is very much like last year, except with more boats, where it was really kind of a game of chicken here. And it sounds like Tom and Andy are back, but I haven't seen them down here. They don't need to be here because they've already did their boat check earlier. And I just want to show off again their Tango Charlie light. So Andy Birkett and Tom Simmons are using Tango Charlie today, which is great to see. So this is the rear light for Tango Charlie, and Tango Charlie is sponsoring our coverage of the live stream. So thank you so much to Tango Charlie. They make lights that are designed by a paddler for paddlers. And it's great to have Tango Charlie sponsoring us today. And if you haven't already submitted your predictions in the form, so there's a Google form that we have for Paddle Daily race predictions for how you think the race is going to shake out today. You can submit your predictions, and the top 10 most accurate predictions will get a Paddle Daily sticker. I'll see if I can show off one of those again. And whoever has the most accurate predictions, so one person, will be getting a Tango Charlie light, which is pretty darn exciting because they're really good lights. I'm going to show off this Paddle Daily sticker here on Billy and John's boat. And I'll give a shout out as well to Lock 67. So Paddler Paul Stenning helped print our stickers on a very quick turnaround. So thank you to Paul for that.
No.
There we go. Right, we'll just. It's not lightning. Right, well, we're just starting to see some of the crews getting last minute. So they've just had a quick warm up, last minute bit of Vaseline around the neck. I think they're going to jump on the water in a minute. All the crews. I still actually haven't seen Birkett and Tom yet. So we'll see when when they arrive. But yeah, all the other crews are here. But it looks like Birkett is staying true to what we predicted, which is to rock up.
Nap, isn't he?
Rock up at the very, very last moment, and then head off with a second's notice.
I think there's a real question here as well that we talked about earlier, but whether these crews are leaving it too late or whether they've got it at the right time.
Yeah, so like we said earlier, some of the old hats have made some throwaway remarks that some of these crews left here are being a bit brave, leaving it so late to leave, and they're underestimating what the wind's going to do to them. And so, you know, we hope they're wrong, but at the same time, they are old hats for a reason, and we will see what happens. I'd like to think a lot of these crews are experienced enough that they take that into account without any issue, but at the same time, sorry, just plugging in the microphone to my there we go. Hopefully that is working. Is that working? Betsy, you got the microphones. Is it working?
It looks like
Yes, there we go. Yes, there we go. Yeah, so hopefully the old hats are mistaken, and that these crews have accounted for the wind. But like I say, it's an easy mistake to overlook when you're calculating every single possible thing that's under your control. It's easy to overlook what's not in your control. You've got Billy still doing some last minute adjustments to his K2. We've got the surf wax. We've got the surf wax going on to Joe and Brindy's K2. So this is just a layer of surf wax, so that when they portage and the boat goes up on the shoulders, it doesn't slip around too much. Might give them some sticky shoulders, but but a sticky shoulders is much better than a dropped boat.
I can say from experience that's improved. Brindy, can we ask you a little bit about your this? Sure. What kind of boat prep are you doing now?
I was about to put my gels on. Okay. I just waxed the back of the board there. Yeah. Made nice that I can boats moving. I wouldn't tell it. Earlier was quite sunny actually, so the wax was melting. Yeah. Wax because it's cold here, but apparently not at 2 in the afternoon today. Oh my gosh. Yeah. I thought cold water wax is actually what we'll need, but yeah.
How are you feeling about the race?
Yeah. Feeling good. I think Joe and I really focused on our own race, and we were prepared so much. We thought about so much. It'll be fun to just go out there and see what happens. I guess. Yeah.
Finally see the culmination.
I don't know how to put it, but like I feel like we've worked really hard, and I'd like us to just focus on a race that we'll be really proud of, that reflects the hard work. So yeah.
Nice. Well, that 100-kilometer training pattern, it's a lot of mileage that's getting a lot of time.
Yeah, I mean,
we know you can.
There was a lot of flow, so it was. Why not just carry on to 100?
Why not? No, I love that. That's great. Well, we'll come back around to you all again a little bit later.
Sure.
Excited to see you. It's very exciting. Oh,
Still got Dan looking pretty relaxed up there.
Put it on, but
How much are you going to pay us?
Oh, we got the gels going on here as well.
Unless you find it.
So these guys look like they're heavily sponsored and supported by Precision Hydration.
Johnny Tie.
Yeah. So Johnny Ty, one of the founders of Precision Hydration, is a paddler. So yeah, there's a lot of personal contacts to that, which is handy for these guys. I'm sorry, I'm just getting in the way. Yeah, back out of it. Still absolutely no sign of Andy and Tom. So yeah, it's
this common issues boat over here.
just tough.
They've got their gels taped on. So yeah, as Brindy was saying, they are taping on their gels right now. And they'll probably use those. They'll have feeds throughout the race. So their support team will be feeding them. So they don't really need to carry much food and fuel with them. But it is nice for them to have the...
You say that, but Anoushka's got a full lunch on the back here. Like that's
that's a fair bit of food. And it does come in handy if you end up in a situation where, you know, let's say something goes wrong, your support crew misses you somewhere potentially, and you might want to have extra food. So that could be why they
double watching as well, just to make sure.
Yep, got to get it on Strava.
Yeah, if it's not Strava, it doesn't count. But also, will that be start one and then when that dies, the other one takes over? I wonder.
Yeah.
Or yeah, double recording for all those precious segments.
Yeah, exactly.
Um,
And you know, we've been talking about the headwind a lot today, but the times that we've seen so far going through Pewsey are really not too bad. They've been pretty decent. So it seems like maybe the headwind is not as impactful as we thought. You know, we were talking about how sheltered they are. They are relatively sheltered along this stretch of the canal. So maybe we've overstated how bad the headwind is.
I've just spotted a Steve Baker in the background there. Old DW legend. Here we go. We got movement. Oh, we got photo. That's what we.
So I think we're gonna have to try and catch them for an interview.
You got plenty of preparation.
All right. Got a hug before they go. Hey, can we catch you all for a quick interview, or are you all
Go for it, I think.
you're gonna go for it? Okay. We're gonna have to run to the start to catch them, it looks like. So there is David Horkin and Dan Palmer. So this is a really strong crew. They have been getting in the boat together at Waterside D. So Dan is based in Cornwall, David's based in Ireland, which makes it challenging to train together, but they have a ton of DW experience. So they really know what they're doing with this race. And Dan has never not podiumed at DW. Which I think he doesn't, famous last words. So hopefully he's able to keep that record up. He just said they're waiting for Billy. So we could see Dan and David starting with Billy. I do think there's a chance. We're getting some shout outs for Dan and David in the chat. That is great.
So what's happening here is they've put their boat in, but they're planning on doing the course with Billy. He's not ready yet.
I'd be surprised if Billy and John go with Dan and David. I think this would be advantageous for both of them.
Yes, well, it looks like it's been premeditated.
It
So they're
does.
just having an argument now as to whether or not the boat can be in the control area
Without their
without getting onto the water just yet. So yeah, but
Okay. Now, I will say, we saw this last year. Billy and Jon can be ready in like an instant. So
They are there. They are dressed. They are putting on the last things.
yeah, that looks like they're going to be here in just a minute. Wow. Okay. So I am really excited that we have got two of these crews going together, two of the top
And this
5, doesn't it? Top 6.
So
1,
if
2,
these
3,
guys
4, 5,
share
6.
washers.
Yeah.
And share leads. That means they can rest more.
Yeah.
And the more you can rest, the more you can hold the pace. So the only thing you've really got to make sure of is that the opposite crew paddles and leads out faster than what you would rest at if they weren't there. As long as they do, you've got an advantage, or free speed, as rowers would call it.
Yes.
Now this changes things because they're obviously in a different category. So Dan's boat is looking to edge onto the podium. And Billy's boat is looking to edge onto the vets.
Yeah.
First place.
Yeah.
So those two teaming up means they're not directly challenging each other. But at the same time, because they can afford to help each other and gain advantage from each other. So this is a welcome.
Yellow again. Yeah, and we've just gotten an update that Kat and Fee and Ben and Paul are the two fastest boats through Pewsey so far. And it's not surprising, but they are also wash hanging together. So not only is that going to be a testament to the strength of those two crews, but that also tells you that that wash hanging it makes a big difference, especially on this first section of the race.
So I don't know the exact science behind it, but it's something around 30% efficiency.
30% is massive, especially over the more distance and time you add.
Simultaneously removing a bow wave that you're having to plow through.
Yep.
Whilst also gaining a push. So yes, for those who aren't necessarily paddlers watching this, wash hanging is the equivalent of slipstreaming.
Yes.
Bike.
So when you see like the cycling peloton. David, can we entice you into a brief chat, or are you? Yeah. Oh, good. All right, David. How are you feeling about your race? Yes, we've got Dan too. Okay. See, this is great. Billy is slowing things down to get time with you. How are you guys feeling about your race today?
Yeah, good. Yeah, it's going to be tough. It's going to be a long one, but yeah, tough. But it's the same for everyone. So it's nice. It's sunny right now, so we just don't think about it too much. Get on.
Yeah. And how did you all come together as a team? You live in very different places, but you're both very good, experienced paddlers.
3DW, really, isn't it? Yeah, we were pretty close in time in 2023, and so yeah, decided why not.
So DW in different boats brought you to DW in the same boat.
Yeah, happens a lot. A tough battle on one race brought us together on another. So yeah, hopefully we can give other people a tough battle.
Yeah. And you all are starting with Billy and Jon. Can we hear a little bit about that strategy? When that was agreed?
It's just that we're similar. We have similar projections, so we said it'd be sociable, and everyone. Have you got your jokes ready, guys?
No, we ain't thought.
Oh, damn.
Okay, there's Billy and Jon. Okay, everything is moving here. Do you guys have 1 minute?
Yeah.
1 minute. How are you feeling about the race? Goals today?
Okay. I haven't been particularly well the last 2 weeks, so we're going to go a little bit earlier.
Yep.
We're a bit worried about the headwind. We'd like a bit more flow, but you can't have that every year. We're feeling okay. Yeah, good. Yeah.
Good. Awesome. Okay, good luck. I'm going to go run to the start as fast as I can, so don't paddle too quick.
Cool.
Good luck, guys.
Get to the start, yeah? Okay.
Good luck, everyone. Really excited to see you guys out there. All right, we're going to run to the start line now. Here we go.
They're not yet.
Yeah, but once they get on the water, they
still not going to happen.
move. They move. It always sneaks up on me how fast some of these boats move to the start line.
But it is a welcome surprise to see those two
starting together.
starting
I'm really
together.
excited. And I think
it does change the dynamics a little bit.
oh, it does. It's going to be a huge advantage for both of them. And especially if they stay together beyond Pewsey. And you heard from Billy, he's not been well the last couple of days, which I think could be a little bit challenging for them. You know, knowing Billy, he's going to push through it regardless, but it's still going to be tough. So, all right, we've made it to the start line. We have an update for you as well. So M has jumped ahead to Pewsey to report from there, where Kat and Fee and Ben and Paul have already gone through. So I think we will maybe cut that in. Should we get a better angle maybe?
Yeah.
Let's see if we can, I picked the wrong side to go through here. We're just gonna, all right. Sorry.
Let's throw it out.
Okay, so we have gotten over to the start line. All right, and we're waiting for Billy and Jon and
Ooh, lights on already.
yeah, it's not going to get dark for ages, so. All right, they're ready for it though. So here's.
Oh, unless you're going to do it. Nah.
Billy and Jon and David and Dan. So really smart of these two boats to be starting together.
You go first, Billy. You go first. James. Who's going to... So who's the first boat? Who's going first? Who's the first boat?
Okay, a little bit of drama here.
372. We just roll through. Start my watch, John.
Okay, watch as you start.
First to go, Phil. Yeah, off you go. Right.
There we go.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
All right, let's see how they're, yep, they'll be wash hanging. Just losing them in the distance there. So, yeah, those two crews will be wash hanging, just trying to catch sight of them in the distance. It looks like they are still next to each other. Yep. So, yeah, really smart decision for them. This could definitely put them at an advantage. I'd say where it's probably going to make the biggest difference, because they don't have quite the speed that the top three crews have, which I think they'll happily tell you, and you can look at the waterside warm-up race results to see that evidenced. But I think especially versus Bob Poole and Stephen Tebbett, who will also be starting soon, I expect. This is going to give an advantage to Billy and Jon and Dan and David, who otherwise would be fighting for that, probably third or fourth position, depending on what happens with those top three boats.
Well,
So,
I think all assumptions made that no complications happen, then the top three boats would be the top three boats.
yeah,
And so, it's a fight between them who's getting fourth. And at that point, by going off together, they've actually secured, they've narrowed that gap even further into third place.
definitely.
So what was a tight race is now even tighter.
It really could be.
We've finally got sights on Andrew Birkett.
Okay.
He's in the car park.
There's Tom Simmons. Yep, Andy in the car park.
It's getting intense now.
All right, I'm gonna make sure we have a chance. Should we see if we could talk to Bob and Stephen?
Yeah, sure. Tom Sharpe still fully dressed, so no plans on
Race day shirt in uniform.
What's going on here? Can't hide. Can't crawl. What do you want? Bob's trying to like get away from the race by crawling inside the boat.
Strategy we haven't seen so far.
That's the first time thing.
When will be a good time for us to catch you all for a quick chat? All right, we'll give you a few minutes and come back. We'll give you a few minutes and come back. Always last minute adjustments happening.
I'm going to say it's nice to see someone else in that position once.
That's normally you, right? Okay. And I think we've got M in Pewsey as well, who has just watched Cat and Fee go through, as well as Ben and Paul. So it sounds like they're still paddling together at Pewsey. Yeah, and moving really quick.
Again, the advantage of sharing watches really paying off. Over this sort of distance, it doesn't matter what resistance it drops.
Yeah.
It drops resistance, and that's just going to add up.
All right, I think we've got M in.
Hi guys, can you hear me?
Hey Em, yeah, we can hear you.
Hello, I am in Pewsey at the moment, and in fact what you guys are seeing at the moment is what happened about 5 minutes ago-ish, and that is the cruise that we actually saw at the start.
Hello guys!
Cat and Fee and Ben and Paul, who are still together. Quick little feed stop for the ladies. Looking really nice, really strong. So we're only 11.5 miles in at the moment, so really good sort of spot to be able to get a feed. Pewsey is actually a checkpoint anyway, so that will come through. It looks like we've not got any more crews coming through for the moment, but I was just having a quick look on the tracker, which for those watching at home, you can have a look on the DW website as well. But it looks like sort of crews are starting to bunch up a bit now as well. Obviously, some boats haven't left yet still from Devizes, which are the ones that you are still chatting to. But yeah, it's looking like things are going, certainly for the ones that have already started, things are going well at the moment. So let's see what happens.
Sounds good. Thanks, Em.
Yeah, so it sounds good. Yeah, things are getting interesting here, but we still don't have much movement between the top guys. Of the 1, 2, 3, 4 boats left, I do think the way boat will be next. Certainly scurrying a lot more.
I thought it was really interesting what Billy was saying about leaving. Clearly, they'd as a boat had planned to leave later, but they've taken into account the conditions and the fact that Billy mentioned that he'd been unwell for the last couple of weeks. So I think that was really interesting that they've changed their start time to account for that, which I'm not sure some are doing at the moment.
That's what we've been debating.
Did he share what he's been unwell with?
I don't want to share.
You don't want to share.
I think we don't need to know.
Okay. Well, you know, I just thought it's something he's put out public. It's something he's put out public. If it isn't, then
I think it's just been a bad cold. I know he had an injury over the winter, but I think he's managed that pretty effectively.
Fair enough.
No, I think I had bet that Billy and Jon would go later, and that was based on what they did last year, right? So last year they were the last crew to leave, and they were the last crew to finish as well, or the last of the quick crews to finish last year. I think they've just taken a very practical approach, as you're saying, right, with the planning around, you know that you've been a bit ill, you know that there's a headwind. I think he's probably recognized that last year. I'm not sure if they went quite as fast as they had planned last year on schedule, so maybe adjusting to that a bit. He and Jon haven't spent quite as much time on the boat together leading up to this year, which we spoke a bit about earlier. So it's really smart decision, I think, for them to go early. I mean, we could be proved wrong, right? If they end up earlier in the tide window than they
I mean, we
wanted
could
to be.
be. Ultimately, I think that is really the job of their support crew. So their support crew should be keeping an eye on it. I know I can't just remember actually if they've got watches on their boat, but their support crew should be keeping an eye. Okay, they do. So they'll obviously have real time info. Yeah.
Billy is very tech keen.
So obviously they'll have real time info as to they'll know what time they need to be aiming for, and they will know sort of what kind of margins they've got, so they will be able to keep it. Their support crew will also know. Their support crew will be behind the scenes number crunching, so that will definitely play a huge part. Oh, I'm gonna get run over, sorry guys. The issues with being actually on the canal path. But anyway, yeah, I think it's really interesting, and ultimately they know what they're capable of, or should know what they're capable of, and so they should also know. They'll have worked out their timings.
Yeah.
Okay,
in
so
terms of leaving earlier.
Just going to interrupt quickly there.
Yeah,
We've got behind me, Joe is changed. He just has a pair of trousers over the top, so he is literally 2 items of clothing ready to go. Noosh is just getting changed now, just off camera. So it looks like they're okay.
I think Bob is getting.
And Paul's just putting on his top layers now.
We're about to be. I think we're about to be pretty busy.
Yeah, I think we're about to be super busy.
Leaderboard update. So why don't we pop the leaderboard update up on screen quickly? And it looks like the quickest team through so far is Kat Fee, along with Ben Webb and Paul Baker. And then Eric Verducht and Monique Bessinger. So they are the Belgian crew who we spoke about earlier, are the next fastest. So the top 3 times through Pewsey, 1 hour 48 minutes, 1 hour 49 minutes, 1 hour 53. These are pretty good times from these levels of crews. So again, it seems like maybe that headwind is not as bad as we kind of expected it to be. I think Rebecca Bird and Al Pipe, they're in 5th right now, behind John Cameron and Robert Bala. And Rebecca and Al will probably be a little bit
As in, you're covering the mic.
Sorry about that.
No,
Sorry about the audio there. We might be a little bit stressed that they've. It looks like they're at risk of potentially not getting that 3rd spot in mixed, and the Century Cup is at risk too. So I know that was something that they talked about being a potential challenge for them.
So everything is winding down here now. The gates around the paddock have gone, curtain have gone, Miles Sport have gone as well. So we've got last minute additions going into that boat, just strapping in the spare kit in the middle there. Joe is, like I say, changed. I haven't seen Brindy yet.
She's probably off.
Anoushka Freeman's changed. I haven't seen Tom.
Why don't we recap for anyone who wasn't listening earlier or followed along, why it is these top crews are so close? What makes them?
There's an Andy.
There's Andy. Okay. He's looking changed and close to ready.
Yeah.
So let's start with Andy and Tom. Really top quality paddlers here.
And they on paper are the fastest crew through the water.
I think the only reason they were 2 minutes behind Joe and Brindy and Tom and Nushi at Waterside D is because they all started together, which probably benefited the 2 mixed crews a little bit more.
And they took a swim.
And then they took a swim near the end.
So to only be 2 minutes down after a swim is again pretty impressive.
I did hear that they were catching up after that swim, which happened very close to the end. So I think they're we've potentially underrated them a little bit. You know, if you listen to the Paddlecast episode where Billy and I did our DW preview and kind of ranked how we thought everyone would finish, we've maybe slightly underrated them. They did race last year and didn't get a finish last year, but we could be, you know, discounting the impact of that, because if anything, it's probably motivating them more to finish this year.
And I think the phrase you're going to hear us use a lot is, if nothing goes wrong.
Yes.
These guys are a very, very, very strong crew. And and if nothing goes wrong, on paper, they should be winning it.
Yeah.
But it's 125 miles. It's 201 kilometers. It's a very long race. Things don't need to go drastically wrong in order to severely hemorrhage that target time. So not accounting for a wind or being susceptible to a headwind will change things. Having a weed on your rudder will change things.
Yeah.
So when we say things go wrong, we're not talking boat snap in half. We're talking
most of the time
minor inconvenience might be enough to really, really change the results. And that's really going back to what we're saying about the crews being so tight this year. Is weed on the rudder could be enough to change people's standings.
Seriously, which is, I mean, and you know, Billy and John have that coat hanger weed deflector on their boat. I don't see any weed deflectors on any of the other boats.
Well, I'm going to go out on a limb here and say that Billy's K2 nose had been modified quite heavily, and rather than deflecting weeds, it picked up more instead. So other boats don't need the coat hanger because they don't.
This is why we have the boat expert.
Yeah.
Did you guys notice on the front of Dave and Dan's boat there's a little wave deflector as well?
Right.
Up
the front. Yeah. No. So we've seen a couple of wave deflectors. So if I've got one here. So this is Joe and Brindy's boat. So yeah, it's full sponsorship here, Ribena. That is a Ribena bottle that has been cut straight down the middle and then refashioned to create a wave deflector. I'm going to go and use the age-old adage, it's not stupid if it works. But at the same time, that's quite an aggressive bit of kit. I don't know if I'd have gone with something quite as big as that. But the use of wave deflectors, I'm not saying is contentious. It's not contentious at all. The use of wave deflectors may not give the advantage that people think. As soon as water hits the wave deflector, it slows the boat down dramatically, really, really, really dramatically. So having a wave deflector, yes, might stop water coming into the boat, but it does also slow you down. So it just depends whether or not filling up with water is worse than coming to a dead stop, and making an educated guess as to whether or not the wave deflector is effective for you. I would often argue on a surf ski, which is where you more often see wave deflectors, that wave deflectors aren't necessarily the best tool. But we will see. We'll see what happens. This may be a new trend that that comes in. We're gonna
just change the audio. Give us just a second here.
There.
Audio now.
Well, while you're doing that, things are getting a little bit hotter over here. So we've got lots of support crews coming. I've just been having a chat with some of them actually, and we don't know at the moment if the crews that are coming through, because there is a sort of clump of crews that are going to be coming through. We don't know if they are going to stop or not. They've been talking to other support crews along the way who have clearly been able to sort of hang over bridges and things. And talk to them. So it will be interesting to see. They're not too far away now, the first few boats, which includes quite sort of some of the ones that we actually saw going off. We've got 356, the bad boys. We've got the international crew. So yeah, it could get exciting relatively soon. We're actually expecting them. It's probably going to be another 15 minutes over here in Pewsey, but yeah, let's see if anyone else leaves Devizes during that time as well.
Yeah, I don't know. I think we could see them leave within the next 15 minutes, potentially.
I think maybe, yeah, certainly we'll see at least one crew go in the next 15 minutes. Tom Sharpe is now changed, which is I say, a good sign. Noosh is changed with a jacket on, so they're ready just to strip off and go. But Paul is ready in his lovely shiny wave vest. That is.
I thought they were maybe going to go a little earlier, but they're still.
I thought they would have gone soon as well, but actually.
They could be waiting for some of the other crews, maybe.
Quite possibly, and this goes back to how tight this is. These guys haven't put anything up on Strava. They've not been to too many races. I'm not suggesting they've been training in secret, but they've certainly not been public about it. And I have had the pleasure of paddling with Bob Paul for a year or so. And I can tell you, he is fast. He is strong. I've known him paddle half marathon to go do a race to paddle a half marathon back.
Wow.
And his splits were relatively even for the paddle there and back.
And at a quick pace too, I expect.
And did a pace faster than I could hang on a wash. Yeah, by a long way. So
you don't think he'll struggle with the I mean, I think this is his first non-stop DW.
I think it's his first non-stop DW. He's done a K1. But like I say, he is a very strong paddler. So he is really not to be underestimated. I joked very much with Betsy when she first saw the name. Bob Paul really is quite strong, and should not be underestimated. Just phenomenal cruise speed. That would just leave most people just gasping for breath, and he's just sitting there going, "Come along, what's the problem?"
Oh, I've got a question that's come through from Dan Johnson, a very quick paddler himself, on the sprint side about, do the top crews keep their start times secret from each other in such a tight race this year? So this is like the question, right? So we have been behind the scenes trying to nail down everyone's start times. It has been near impossible. Oh, it looks like Bob and Steven might be ready.
Yeah, looks like they're going.
I'll grab the paddle, the amazing paddle mic.
The daily paddle.
The daily. Hey, can we chat with you guys?
Yeah, sorry. We were
you've got something important going on.
Yeah, we're a bit nervous. So.
Yeah, how are you feeling? A little bit nervous?
I want to get going.
Okay.
I feel once we get going, I've done quite a bit of canoeing. It's business as usual. It's a long way, blah blah blah, but I won't be dealing with all of this.
Yeah.
I'll be outside doing
You've done one, right?
a few summers ago. Yeah.
And this will be your first non-stop.
Yeah. Steve has very kindly stepped
You as well. Yeah. Okay. Right. How well have you all been? I saw you at Waterside.
I think we've been training pretty consistently.
We've been doing
the last 6 months. We haven't been able to make so many of the races. We've both got family commitments, so it's a bit hard to get out and do that.
We've been quietly doing our thing.
That's kind of what there's been some speculation. You all have been kind of training a little bit quietly between
It's because we can train together.
Yeah, I think that's all.
I think at the same club, so we get out, get the boat out together a few times a week. It's good. So we can be quite consistent.
And is this will be your first ultra paddle as well for both of you? What's the longest distance that you've done at one time?
Be the same. You took a bit longer.
This is about we did a 7K session. That's it.
Done other stuff, but not
paddling. Done a few. Oh yeah, you've got
non-paddling, but not.
Oh, okay, in ultra running.
running,
Yep.
biking.
Okay, so you're coming in with a strong running background as well.
Medium.
All right. And how are you guys rating yourself? These are some really top quality crews out here.
What do I want to say? I think we'll be there or thereabouts. I think there's some guys who probably say, yeah, they're stronger than us, and I think we're fair to say maybe a bit superior. We did Waterside Sea. We don't know where we lost at the time.
Yeah. We'll let the paddling do the talking.
Yeah, well,
it's a long way.
Yeah.
An unknown journey.
Yeah,
So anything can happen.
Yeah.
Back to us. So I think we've got a plan.
Yeah, we want. Yeah.
And what was your motivation for signing up? Yeah.
It's always been since I've done in K1. It's always a thing I've wanted to do. It's always quite a thing to get to the line, and I think Steve just said yes down the club. Sorry, mate.
I supported Fendis about 20 years ago.
Okay.
Before I ever did anything like that. And I think it's always been there in the back of my mind, seeing them do it. It's pretty impressive. Whether I could go and do the same. Find out.
Yeah. Well, it'll be a huge accomplishment, so I'm really excited.
We got to get down there.
You starting soon?
Trying to do it soonish.
Okay.
Starts now, isn't it?
Coordinated with any of the other groups, or is it?
Not really. There's a lot of I'm going here, I'm going there. I can't believe it when they go through the bridge. So,
Yeah.
that's where I'm at.
That was the lesson we learned last year.
Yeah,
I think is you gotta wait till it actually happens.
Yeah. I think the guys they seem to have some agreement going on between them. We're not, not hard.
But you're paying attention. You've got your own plan.
I'm not in my jeans.
Sounds like you watched our stream last year. That's what we.
I don't. Sorry.
Yes, that's the. But really excited to see you all race and hopefully get your first.
Just want to get around.
DW time.
No, thanks for all this. Appreciate it.
Awesome.
Yeah,
Thank you
have a
so much. Best of luck. See you out there. All right. What do you? Sorry, we'll just sort the audio first.
So yeah.
Yeah. What do you think? Let's see if we can put ourselves on camera here, maybe, and give you all a view of the. Oh, let's see. All right. Well, Henry, you can stand on camera for a minute. Let's chat about the Bob and Stephen. What did you think about what they said, having paddled with Bob for a long time?
I've not paddled with Bob, but
Previously, yeah.
Previously, I when you say paddled with Bob, it means being left in his wake. Like I say, he's a very, very strong paddler, very, very high cruise speed, which he can just maintain. And it sounds like his partner, Stephen, he comes from ultra distance running, ultra distance cycling, both of which, in terms of fitness and just sustaining that sort of pace and energy output, he's going to feed straight over. For me, these are, as soon as I saw those names put forward, I said, not these are the ones to watch, but I said, these are the guys unexpectedly forth and very ready to take podiums should any fast three let the guard down. Having said that, I'd potentially even go as far as saying to guys, if they match up with my memories, I've got the potential to upset that.
Yeah. It's interesting because they didn't have the quickest waterside sea, but they're still fast paddlers, so it definitely remains to be seen how fast they can go against these crews and for such a long time. Let's try that. All right, let's see what the other.
Yeah, BAs are going on. Last minute adjustments going in. So we are getting very close to these guys. Very interesting if Joe and Brindley go before. It'll be very interesting if Joe and Brindley go before Bob, Paul, and Stephen.
Yeah, Joe and Brendy are looking like
Scouting
they're
out the
getting
competition
ready.
now.
No, I was trying to find a loo in there.
Okay, and then yeah.
We are here that late. They've shut everything down. The paddlers are going to have to find a bush.
Okay, so yeah, Joe and Brindy look like they are getting close to final preparations. And Andy and Tom are, I think, getting pretty close as well.
Yeah.
And then I think M should have the canoes coming through soon.
So we got, Joe, Brindy look like they're just about to jump on the water. Andy and Tom look like they are just about ready to jump on the water. Bob and Stephen look like they are just about ready to jump on the water. The only people that haven't actually been down to their boat yet
it's Tom and Nishi.
Nish and Tom. But having said that, their boat was only 2 weeks ago. So
That's true.
We really are maybe go at the same time.
I don't think they'll
Oh, it's my
all go
first
at the
week
same
there.
time. Yeah, but I don't know if I believe these crews. Okay, so going back to the question, the crews they have been keeping their start times secret, but I think they also decided that they did actually want to kind of chat with each other a bit and try and coordinate. Because it is what we saw last year was a total game of chicken where everyone was trying to leave it for the last minute. And I think that was maybe a little bit stressful for Billy, John, and Tom and Andy. And I think Nishi and Tom made better.
And also that game of chicken, it doesn't help anyone. It doesn't help the race. No one's getting a faster time playing head games with each other.
Yeah.
Whereas you can get a faster time by working together. But then there's no friends in a race.
Yeah. No.
So,
So
how
it's a
much
tough.
do you help the people that you want to be?
I think they've been. I think they have. They've coordinated to leave at separate times. Oh yeah. Let's see. We're gonna get the pre-race photo done for Bob and Steve. There we go. So they are probably. Here we go.
Sorry.
Everyone's got to get their pre-race photo done. I do think it's going to be challenging for them having not done the race before. I'm hoping they've scouted a lot of the course. I think they probably have done quite a lot of scouting, which is good. And that's gonna help them out because it's a tough race to do, especially with two people for whom it's their first straight through DW. I think the fact that Bob has done it K1 will help, but I think that was a few years ago. And it's, you really ideally want to be doing this race with at least one of you in the boat having done the nonstop or, just having a ton of experience with the race. So it's definitely, I think that's going to be a challenge for them. So we'll see how they go with that. Let's see. I think we've got a stages race leaderboard update. If you're, don't go away from the stream because we're about to see the most exciting part of the day. We just don't know exactly when it's going to be because it'll depend on when each of these crews go. And then, even if they're not leaving at the same time, which I'm expecting they won't leave at the same time exactly, because I think they've agreed that it's, just in terms of kind of like the mental state they want to be in, they'd rather leave separately. But I am expecting that they could leave close to each other. And like we were talking about with Dylan and Andy, earlier in the Canadian doubles with Mike and Sam, with Mike and Sam starting just 10 minutes behind Dylan and Andy. You know, even if these crews start separately, but they start with really close together, that could be a big, you know, positive or negative for them depending on how things go.
Hi guys.
Hey, Em, go ahead.
Looks like we've got some crews coming through. I'm just trying to find a good spot to watch them, so bear with me a second. But I was just chatting to some of the support crews and they should be doing a quick little, oh, it's a bit tight here. There should be some feeding stops. Now, not 100% sure because I sort of ran off as I saw paddles coming. But it looks like we've got boat 356 coming through first, is that right?
309.
309, sorry, right, I'm being corrected, 309.
That's the 309 behind.
309 behind. I'm trying to do tracker and I've managed to leave my glasses in the car, so it's really helpful. But there are quite a few boats about to come through, so yeah, as I said, this is 11.5 miles. Oh. Okay, so they're good. They're looking really strong.
Next one will be Rivers.
And there you go. So both of those crews have decided not to stop and have anything, unlike with Cat and Fee. So clearly feeling really strong at the moment. 11.5 miles in, looking really good and really strong. I don't know. Just having a quick look to see around the corner if there's. I think there is another boat about to come through as well. So I'll just see if I can bring it up on the live tracking. Ooh. Yeah, so from here, you've only got about 4 miles, less than 4 miles to Wootton Rivers, which is the first portage of the race. So that's when those that have got spray decks are probably going to take their spray decks off, because that's when the portaging really starts in earnest. So you don't want to have a spray deck in the way, etc. Okay, there's no more crews at the moment, but I'll give you keep you updated as and when more come through.
Oh, it looks like we're back. Sorry, we're a bit of confusion there. So we're still not left yet. We've done the final photos, but we still got 4 boats here. Brindy's just jogged off for a quick break, which is usually the sign that it's just about to get on the water. They're just popping the lights on here, ready to go.
No, I listened.
John's ready. So here we go. So Brindy's here, full kit, ready. No sign of show though. I think he did just walk over that way. It is interesting to see. So they're leaving it very, very late. I think they're going to end up starting on top of each other, if I'm honest. There's Andy. He's got another set of Through Dark stickers.
I didn't do that. I had to say.
All right, I'm gonna.
Yeah, no worries. No,
Hi.
I definitely want to get some of these crew interviews.
Yeah. So we'll try. Who do you want to go talk to? I think.
Because we don't know for sure their order.
Well, I think.
Who do you think is?
I think Joe and Brindy are looking
They're
next to go. If I'm honest.
So we might want to go.
Yeah, let's get Brindy while we can.
Could be Andy and. Oh, we're going to change the audio over again. Sorry, everyone. Give us just a second.
Does that work? There we go. That is working.
Okay. Oops. No, I think it might.
I think that's the like I don't know.
Give us just a second. We're trying to get. Make sure you can get good audio from these crews when we go up and talk to them. So, all right, Brindy, are you ready for us to chat with you? Well,
Joe's over there.
Is Joe over there? Henry, do you want to wave? Oh, here he comes. Okay. Well, we can start with you.
Yeah.
You're looking kitted up and ready to go.
Kitted up and
Are you all thinking of heading out soon?
Yeah, heading soon, actually.
It is 5:13.
5:13. Yeah, pretty soon.
Pretty soon.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. You're still going to keep a little bit of powder dry. So, okay, that's all right.
Stuff to do. Yeah.
That's all right. That's all right. It's a big day.
Yeah.
How are you feeling? Are you feeling excited about the race? Nervous?
All of the above, I think.
Okay.
I think because I don't know what it's going to be like, I get to enjoy the excitement without the anticipation of how bad it's going to be. So, yeah. But at the moment, I'm embracing excitement. I think there'll be lots of time for suffering later.
Yeah. Oh, that's a good point. What was it that made you? Because I actually remember talking to you at the Thames 200 Ultra.
Yeah.
And this was last August.
Yes.
Tell us about your journey to like coming to this point.
It's funny because I rewatched that video and I thought I sound so much more certain that I'm going to do DW than I felt when I said it. I think really doing K2 with Kat Burbeck Wilson was really influential for me because I just had so much fun paddling with her. And she was like, we finished a race together and she was like, you'd be really good at DW. And I kind of was like, well, can I do it with you? And she probably internally thought, like, get in line. I think everyone in the whole world wants to paddle.
I think you're right. I think there's like 100-person queue to paddle.
So she was kind of like, well, I'm taken for this year. And she like listed some people and was like, think about these people. And the only person I knew on the list was Joe. So.
Oh, that's great.
I trained with Sean at Falcon. And so then from there kind of was like, well, let's see if anyone's interested.
Yeah.
And get some audition paddles and then paddling together. And
oh, that's great. This is the Kat Burbeck influence.
Yeah, for sure.
That she has just, that's fantastic. It's great to see. And how's it been training with Joe so far? You all have spent a good bit of time in the boat together.
Yeah, I mean, it's been nice how much time we've had together in the boat because we'd never paddled together before last November. It's really nice paddling with someone who like knows the race, knows the course so good. I've never gotten to go so fast in a double before, so that's been really fun.
You all are very quick.
So
I mean, you've been pretty quick with some other paddlers. So was it the Cape Point Challenge?
I did doubles with Peter Cole for that. So that was a fun race.
And you,
not to give credit,
you all won, right?
We did win.
Yes. And that was last summer.
That was South African summer, so last winter here,
right.
December.
Okay. Yeah. And that was a long one too, right?
So 54 kilometers. It ended up taking us, I think, not quite 5 hours, so a bit under 5 hours.
Just under 5 hours.
Yeah.
Yeah. Nice.
It's similar to Waterside D.
Yeah.
Like what kind of how it feels like.
Okay, that's fair. What are you excited about today's race?
I hope the Tideway is going to be fun.
Ooh.
I think I want to feel like my surf ski skills are relevant. So hopefully
that's a good point. Yeah, you're going to be using those surf ski skills on the Tideway. Well, depending on how it goes.
It's going to be completely flat on the Tideway.
No one's Canal, so.
You've got competing. It's okay, Joe. Brindy's surf ski skills will save you if it gets choppy. Well, in the Henley Strait, right? That's another. I see you've got a wave deflector. We were looking at your wave deflector earlier.
I don't think it was bad.
Yeah.
As it was last time.
The wind is supposed to die down a little bit.
Yeah.
So hopefully it's not as bad as Thames side 2 when I know it was
quite windy.
Yes.
Yeah. Hopefully the boat stays above water this time.
Yes, yes. Great. Well, let's see if we can catch Joe for just a quick second. Joe, what made you want to sign up for DW this year with Brindy?
I think I enjoyed supporting last year so much.
And you supported Tom and Nifty, right?
Yes. Yeah. That was good fun, and I thought I want to have another crack at it. I saw how they had such a good rundown, so clean. I thought, wow, I made so many mistakes when I did it the first time. See them do it so well. You think, oh, it's a bit different experience what's going on. So I wanted to have another go. It's a fun race to do. Keeps me motivated training, and been worth it so far. I've really enjoyed this winter. Races. My minus on.
Yeah. That was, I think it was Jouke and Floor from the Netherlands, and I was asking them about it, and they were like, we just love the winter training.
It's nice to have a reason to get out when it's cold and pleasant.
It's true, isn't it?
To feel good. And
yeah.
Good. Well, what are your, do you all have goals for the race? I'm distracting you.
The whole time.
It looks right side up to me. Is that that's the bottom, isn't it? Okay, my bad. Do you have goals for?
Andy, you need to go. I need to go. I'm supposed to go.
All right, I think I better talk to Tom and Andy.
10 minutes ahead.
Thank you all, and best of luck.
Yeah.
You can answer. You've got goals.
Meant to go first. Goals. To make it down cleanly, do our best.
Okay.
Is the aim.
All right. Good. Well, fingers crossed for that. Really excited to watch you all. I think you're going to be very quick and hopefully have a lot of fun.
So,
good luck. All right. We got to check in with Andy and Tom, who I think we're supposed to go first. And we haven't gone up yet. Hey. Hey. Can we grab you all for a quick
sure.
Yeah, you get the paddle mic.
Wow.
How are you all feeling about the race today?
Yeah, feeling good. Feeling a lot more in control than last year. I think it was all a bit kind of rush. Feel a bit more settled this year.
Okay.
Like last year, we were so worried about everyone else and the platform and the river and the flow.
Yeah.
We're more worried about ourselves now. So focused on ourselves.
Yeah.
I think we're in a much better place.
You're going to race your own race.
Yeah. We're literally going to race our own race, and we just want to complete. And I think if we complete the race, then we will hopefully put down like a reasonable kind of performance. And the rest will kind of speak for itself. That's the aim anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that sounds like a good plan. Do you all feel unfinished business kind of?
Yeah, absolutely. I think come hell or high water, we're going to get to the end.
Yeah.
Even if it gets ugly, we're going to get to the end.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's our main goal.
We've got like a pace that we're going to try and aim for, but like we know. I've heard it's quite windy. Yeah. There's quite a lot of weed in the first bit, so we're just gonna play it by ear and just go off feel. I think or just how I'm feeling. So.
Yeah. Nice. Oh, that's great. And you all have improved on your partnership a bit, right? You've changed around the boat. Yeah. Spent a bit more time together.
Loads more time together.
Double time. Switched the boat. So we've got a different boat.
Definitely this is a different boat as well. Yeah.
We did last year, but
yeah.
Switched around. I think I was struggling a bit in the back last year, but
Tom's much too good for the back seat.
You switched around. Yeah.
So I think we're prepared and we're ready to give it a good shot.
Awesome. Well, we're really excited to watch you. I think there's a good chance we've underrated you guys, and I'm excited for you all to have a good race and maybe prove us wrong. So let's see.
Thank you, Betsy.
Thanks, Betsy.
Thank you. Good luck.
Cheers.
Bye.
All right. And I think they're going to get on now. So I believe this is going to be Tom and Andy going first. And then Rindy and Joe are doing their team photo. And now I do want to make sure that we catch Tom and Nifty before they go as well. Oh, and they're already doing their team photo too. And we still have Bob and Steve. Hi. Waiting around. So that is Tom and Nishi, who we've not even got properly on camera yet. So we're going to have to catch them. They've got a rock star support crew as well. Okay. All right, we're in final stages here. I think M has seen some more crews go through Pewsey maybe. So if you all wanna hop in for a minute, we'll be back momentarily, just waiting for everyone to go. 5:22 here. So it's about time.
Hey guys, yeah, we've seen a few crews go through now. Unfortunately, we didn't manage to catch them just on the live stream, as you guys were just interviewing the people going off at Devizes, but hoping that Tim's received a couple of videos of some of the crews going through. We've had a bit of a mix of people. Some have taken on food, some haven't. So yeah, it's really interesting to see the different tactics from people that are going through and whether they are taking on food, etc.
And that video that we just shared there, that was boat 328, the crew from the Netherlands going through there, and you could see them stopping to take on some food there. And have you seen the second canoe come through yet? The second Canadian crew of Mike and Sam?
They've literally just gone through.
Mike Reese Clark.
No, that was the other one. They went through a while ago. So we have just seen them go through. They're looking really strong. Again, they didn't stop. They've carried on straight through, but they were communicating with their support crew as to what they would want at Wootton Rivers. We've actually got Brett has joined us, and he's just been in Hungerford, and he was saying that the headwind at Hungerford is actually a lot stronger than we're seeing over here at Pewsey.
Yeah, it wasn't sheltered. it was. You could noticeably tell on the water, you know, a headwind. Looking at it, I wouldn't like to have been paddling that for a long time, but it's yeah.
You can see, hopefully the connection is good enough at the moment, but you can see some ripples on the canal, and that is the wind coming through, but it's nowhere near as strong as it has been so far.
We're just a heads up, we've got the crews coming on here, so I think we might need to jump back to Devizes in a second.
Let's head back over to Devizes and see these last of the crews start.
All right, we should be on again here. So Tom and Andy have just gotten on, and right behind them, we've got Bob and Steve. We're going to run to the start now. So there has been a bit of a gentleman's agreement. Henry, you were just about to talk about this.
Yeah, so there's been apparently a bit of a gentleman's agreement. The fastest boat goes 10 minutes in front, and that way they will pull a lead, and therefore no one was catching that or what have you. That's been pushed a little bit because Andy and Tom took their sweet time getting ready. Oh no! And then they get dropped off. They've got 3 more boats to pick up. If they don't get dropped off, well, they're in a shoo-in for second place. So we've got a very, very interesting dynamic happening now.
Sorry, I'm come through.
Also, so.
Okay, so half a boat length apart. That's the rule that we are hearing from Paul that we heard earlier.
3, 2, 1, go!
Okay.
Away!
Way they go. So that's tactically very, very interesting indeed.
That was really interesting. I had a feeling, Bob and Steve said that they were going to race their own race, right? Okay, it's 5:27, so we've got 10 minutes. if they follow the schedule. If they follow the schedule.
If the gentleman's agreement holds, then we've got 10 minutes till the next crew.
Yeah.
So what tactically thing about that is a good. It means they've started on supposedly the fastest cruise wash.
Yeah.
If they get dropped from that, then they've got another 2 crews to jump onto.
Oh yeah.
Which
tactically really good from
takes them from outside chances of sort of in the rankings 6th, maybe even 8th to 4th.
Yep.
And if they don't drop any one of these washes, well, that puts them into contention 3rd, even 2nd, if they can just hold on to Andy and Tom. So this has really closed the gap.
It definitely has. And I'm a little worried that it's going to be disadvantageous for these 2 mixed crews who have yet to start, because they're going to start separately and they're not going to have the same advantage as the last 4 crews to have gone. I mean, they would, obviously, if they catch them, they'll get washed, but let's go see if we can catch Tom and Nishi, because I want to make sure we
They look like they're
catch them before they get on. They could do a last minute change of plans and start together, given, what the other 4 crews have just done.
I would point out these 2 crews are close. 3 of the 4 of them do trade together.
Yeah.
Lived together for nearly a year and a half. So they do know each other very, very well. So let's have a see if they're available for a quick chat.
Yeah.
Are you guys available? Yeah.
All right. Hello. It's just like this time last year, a little earlier last year, I guess. How are you all feeling about the race today?
Ready to get going.
Yeah.
Just want to get it over and on.
Yeah.
Long build up. About a year's build up. But yeah, excited.
Good. What do you think are this year?
That's what I'll go. Yeah, what do you want to do?
Well, yeah, definitely to win as well. And I think it's tricky that we set that precedent for ourselves last year, and winning means something different every year. The field is very different every year. I think it's probably a slightly tougher field this year. And going in as the favourites is always a bit of a tricky position to be in, but also a privilege. So,
well, last year we were probably 3rd favourite on paper, certainly. But quite confident, I suppose.
Yeah.
You are.
That's true. Yeah. What from the crews that we've just seen where
I think Bob may have made a mistake going that late. But he's obviously playing a game, taking a wash. That's the sort of thing Bob would do.
Yeah.
We decided early on we didn't want to be paddling with anybody for a length of time.
Yeah.
Do our own race. We know what we're doing. Done it before, so let the others race outside and see where we're doing it.
All right. Well, I'm loving it. Is there anything? If there was going to be anything that would kind of make your race not go to plan, or what would you say is the biggest risk or potential thing that could go wrong?
There's flow. There's no flow. There's a headwind. So yeah, that's a bit of an unknown for me. But she knows what she's doing.
I've done an 18 hour 20. I think the CW game, there's always things will go wrong with every crew, and it's how well you manage them and how big they are, and hopefully only small things go wrong and they're easily managed.
Yeah. Well, you all are. I think you all are about as well prepared as anyone could be. So that's awesome. Okay, good. We are. I'm looking forward to it as well. Yeah, can't wait to see it. Good luck. All right, that was Tom and Nishi.
Did you pick it up?
So so we saw Tom and Nishi just there. Joe and Brindy are getting ready to go. So yeah, it's 5:32. They should set off in 5 minutes if they stick to schedule. I thought that was interesting what Tom said about, you know, I asked about what they thought about the other teams going off together. And he said he thought that potentially Bob might have made a mistake going so late. And I think, you know, we did talk about the advantage that he's going to get from wash hanging, but if they get dropped on the first portage, you know, they will have 2 more washes to catch potentially, right? As you were saying, from Tom and Nishi and Joe and Brindy. But that's, you know, that if they're not able to hang on to those, they could burn themselves out too fast trying to hang on to a wash that's, you know, a lot faster than they are. It could definitely.
Well, I think that's the thing is you've only got to be within a certain percentage of the wash you're hanging on.
Yeah.
So yes, if Birkett and Tom are far superior, then yes, they will have difficulty holding on to that. But you've only got to be within a certain percentage of that to be able to hold on to it.
Yep.
The question then becomes how long can you hold on to it? And I guess this is what I was harking back to earlier is if there's one thing Bob Paul can do, it's grind it out.
Yeah.
And in the back is sitting an ultra marathon runner and cyclist. So if there's one thing he can do, it's grind it out. So we I don't want to call it a battle of the egos, but this really is a huge battle of confidence, really. How much do you think you can pull out and push through just to stay where you want to finish?
Yeah. Yeah. It's the tactics on this kind of race are not cut and dried. I think there's a lot that you can do that will be better or worse. That'll depend on the team too. You know, what works for Bob Poole might not work for Tom Sharpe or, you know, anyone else in the race. So, all right, we're back up at the start here. We're giving you all a lot of views of greenery and bridges because that is what this whole section of course is about. I do think the headwind has died down.
Yeah, definitely.
Although I think and Brett were saying earlier, so we've got Brett Cyril on the stream now. We'll do some commentator introductions as well, so you all can see a little bit more information about us if you haven't seen that already. But we heard them saying that it was a lot windier at Hungerford. And Hungerford is, there's a lot of fields around there. Okay, let's see. So I'm not totally surprised. All right, Joe and Brindy.
So sorry, guys. Can you hear us?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Sorry, what was the question?
No, we were wondering how windy it is where you are, because it looks like the wind has just died right down here. We're just watching Joe and Brindy start.
No, the wind is definitely still winding. It's probably less still than it was earlier, but there is definitely still a headwind. It is really, you can see, so we're right next to the right next to the
it's a bridge.
We're right next to the bridge, and you can see it really pushing the water through underneath the bridge. So yeah, we were just saying, and apologies, that's why we missed your question. We were just saying that this is very much not really conditions that we'd want to be paddling in. And yeah, Brett was saying that like we said earlier, that in Hungerford it's even worse.
Yeah. But I mean, it's lovely here. I mean, this is.
Oh well, yeah, well, on the brink, it's wonderful.
Yeah, it's a sort of gentle ripple. You can see it. We're kind of in the shade from the wind and that, but they haven't got the sunshine now. Really, the heat of the day has gone out of the day. So I think it might help them in a way that the conditions will now stay consistent all the way through, probably until Reading, until the temperature starts dropping again. So hopefully.
I think the only thing there is that the canal is it changes direction a lot, particularly in the first pound. So you might think, oh, thank God the wind's gone. And then you go around a 90-degree bend and it's back. That'll be even worse in the C2s because it will make steering for them more difficult. But yeah, it just wiggles around the whole way down. The pictures I've got look lovely at the moment, but hidden in behind the bridge, I'm sure you're pretty sheltered.
Yeah, you in just in that patch of sunlight, you can just see on our feed is you can just see it is. That's more sort of wind ripples than sunlight. If you know, if you're a paddler, you know what you're looking at. But yeah.
I wanted to ask how close the C2s are that you saw go through Pewsey earlier. They started 10 minutes apart. How are they looking?
I'd say that, yeah, they're still probably 10 minutes. I don't think that they've caught up with each other. So yes, definitely, there's definitely a sizable gap at the moment. I wouldn't expect, I don't know what you'd say, but I wouldn't expect a huge change at the moment, given that there was a 10-minute gap in between them. It's only 11 miles, just over 11 miles here. So you wouldn't expect to see, because of the huge amount of mileage you've got still, you don't want to peak too soon. And so if you go straight out of the start line and absolutely hammer it, you're going to have issues further down. So it's very much going to be a slow and steady.
Sorry,
I'd say that they're doing well at the moment in terms of the gap.
So the spreadsheet is saying the live tracking has given us an update that Hall and Kirk have taken a 3-minute lead over Thornton and Bowen at the moment, which is great. It shows it's really tight, really close. I think they're going a little bit faster than Dylan's last attempt in 23, which I think is the Canal. To me, look, obviously I'm not on the course. The Canal looks a bit lower than it was. The headwind looks pretty bad as well. So I think these two boats are moving very fast. Like you say, they'll have to just see who can keep going for the longest. But having a 3-minute lead 2 hours in is better than being 3 minutes down 2 hours in. But it's so close, it won't make a difference. I think the support crews will just be saying that they're neck and neck. It'll be interesting to see once they get down to Hungerford and they've done that first big chunk of portages. That will be a bit more decisive, I would have thought, from my point of view.
Yeah, James, I think that's right, that it's a good time for Dylan and Andy to be putting in a little bit of a lead before hitting the portages, because they're probably, even with a lot of portage practice, because they haven't been able to practice on the course because they don't live here. You know, I know they've gone out and scouted it, but they might have a bit of a disadvantages on their portage speed certainly compared to Mike, and potentially compared to Sam as well. So they'll probably be pretty happy with that performance so far, I would think.
I think they should both be pretty pleased. But then Sam and Mike have only come together relatively recently, so it all depends what sort of training Dylan and Andy managed to do on the different sorts of water that they paddle back in the US.
Oh, yeah, Texans. That's a good point. I'm sure they've been doing portage practice, but they might not have access to the same kind of canal lock system that we have for the first half of DW. And even if we do see a bit of a gain from Mike and Sam on the next section once the portages start, I think we could still see, because they're so close, we could see Dylan and Andy even come back later once there's fewer portages and more, river conditions, especially if those conditions are tricky. Dylan said earlier he thinks that that their stability and consistency in those difficult conditions could be an advantage for them, maybe over Mike and Sam. I'm not sure how true that is. Certainly, Sam, of the four of them, is the least experienced canoeist. But yeah, that's going to be a really close race.
Out of interest, Betsy, did you, when you've sort of been chatting to the American crew, have they told you how they've been training for it? Obviously, we've talked about over here having the water sides and the Thames sides as warm-up races and being able to do sections of the course as training. Obviously, as you've said, that they can't do that. do we have any idea how they've been training and what they've been doing to prepare for this?
Yeah, I've got Dylan on Strava, so I know they've been putting in the mileage. I think, you know, and if anyone heard the interview with them earlier from before they set off, Andy and Dylan are both really experienced at this type of ultra paddling race. And Andy said he's done, oh, I don't remember now, but something like 7 Au Sable River canoe marathons, which is an overnight race in Michigan. And, you know, they're the type of paddlers who do multiple ultras a year regularly, which means that they're kind of always, they kind of just stay ultra race fit. So I know they've been putting in their regular training. I'm sure they've put in some longer paddles. And they did come out to recce the course this time earlier than Dylan did in 2023. So I think that was a big learning for him after 2023 was to come out to the UK a bit earlier, do a bit more recceing. But we'll take as well if we've got the Dylan Kirk and Andy Hall fan club in the comments. You know, tell us what you think was some of their best training so far. And James, I think you probably have thoughts on this as well.
Yeah. So sorry, what was the question?
On the type of training that Dylan and Andy have been doing, and how kind of ready they are for this kind of race.
Yeah, so like Betsy said, I also follow Dylan on Strava because I've got nothing better to do really. But they've been getting in a lot of volume. I know Dylan lives right next to a river. He's out a huge amount. I think the guys in America have a slightly, or particularly the north of America, from what I know, I stand to be corrected on this. It gets so cold through a lot of the winter that they sometimes struggle to paddle. But then the volume that appears as soon as it warms up is just ridiculous. So quite a lot of them will have been to a training camp in Florida. Wow. It's a spring training camp, and you get, I think it's nearly 100 hours in a week of paddling. It might not be quite 100 hours, but it's massive. It's multiple 6-hour days, and that really, really gets you into the swing of it. Interestingly, Mike Thornton actually went out and did that camp, and I think that's one of the reasons he's ended up racing with Sam. I think he and Shireen was talking, saying, "Oh, it's a shame we haven't got anything to aim for." And then Sam happened to be looking for a partner late in the day. So I think that's how that materialized. Just interesting. Sorry, I actually missed Billy and Jon along with David and Dan starting. I'm seeing on the tracker that they look like they're coming down together. Presumably they did
they're not too far away now.
Yeah, they're closing in on you at Pewsey.
Yeah, and it looks like on the tracker they're still together. So yeah, for those who missed it earlier, Billy and Jon had originally planned to go later, or start later, sorry. And Billy was saying that because of the headwind and the conditions, and the fact that he had unfortunately been a little bit unwell on the lead up to today, they were going to leave earlier than originally planned. So they clearly had sort of sneaky conversations with Dan and Dave and decided to go off together with them. So it looks like, if the tracker is correct, it looks like they are using each other to get down the pound to Wootton Rivers. Be interesting to see afterwards how the two crews manage in terms of the portaging, etc., and if they stay together or if they go and do their own thing.
Yeah, I think it can work for you, but it can break you as well going down the course with someone. I know I think it was 2014, we had James Smythe and Danny Beasley set off with the crew that eventually beat them from Foy, whose names I can't remember. It was Michael Southey and Ryan Pierce.
Yeah.
And I think they paddled, I think they got all the way down to maybe Marsh together, and then Dan and James stopped for a change of clothes. Ryan and I've forgotten the other name I just said, but the Foy crew got away, and that was the end of that. So it can work for you, but it's a difficult one to get right.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's very much a difficult one. I think you've got two very sensible sets of heads in these boats. A lot of experience. They know what they're doing. It depends if they allow themselves to get carried away with it, in terms of the sort of stress and the speed, etc. So yeah, it would be really interesting to see as they come through here how they are looking. They've got sort of different techniques as well, and so it'll be interesting to see if one boat is looking a bit more tired than the other.
We're also going to want to know, see how Bob Poole is doing when he comes through, when he and Steve Tebbett come through with Andy Birkett and Tom Simmons, because there is some question as to whether they've made the right call there and how long they're actually going to be able to wash hang Tom and Andy.
I think it's really interesting. So we've just been stood chatting because there have been a few spectators and a few people who have got a lot of DW experience, and we were just chatting to a few of them here, and there are questions as to whether leaving it this late has been the right call for some boats. So it will be very interesting, like you say, to see if those crews that have gone together are staying together, how they're looking, if they're looking tired, because I never said it before, it is only 11.5 miles in, and you don't want to be going like a sprinter out of the start. So
all right, I think we're about to see Tom and Nishi start here, so if we can switch the video feed over. Here we go. I think exactly on that point, I am a little bit concerned that if any team is going to get kind of disadvantaged by those other teams starting together and starting, in terms of how late this start is, it's Tom and Nishi now who've been left starting the latest. So they are certainly the favorites, but I'm really hoping that the other cruise choices don't. Here we go, and they're off.
Well done, guys.
Do you think there's been more mind games this year in Devizes, and do you think some of those crews have deviated from their plan by getting
this
caught
is
up
such
in
a
that?
good question, Brett. Yeah, I think it's interesting. If anything, I think there's mostly been less mind games because the crews did coordinate, the top three coordinated together ahead of time to agree that they would each start separately and start 10 minutes apart. And they agreed on the order too. But, and they've held to that agreement, but we then saw Tom and Andy, taking their sweet time earlier and starting a few minutes later than they had agreed to, which of course kind of impacts those other crews more than it does Tom and Andy. So I do think that it could be I think there's been a bit of mind games in play here, but I think they're by and large trying to stick to it. And then I think it was definitely Bob Poole and Steve Tebbett who, I would say, if there was any crew who kind of played chicken, hung around until they got the best crew to follow, that was the crew who did it. So you think there's more or less mind games this year compared to last year?
I think they were more conscious of it, and the game started much earlier.
Yeah.
So last year it was all played out in the paddock, whereas this year it's been going on for about 3 months.
Yeah.
And you've just seen a steady increase over the last 3 months of the intensity, and it's been amicable, but it's been. I'm going to joke about this, but I'm kind of not joking. It's true, and so on. So, but I mean, the main thing is they're all off now. They're all off under the agreement that they had all agreed to.
Yeah.
So
if a few minutes later, since Tom and Andy, they pushed it just a little bit.
So to give you an idea, the crews that were here seeing off Tom and Noosh were not Tom and Noosh's crew, but from the support crews from the other crews, making sure that Tom and Noosh adhered to the agreement. So
Maybe they just wanted to watch the start because they're fans.
no, I had it confirmed otherwise.
We had that confirmed.
So, yeah, but the race is underway now, so we can we can move on and catch up with the other stages.
Yeah,
I think that sums it up nicely. Because when they were students, Joe and Nushi were both sort of Warwick and Banbury in that sort of area, so they're training a lot together, and yeah, it's a friendly rivalry at the moment, isn't it?
I think emphasis on the rivalry.
Yeah.
And then,
Yeah.
like I said a moment ago, 3 of those 4 guys train together, and actually 4 of those 6 guys train together, and then 2 of them used to be housemates for about a year and a half. So they really do know each other and know what gets under each other's skin, and they know when one's not joking or is joking. So
I think for me, this is such a long, hard race. It's fun to get involved in all this stuff, but the first thing you've got to do, it's like Joe and Brindy. They mean their first target is finish the race, and that's it's tough.
Yeah,
you've got to just
before
get
you
to
start
the
worrying
end.
about tactics, you got to make sure you can actually do the distance.
I was impressed that Tom and Nushi said they're in it to win it this year. So they've
I
been,
missed that.
Yeah,
I missed that.
they've been a lot bolder compared to last year. They know they're the favorites. They sounded, I'm sure they're nervous, but they sounded pretty confident. So, but we're going to leave it to you all, and we're going to head off to Newbury now and leave you all in Pewsey for a bit to catch the next few crews through there. It sounds like we'll want to know if the wash hanging crews are still wash hanging, if anyone's gained an advantage.
We've got
we won't know if anyone's
get them
gained an
initial
advantage, but we'll certainly see if they've managed to maintain that. High-risk
we've got O'Grady and Butler coming through.
all right. Let us turn it over to you all then.
Yeah,
Okay,
we've
okay.
probably got. How far is that away? It's
5
about
minutes.
2 or 3, 2K. Yeah. So
All right.
that'll be the first one. I've sat on a stinger nettle, so I need to go and get my chair. And
All right.
set up in the perfect place here. So
We're gonna turn it over. We're gonna turn it over to you in Pewsey.
So,
And I think we might have a. Do we have a leaderboard? Oh yeah, we've got a leaderboard ready too.
Oh, mega. Cool. Well, we'll see you guys in Newbury, and let's get the leaderboard up. Awesome.
All right. See you soon.
So just for you guys on the ground in Pewsey, how many crews, have you got a rough idea of how many people are taking on a little bit of food versus paddling straight through? Because I feel that you don't feel like you need food at Pewsey, but there's the possibility of it being, the fastest boat's just over an hour and a half. And it can, if you don't make sure you're taking on that food, you can start to feel the consequences of it. So sorry, I'll let you go.
No. It's cool. So what we've seen so far, and so I've been here since Kat and Fee went through, and they took on food. The other crew didn't. And then there was only of the crews that have gone through so far. It was only one other crew that took on food. What I have noticed is Pewsey isn't the only point that you can take on food on the pound. Certainly in the past I've taken on food at all Cannings, so which is a little bit further back down the course, so a little bit closer to the start, I think. So it means that you don't necessarily, it sounds like some of the crews who didn't take on food here either communicated with their crews elsewhere, or they took on food nutrition further back down the course. So
I'm obviously, oh sorry, go ahead.
No, go for it.
I was going to say, I'm obviously an extremely greedy paddler because I usually have a little bit of food at sort of around Horton, and then another mouthful at Honey Street, and then some at all Cannings Wharf, and then Pewsey, I'll have another bite. Only a mouthful each, like half a gel, but just to keep the energy levels up, because you've got a long way to go.
Absolutely, I think it's a huge in the grand scheme of things, it is a huge amount of distance to not take on nutrition, because if you think about having what did we say, it's 15 miles to not
11
take
to
on,
Pewsey.
sorry, to Pewsey, but
Sorry.
to Wootton Rivers, sorry. Yeah, which is the first portage, which is not naturally you take on something at a portage rather than. The problem with taking on before Wootton Rivers is, as we've seen in some of the clips, those that do take on the food have to basically stop paddling. So I think a lot of crews will tend to see how they feel. They might have, you might have seen in the build-up when we were doing the videos from Devizes, some of them have gels taped onto their boats. So they might just take on a gel on the water, which is slightly easier than taking it from a support crew on the bank, just so that they don't lose, because it's 15 miles of being able to get into a rhythm, being able to feel the boat, being able to just really get that into that headspace. Whereas once you start breaking it up by having to stop and take on, even if it's just for a split second, and we have seen some fast sort of food take-ons here, you still break up that rhythm and that headspace. So I think it depends on the. I feel like I'm repeating myself on this, but it depends on the paddler. And it also, and like you say, I don't think necessarily greedy, but it depends what people's bodies, what they need as well for it, and how they've prepared beforehand.
You also have to listen to your support crew, though.
Yeah.
There's nothing. Sometimes when you're supporting, you know what the crew needs, but trying to get it into their head. and the worst thing you want to be doing on food is being on catch up. And as a paddler, you kind of almost can easily fall into running on catch up, because you're like, well, I don't need it now. But you've got to think, well, if I don't have it now, I'm going to be depleted later, and you've got to mind yourself that.
Yeah.
Talking about that, I think a mouse is eating our biscuits.
Oh no.
Because that, yes, our biscuit packet's got a hole in it.
You just can't get the co-commentators, can you?
Is the mouse called Brett?
They're in my garage overnight when I was getting ready, and I'll come to them. Something's eating my boiled milk with chocolate on us.
Oh, and interestingly, different crews as well will have different things. Everybody's got an opinion on what their best nutrition is for paddling. Some people will have gels. Some people swear by gels. Some people say that that's ridiculous. Some people are swear by. I'm a banana person. I like a bit of banana. Not mushy though, just saying, it can't be super brown and mushy. It's got to be just a little bit of bite in a banana. Some people eat potatoes. I've supported people who eat sushi. I've then dropped it on the Canal side and still fed it to them. But so different people take different things on board.
We just had are you guys supporting?
Yeah, we're supporting Dan and David.
Dan and David. So we got Danny Beasley, who's supporting Dan and David.
Wow.
Just turned up.
Danny is like Danny's the best person to follow you on Strava, because he just likes everything you ever do. It's amazing.
Not wrong.
It's brilliant. I like upload stuff, and I'm like, oh, how he likes it already. It's amazing. Like,
so have you
my
guys,
ego on a daily basis.
Have you guys seen them before now?
Did
you all cannons or anything like that?
We saw them all cannons, Honey Street, and
yeah.
Nothing's nice about that entire situation.
It's all early days, isn't it?
Yeah, that's the thing. We can't really talk about things too much because anything can happen.
Yeah.
So yes, it's definitely, it's all going to hot up now. It's very exciting, but yeah.
It looks like they're still firmly planted together with Butler and O'Grady coming down on the tracker.
Yeah.
Yeah, they should be pretty much just around the corner now. So I'd expect them in, what do you guys reckon?
10 minutes.
10 minutes?
Pace-wise, are they well matched? I mean, will that be a comfortable wash, or is there someone there that's going to be?
Wait, are you judging on?
How's that going to be working for them? Do you think?
Yeah, maybe 18. Yeah, maybe 8 to 12.
I mean, it's yeah, they looked comfortable when they left.
Yeah.
But I don't know. Yeah, the fact that they're still together suggests that it's not the worst pairing.
Yeah.
It would be
I think-
very interesting to see.
You've just got to be careful that, like you say, you're not overworking, but you're also getting the most out of yourself. You don't want to be giving up time this early because you're on a comfy wash. Even if it feels good, you might be able to go faster.
Yeah.
It's a tricky thing. Yeah, it's another one of those tricky things to get right. It's like, do we want to pull these guys along knowing that we're a little bit quicker, or are we going to take the wash but maybe lose a bit of time? But then maybe by losing a bit of time, you're saving energy for later in the race.
And then, I mean, you've from here, Pewsey, you've kind of got the build up of knowing that you're going to be hitting the portages and the crew that you're going to be with. How's that? You know, who's going to go long, who's going to go short, and are you going to try and keep them with the portages if they're a better runner, or you know, Waterside, was it Waterside C that between Joe and Nushi's, those boats, one of them portaged it and one of them ran it.
Yes, they did.
So, yeah. So it's like when you see another crew alongside you doing different things to you, it's like that food thing. You get drawn into doing what you think you should be doing, whereas it comes away from your game plan.
Yeah.
So I have a theory on this, which is that you should, unless it's really short, you should always paddle it, because although you can cover that particular bit of course quicker by running, by the time 10 hours later, your legs are going to be hurting a hell of a lot more, and you're just going to be absolutely dead on your feet. I don't know what you two think about that.
I mean, I can't really comment because even before the ankle reconstruction, I was a very poor runner. So I always chose to paddle it rather than run it. Brett, I don't know about you.
Well, when we did DW, I was a junior, and so this was a long time ago when there was no water. You had no choice; you had to run it. And for a while I've been old school of it's not DW if you don't run Crofton, you know. But then on the last Waterside I paddled it and I loved it because it's like 200-meter sprints and it just woke me up. It's the fastest bit of my race. So yeah, I'm either way. My legs will say paddle it now.
I think that sums it up perfect. You've got three of us who are each given three completely different answers, so it's just up to each crew to decide what works best for them.
Yeah, absolutely. I think if you're a good runner and you know that your leg, it won't. Some people, they can keep their heart rates down and everything when they run, which I am in awe of. But when they do that, they know that then they can. It probably is quicker for them to be running.
Sorry to interrupt, but my tracker has got them separated. I don't know if that hasn't updated. So I've got Hawken and Palmer are 500 meters or so in front, or is that mine not updating?
I can see that as well, but the tracker times are slightly separate. So there's 2.5 minutes between those two. So the Butler O'Grady time is 6:01, and the Hawken Palmer time is 18:03. They've actually both just jumped up on my screen.
Okay, apparently we're just talking to their support crew, and apparently they were together at the last bridge. So we're just having a quick. They should still be together. Oh yeah, they've jumped back.
Okay.
But they should be just around the corner now. It's all right. I'm gonna move.
I'm gonna go down so I can get.
Yeah.
You get a bit of footage from that, and I'll try and log in from.
We're gonna possibly going to be a bit pixelated for a second, guys, because I'm gonna run up onto the bridge and get some shots of them coming through. So bear with us for a second. If you need to move stuff, guys, just move it.
Yeah, it's fine.
We'll be back in a minute.
Do you know how many times I've paddled through Pewsey and I did not know there was a set of stairs on that side of the bridge? Never paid any attention to it.
You don't really when you're paddling though. It's
Yeah.
you sort of get into the zone and you don't really notice a huge amount outside of that.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, they look like they're back together on the track and now just coming in.
Yeah.
Amazing.
So yeah, so like we said, it would be really interesting to see how these two boats are working together. You guys all right down there? So this is obviously, as you can see, one of the support crews getting ready. So we are nearly there. Ooh, helps if I.
If one boat feeds and one boat doesn't, would you be able to get a view from the other side of the bridge just to see what happens afterwards, whether they try and break or if they wait or?
For you, mate, I will do my best. As we have got a minute, I'll just show you the setup we've got here. So this is a road bridge that I'm stood on now. There is a little sort of bit. So I will do some vaulting for you, and I'll do my best.
No,
I
we
can't
don't
promise
want you to hurt
anything.
yourself. Don't hurt yourself.
In the pursuit of good footage, I'll do my best. But we have got Brett has walked further down with Danny, who is one of the support crews and is also in his own right a DW legend. So I'm hoping that he'll also get some footage that we'll be able to replay later as well.
Yeah. Have we got a rough idea on what the start gap was between Paul Tebbit, Birkett and Simmons, and then back to Joe and Brindy?
I did note it down at the time, but I have just left my crib sheet down
that's
down on the
absolutely
path. So when
Oh,
I
here we go. Sorry, I can see this from here. So they started. Oh, yeah, okay. Sorry, the gap looked like it was closing up, but they started about 13 minutes apart. So actually, yeah, it's all pretty good. We are going to have quite a long gap once these two have gone through.
Yeah.
Until we get our next boat through. But it looks like the wash hang's going well for Birkett, Simmons and Paul and Tebbit further back as well.
Yes, and it will be interesting to see how, because obviously Nush and Tom have gone on their own, it will be interesting to see how that affects their timings against the others who obviously are up in the running, how that affects the time gap and sort of the splits when they get to say, oh, I can just see some paddles in the distance. So looks like they're coming and they are still together.
Excellent. So we're not getting a great video here. Would you be able to tell us what's going on?
Yeah, so just there is a bend which doesn't help. And apologies, we're being buffeted a little bit by the breeze up here as well, so it is a bit pixelated. But we have got two boats which are Dave and Dan and Jon and Billy coming around the corner. We should just start to see them coming around in a second. They're quite close to the barges, so and we've got people running alongside them as well. But yeah, so they're starting to come up, and I can see both. They are communicating with their support crews. So one boat just stopped. I can't actually tell which boat is which at the moment, but they are just coming into view.
So I think Dan and David will be in the darker boat, and Billy and Jon are in the lighter boat, but it does have a dark bow. I don't know if
I think it's. I'm just having a listen. I think it's Billy and Jon in the boat on the left as we're looking at them, by the sounds of it, and they're just talking to a support crew member who's running along the bank. And yeah, here we go.
Have we got both support crews ready to go?
We've only got. I don't think that they're going to do a feed. Just looking at this is all the support crew that's here.
Okay.
Here we go. Looking really nice. I'm not going to be able to get over, but hopefully you'll be able to see them coming back through.
Oh, that's a really great angle if we hold for them. We can't see them just yet, but
no, they're just going under the bridge.
Yeah, they both look pretty comfortable. There we go.
They look really comfy.
Ticking along nicely though.
Yeah, swapping over their wash hanging really nicely. So they're still both putting in the effort and supporting each other basically.
All still
so it'll be
friends,
really interesting to see once they get further on, like we've said before, how together they still are. Right, I'm gonna pop down so that we don't have the pixelation still. But yeah, so they're looking really good. Really comfy, nice and smooth, which is what you want to be doing. If you're sort of a crew in distress already, that's not a great.
No, so interestingly, they've just come through, and I think that pair might be 2 minutes slower than our Dutch friends.
Oh, that's interesting.
Let me just see if that's come through. Sorry. So time to.
Sorry.
Am I logged in correctly?
It hasn't quite updated yet, but that time came up as 1:37 to Pewsey. So it is a bit closer than I thought. Sorry, 1:37 to Pewsey, and the crew from the Netherlands got there in 1:36. So yeah, there's nothing in it. But obviously the team from the Netherlands were doing that work on their own, which will be harder, but yeah, they'll be.
And I think what's really interesting is last year, the Dutch crew, they were pretty quick through to Pewsey last year as well, but then they did start to fade. So it'll be interesting to see if they have the same thing this year.
Yeah, I know. I paddled with one of them at the start of Waterside Sea, and he was just off like a rocket along the pound. It was unbelievable. I was huffing and puffing trying to keep up, and then we hit the portages, and that was the end of me. They have seriously good water speed.
Yeah. It would be interesting to see if they've learnt from last year in terms of their pacing, or if they can keep that pace this year as well.
Oh, so sorry. That's all come through as of times via the GPS. So they're all actually within 4 seconds of each other.
Oh, wow.
So you've got Hawke and Palmer in 1:36.20, Butler O'Grady 1:36.22, and then I can't pronounce the name, Witteveen and Zergers in 1:36.24. So
okay.
Very close. Nothing in it.
Yeah, nothing in it at all.
But presumably the crews that are trading washes have used slightly less energy.
Yes, and this is the thing. This is sort of what I was trying to get at earlier. With the crews that have gone off in pairs, the energy that they're saving, is that going to give them the edge over Tom and Nush, who have
It certainly could. I think Tom and Anoushka are very confident paddlers, and they'll just be getting on with their own thing.
Yeah, and again that comes down to the mind games of were they better off leaving on their own, doing their own thing, and not going off at sort of a stupid pace, versus the potential that they could have gone off faster with another crew and not setting that pace that they're comfortable with, if that makes sense.
Yeah, absolutely.
So yeah, we have got a bit of a gap now between this and the next crew, or crews, sorry, because it's Birkett, Simmons, and Paul and Tebbit next, but they are still a fair way back. They've only just gone past Allington Bridge, so
just
yeah, we have got a bit of time.
Just to put this all into perspective a little bit of how good these guys at the back are. At the first boat on the course is just about to break out onto the Thames. That's crew 327, Turner and Spreadbury. I hope I'm saying that right. Incidentally, crew 379, who are Elias and Black, they set off very early this morning. 5:33 this morning. They're just coming into the Reading. They led a lot of the race. I'm not sure when they got overtaken, but there are now 2 boats in front of them. Obviously, everyone's aiming to get to Teddington at the same time. So it's really, although they look very relaxed coming through Pewsey, they really are going along pretty well.
Yeah, that's a really good point to make. Just that speed differential between sort of the people that have gone off at the start and then these crews that they only left half an hour ago. So yeah, it is an incredible feat.
But then so is being able to keep going for that. Like when Betsy and I raced together, we finished in 19 hours, and I think there's no way I could have kept going for another hour, let alone another 6 hours. And you just, I think
that's what Betsy and I were saying earlier when we were talking about the folding canoes and things that are out there. Brett's shaking his head as well. It is mind-boggling.
Yeah.
And they'll be out for 30 plus hours.
I just couldn't do it. I remember when we were kids, being at the campsite when we were doing it as juniors, and the slowest ones was like, oh, we just couldn't do it at your pace, that's exhausting. And we're looking at them going, you've done a completely different race to us. There's no way we could have sat in a boat for 24 hours. Yeah.
I mean, as much as you have to love paddling to really to do this kind of thing, but as much as you love it, you want to get out of that boat as quickly as possible.
My bum's too bony to sit on a.
The really ridiculous thing is that it's only a 2-hour drive from Devizes to Westminster, so I don't know why we bother with all the canoery.
Modern technology.
Yeah.
Saying that, weather report, it's gone completely still here.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
You
just
can
a
really see
gentle
that
breeze
on the
now.
water.
Yeah, you can really see it on the water. It would be interesting when Henry and Betsy get to Newbury to see what that's like. Particularly as we get into the evening as well there.
Yeah. The guys that went through just were actually very chatty.
They were.
Surprisingly for canoeists to be chatty, says 2 sitting here talking to an empty canal. But yeah, they were taking on information, and I guess Billy's got that experience to know how important that is to keep morale up and just be chatting and.
Yeah, so I could hear that he was talking, but I couldn't hear what he was saying. What was the sort of stuff that they were talking about? I guess they were talking mainly to Danny.
Yeah, Danny Beasley was supporting them, but he basically told them where the crews were behind them and was sort of feeding that information, asking if their lights were working, that kind of stuff. So yeah, it wasn't general gossip. It was important stuff, but even so, that's experience, isn't it? It's feeding back to your crew, and when I've supported crews, when they stop talking, I get worried because it's like, right, what's going on? You're going through a bad patch, aren't you, mate? So, yeah, early days.
Yeah, no, but that is a good sign, and again, that just shows how relaxed they are at the moment, which is again a really good sign.
Yeah.
So yes, it will be very interesting to see the next ones. I mean, we have got a fair amount of time at the moment, so probably wouldn't expect a support crew to come yet. But if a support crew does come, whether they do go down and they, as we've just seen, if their support crew go down and sort of come back with them and chat to them as they're going along to try and take on some information, because this is also a really good point to be taking on the information from your paddling crew to then feed to. Usually you'll have two sets of support crew at least, who will they'll frog leap. So the crew, you'll have a crew here maybe, and then a crew at Wootton Rivers, and the crew here will then feed into Wootton Rivers how their boat is looking, if they think that they need any food, which, as we've just seen, the crew might directly influence. And so all of that. So there's a huge. It's not just getting in a boat and paddling. There's a huge amount behind the scenes of people talking to each other, different crews taking on board information, feeding that back to each other and to the paddlers.
So Joe and Brindley I'm just looking at the map now. Joe and Brindley are on their own, aren't they? All the crews now are on their own, are they? Apart from Paul and Tebbit and Birkett and Simmons, Tom and Andy and
yeah. Yeah, so that seems to be. So we've got four.
Robert Stephen.
We have got 4 boats left to come through Pewsey. I am right, aren't I? Oh yeah, 4 boats to come through Pewsey. Yeah. It's only 6:30 and we're already, gosh knows how the rest of the day is going to go. But we've got 4 boats left to come through this checkpoint. We've got 2 together, and then we've got 2 separate. So yes, it will be very interesting to see.
Well, I hope the rest of the day involves a bit of fish and chips for us, at least.
Oh yeah, there's a pub over there.
No, it's I'm
built...
waiting for Reading.
It's built into the schedule.
Don't misbehave. we haven't actually drunk any beer or anything like that, so.
No, although now that the wind has died, and okay, the sun is going in because we're getting to that point of the day. Actually, it's very peaceful, and we wouldn't mind. I mean, I wouldn't mind a G&T, I'll be honest, but never mind. You can't have everything, can you?
No. Do you want my chair while I go and get the drinks?
It's all right. It's like, this is actually super comfy. One of us was very prepared, and one of us was less so.
I've got my camp bed in the car as well. So. Yeah, so looking at the map, how are we doing from where we are? I'd say have we got an hour or so? Not that long, I wouldn't have thought.
No, I wouldn't have thought
that. 30 to 40 minutes, perhaps?
Yes.
Yeah. And that'll be Rob and Steve with Andy and Tom, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And hopefully, assuming that they do have support crews coming to here, hopefully we can maybe grab them and find out how they're feeling at the moment.
Yes.
Any information. Just gonna plug this in.
When we saw When we saw Nushi in that interview, we both looked and thought, she wasn't as smiley as she normally is. I mean, she's always smiley, but and I think one must be nervous. But I think for her, knowing her and knowing the amount of mileage she's done, or they've both done, she will just be desperate to get in the boat, I think.
I think this is the thing. It seems almost cruel that they had to do their boat checks before 2:00 when all of these fast crews were planning to leave at 4, 5 o'clock. Well, you know, they left at what, 5:30?
Yeah.
So I just think that is cruel, and that is why so I don't know if you heard earlier, but I think it was actually and I think it was it Andy and Tom?
Right.
Actually, they disappeared. So they came, they got their boats checked, and then they disappeared.
Yeah.
And I was saying as well, actually, I'd be champing at the bit and just be ready to go, because you've got that, you've got your kit sorted, and then to have to hang around, but you can't go any earlier because you're going to miss the tide window.
Yeah.
And that just seems so cruel.
Yeah. And watching other people.
I think it comes back to what they were saying. I think it was Paul was saying about the pressure on the volunteers and everything. And suddenly, once you've got that check-in done, it helps. You know, gets them all cleared out. Lots of them will also go on to marshal further down the course. So it helps. It just helps with that. Although it makes life a bit more difficult for the paddlers.
Absolutely, and it's one of those things. Yeah, and it's one of those things as well. It's just sort of, unfortunately, with the tide window, it means that because some years the tide is a bit earlier, so they'd leave a bit earlier. Obviously, the tide window opens at 7:20 tomorrow morning, so that is what affects it. So yeah, and obviously it makes sense with the volunteers, etc., and you've got to be able to do that, but that must really have played in. And what we were saying with how she looked before she left, she was ready to get in that boat.
And I remember when I did stage race K1. I didn't finish, but we won't mention that. Day one was great. It was the water was full of other paddlers. You're going past people, it keeps you going. You know, you pass people, and then suddenly day 2, you turn up and you're hanging around and there's nobody there because we're the last boats to leave. It was just awful being on your own, as just going, oh, where is everybody? And then you slowly start catching people up, and there's still more people to catch up, but you're never going to reach them. You're just last out the back, particularly in the men's K1. It's like, oh,
I think that was something that
slower and it got worse.
That was something that surprised me last year about when Jon and Billy set off. I think they were the last crew to go. And they were quite a long way behind everyone else from what I remember. And they just ended up paddling, I think, pretty much the whole race just out the back on their own. And I think particularly through the middle of the night, it's just so much more motivating if you are making it overtakes few and far between in the DW, because everyone's obviously aiming to get to Teddington at about the same time. But being able to come past boats in those early hours is a real motivator.
Yeah. And you have to. We spoke about all sort of training and food and everything like that, but you've got to remember this is as much as a mental exercise as it is your physical get down the course sort of thing. And if you're on your own for a good percentage of that, my poor brain couldn't cope with that. I like being on my own, but
I think it's a weird one. Kayakers, we are ultimately quite solitary people because, but then actually we kind of need people around us in a way as well.
Look at our Saturday night.
I don't know what you're talking about. It's great. This is the most social I've been all year so far.
God,
So
yeah.
you know.
There's a heron down there.
James, I don't know if you can see, but have we? I might have missed it earlier. Have we got sort of updates on the second day of the 4-stage event? Do you know?
We haven't as yet. I can see if I can. Well, I know I can just find stages race tracking. Sorry. Oh, there we go. As if by magic, Tim has put them up on the screen.
Thank you, Tim.
So just to run over, these are all times to Marlow in the junior veteran class. This isn't going to tally with what's coming up on your screen, unfortunately, because I'm reading them off the tracking website. But we have Davis and Davis from Way are leading the junior vet down to Marlow in 12:30. Then Coleman Bullion in 13:31. Tate and Tate of 15:33. That's the top 3 in the junior vet. In the junior doubles, we have Lovell and Kramer from Worcester and Southern.
Southampton.
Oh, Southampton. Sorry. There we go. You know better than I do. Well out in front. 10:18. Oh, sorry. Barrett and Brown from Kimbleton School in 12:22, which is very good for a school crew. Only in that, obviously, lots of the school paddlers aren't sort of what I'd say are a full-time canoe paddler, rather than people that are down. I know lots of the school paddlers only get involved in boats sort of 6 months before the race. I don't know what those two in particular are doing. And then third place in the junior doubles of Fippard and Francis, 12:24. So there's only 2 minutes between second and third place in the junior doubles. So that will be an interesting to watch pan out. Senior singles, we have Durden in I think the quickest time of 9:53 down to Marlow. Walkington from Chelmsford. Durden is from Elmbridge. Walkington from Chelmsford in 10:46.27. And Russell, who's international from Ireland, in 10:47.58. So again, less than, well, it's about a minute and a half, I think, between second and third there. So that'll be interesting. And then is Zilski from Reading? Is that Radek?
Yeah.
Okay, so previous winner, currently 10:48.51, so only another minute behind third place. And then James Williams from Runcorn, about 5 minutes down from fourth in fifth. So that's all. Still, you've got a clear leader, but then everyone else is very tight in behind there, competing for the podium.
Junior boys, Lockie Lovell. I'm not sure of his partner. So Jeff did it. Jeff did it. His dad, Jeff Lovell, Lockie's dad. He did it with me as junior boys. So it's interesting to see Lockie do it. Yeah, Lockie's Div 2 paddler, good Div 2 paddler. So it'd be interesting to see what their time is. I didn't see it on the screen, but
it's 10:18.19 to Marlow.
Okay.
So I don't know how that. I don't know a huge amount about the 4-day race, to be honest. So does that?
I think the junior record's around about 14 hours or something ridiculous.
Yeah, it is.
I should know this because
Yeah.
my brother tried to break it.
I think. Where is the finish for Marlow this year? Is it?
It's the rugby club.
Okay, so where is the rugby club on the river? Do we know? Is it below the lock still?
I should know this. I used to paddle out of Longreach. Yeah, I think it is, but it's on the other side, I think.
Yeah, okay. So I'm only asking because Thameside 2 finished up at Bisham Sports Centre, which is quite a long way back upstream. So I don't know how the times compare.
Let me double check that whilst.
Yeah, there's no rush. And we have our endeavours, who I won't go over, sorry, just because they're non-competitive. But there's how many? 1, 2, 3, 4.
Oh, yeah.
So there's 9 endeavour classes. Boats. In the SUP, we have Mr. McCormack leading in 14:39, and Mrs. King in 18:12, which is going very strong. as well. Unfortunately, we have had 3 retirements. We had a retirement yesterday. Simon Derham retired at Hungerford. Burrows and Burrows from Ondall School. I don't know. Retired. It says retired at Newbury, but on day 2. So perhaps they weren't feeling it in this morning. And then Rees and O'Malley from Independent and RMKA retired at Marlow in 20 hours 39 minutes. So perhaps they were having some difficulties, because I think that is at least a couple of hours slower than anyone else down to Marlow.
Okay, yeah.
Which is unfortunate. But it does go to show how tough the race is. I know Owen Peake was saying, watch out for around Henley, Hurley and Marsh in the early hours. Sorry, Emma, go ahead.
No. He was saying earlier that he reckons around Hurley is going to be where people start dropping because of the conditions. I mean, it's interesting, like we've said, that wind has dropped here. So whether it's still like this further down the course, that changes things. We don't know at the moment. We'll see when we get further down. But yeah, so Owen felt that was going to be where people got hit by the headwind and the exhaustion, and the fact that it would be sort of the middle of the night at that point. So let's see if his prediction.
Just looking at windy, you have got an 11-12 knot wind coming that is going to be pretty much that section from from Hurley all the way across to Cookham. You're going to be pretty much paddling into a direct headwind.
And it is super exposed there.
Yeah,
so
it's so flat, isn't it?
Yeah. I don't know about you guys, but the Henley Strait is no.
Henry Strait. That I always found the wind went the other way. It's just, and you could guarantee it, and it's like, right, you know that you're going to get a headwind for like a mile.
Yeah, even if you had a tailwind before that.
Yeah.
Betsy and I paddled K2 for Thameside 2 this year, and I've never really, everyone's always complained about the Henley Strait, and I've never really understood why. And then this year we pulled out, we came under the little bridge just after the Dragon Boat Club, and it was like, oh my God, I understand. Sort of foot-high waves the whole way down. I didn't mind it so much in the back because Betsy was breaking the waves perfectly with her face. But yeah, it was nasty.
Yeah, I remember doing a training paddle in the dark because we needed some night experience. Training paddle, I can't sort of think, it must have been early in the year, and I can still see the horizontal rain and thinking, I'm not sure about this.
Whereas my favourite Henley Strait moment was we did when we were training for our 2023 DW. We went out and did a rundown we did Aldermaston down to Longridge at night when the river was at about 140. And we did 2 sub 4-minute kilometres going nice and steady in our C2, which was absolutely mad. It was flat as a pancake, but flowing like God knows what.
Yeah. No, so yeah, hopefully we'll have a bit of an update about what the conditions are like further down in a bit. Because that will have a huge impact on things as we go into the night. I mean, we're not really expecting the faster cruise to go through Dreadnought until what was it? We sort of thought 2.
There'll be about
maybe
7
2
hours
a.m.
down to there.
Yeah. So anything can happen between now and then.
Fish and chips, I hope, you know.
Yeah,
obviously.
It's a good job it's not a bank holiday and everything's shut, isn't it?
Oh, don't say that.
McDonald's will still be open.
Absolutely.
No, there's definitely a fish and chips open in Reading because there was One time I did DW and there was another crew from my club who started a little bit in front of us, and we were going down and we were trying to keep an eye on sort of where the other crews were, as you do, even if you know that you're not sort of racing against them per se. It's just nice to know the other crews that you have become friends with, where they are and how they're doing. And I remember that I knew that they were sort of due to go through the Oracle Centre at around that time, and I asked my support crew, you know, how are they doing? And they went, oh, they're doing great. They've just stopped for fish and chips. And I just thought, you guys aren't taking this seriously. I'm cold, I'm wet, I'm not even halfway.
Marsport used to have their shop used to be next to the fish and chip shop in Reading.
So checking in on the tracking map, it looks like Kat Wilson and Fiona Penny Douglas are coming into Hungerford fairly soon. So interested to see how they're doing. Looks like Lee Maddox and his partner seem to be moving up through the field. Maddox and Perkins, sorry. And the C2s are looking suspiciously close. Or depending on how accurate the OS map is, they might be less than a kilometre apart.
Oh wow!
Might mean that Mike and Sam have closed up, but they've been through the most portage heavy section of the course. So we'll have to wait and see in Hungerford how that's panned out. But they're definitely still tagging along. There's a slight gap. Sorry. So just let me check these times. There is a very slight gap between David Hawken and Dan Palmer and Billy Butler and Jon O'Grady. They obviously, I don't know exactly how accurate it is, but the readings are only 3 seconds apart, and it looks like there's maybe 100 or so meters between those two tracks, with Butler and O'Grady out in front. It's just interesting at this stage. That probably means they're portaging a little bit quicker, but it's a long way to go. And they could easily be burning up a little bit of extra energy running or in and out. And if they're pushing,
absolutely.
This comes back to, is it necessarily a good idea? You might think, oh yeah, it's great, we've dropped them, let's keep go. But the crew that you've dropped could easily be just sitting there pretty comfortable, waiting.
But equally as well, this could then, I think knowing, at least knowing Dan, I think that it won't be, but it could also have a negative effect on the crew that have been left behind, for want of a better phrase.
For sure.
So whether they, obviously we can only speculate looking on the map, but whether that is what they've decided, and it's, they know that perhaps they might be a slightly slower portaging crew, and so they've just decided we'll just do our own race, see how it goes, and then wind them back in once we get off the canal and onto the river. We shall see. But this is when it all starts to get super interesting.
Further back, Paul Tebbett, Birkett, Simmons still look like they're together. They look like they're about 3 or 4K out from you guys right now. And then the rest of the gaps all look pretty similar. Tom and Anoushka have just come through all cannings. And then Peterson and Kreft are through Honey Street. So they're all moving up nicely. The gaps are all looking pretty similar.
Yeah, they seem to be quite consistent at the moment. So in terms of the gaps between them.
Yeah, definitely. And our first boat has just gone through Dreadnought Reach as well, down on the Thames. That's Turner and Spreadbury. I hope I'm getting that name right. Who, left Devizes at 5:16 this morning. So they're already 13 and a half hours in. And just coming, mentally halfway.
Yeah, but actually that will be a huge mental boost to get onto the river, having done 13 hours on the canal.
I cannot imagine spending that much time in a boat. But you know, it's a different race, isn't it? It's a. I mean, this is.
I think however you do it, there's no easy way.
Oh, absolutely not.
But there's so many different ways you can do this, you know, which is quite nice. You've, as I said, you've got the mental challenge, or you've got the physical challenge, and it must be as much as the top end have got the physical challenge dominating their race, the bottom end have got the mental challenge dominating their race, haven't they?
Yeah, absolutely. It is fun in a weird way as well.
Non-canoeists wouldn't have understood that joke. That's a real canoeist joke there.
Yeah.
I think it's fun after you finished it.
Yeah.
You look back and you go, oh no, that was good. I could do that again.
Have either of you got a number one tip for how to get through the DW?
Don't stop.
Don't stop.
Yeah. Yeah, don't stop. Well, assuming someone is going to start.
Do you know what? The best advice I was ever given was, it was actually as I was leaving Devizes for my first DW, and someone shouted from the bank, when it all starts hurting, go back to your technique. And that is a game changer for your brain mentally, because it starts hurting and you start, because you're hurting, your technique does start to fall apart a little bit, and then you realize, oh, actually it's starting to hurt. Oh, my technique's gone a bit. Right, and you start putting your focus into your technique, and it takes your mind off the pain.
Yeah.
So that's the best piece of advice I've ever been given.
I mean, I've never done the all night, but from what I have learned of doing sort of longer stuff and you know, the stage races is you've got to stick to your game plan. You know, it's like what we're saying about Nushi. She started maybe looking nervous or feeling or doing those mind games at the start, and it's really easy to suddenly change your game plan, and then you're on the back foot straight away, because you start doubting yourself whether you should be taking on different drinks or different stuff, and it's just stick to your game plan and just follow it through.
Mine was slightly more literal, which was don't look at your hands. Because you don't want to know. Just keep going. Don't look until you get to Westminster. I made that mistake when Betsy and I were paddling. It was one of the last roller portages, and we had to just stop for a minute. I was like, oh, my hand's a little bit sore. Yeah, and I looked at it and I was like, oh, that's bad. And it just started stinging. And I saw just how many and how bad blisters were. And it was like, oh, and for some reason, once I'd seen it, it just hurt so much more.
Mike Rees-Clark actually said similar to me, is that he said, look after your hands. You know, if you get back in the boat and it's been a muddy portage, you know, get back in, get away, and then clean your hands. Make sure there's no mud on your hands or anything like that. I tried the Vaseline.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, and it's absolutely horrible. It's horrendous.
Why don't you like it?
But it works. Huh?
Oh, sorry. I thought you were gonna say it didn't work.
No, it did. Yeah.
Yeah,
it did.
So for those who don't know, what is the Vaseline method?
Oh, okay. That's fine. It goes on your hands, and well, I rub Vaseline on a good hour before. So when it comes to signing or getting your boat ready, you can't pick anything up. And then I have a big glob in my boat somewhere underneath the seat or something like that. So when you first get in, it's slippy, it's a little bit, but then after a mile, it settles down. You get used to it. And if you've done it in training, you have sort of old Vaseline on your paddle. This sounds awful, doesn't it? You've got the old sort of Vaseline there, which kind of forms a barrier, but it just stops the blisters and looks after your hands a little bit.
I've never heard of. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, and then I'll top it up halfway through, and it'll be horrible again for another mile. But it kind of worked for me.
Yeah, I've never tried topping it up partway. So yeah, exactly the same. If you rub a good dollop of it in, but an hour before, so it has time to dry. But then I'm curious as to what you have it in the boat. Does that not make it almost impossible to hold on having it in the boat?
When you put it on, or on the last water side that I did, I noticed my hand feeling a bit sort of, when it feels it's sticking to your paddles a little bit, and so I just put enough on and then wiped it off as much as I could. So yeah, it was horrendous because I wasn't used to it because I hadn't done training, but it was stippy. It goes stippy for a bit, but then if you've got it on your paddles and then your case, it kind of all fits together nicely in a horrible kind of way.
It sounds horrendous. I won't.
Well, but what you're doing is just stopping the water getting to your skin, and it stops it going quite as soft. So it just holds everything together a bit better.
Yeah, I guess that is how it works.
Yeah.
Right. We've got crews coming through, so I'm going to go on to the live stream and film down that way.
Perfect.
And you can get them over the bridge, perhaps.
Yeah. So, yeah, I don't know if did you catch that, James? We're going to we're going to split. They should be coming. So our next two boats, which are Birkett and Simmons and Paul and Tebbit.
Yeah.
Will be coming through. Oh, hang on, mine's jumping around a bit. But yeah, so Brett's going to walk down and get them sort of coming along, and then I'm going to go up onto the bridge again, and hopefully it's not too pixelated for everybody who's watching.
It's pretty good. They are still the best part of 2K away, so you have still got a little bit of time. But good to be ready.
Yeah, and it might be the tracker again, but it looks like Brindy and Joe might be. It looks like that gap is a bit smaller than it was before. I don't know what you think.
Yeah, it's hard. Like you say, it's hard to keep track. I think so. Mixed crews are quite hard to beat in the DDL. If you have a good mixed crew, you have to have a very good men's crew. And part of that's power to weight, particularly on the pound. We all know it's really horrible with shallow water, suck water. And so the two mixed crews are generally, a mixed crew will be lighter than a men's crew. Obviously, that's a massive sweeping generalization. But they'll be getting less bottom drag off the canal. Hopefully, it'll be running a little bit better. And they won't be having to sort of work as hard. It'll be more technique focused than just trying to muscle it along. Hopefully, they'll be able to get more glide out of the boat than the boat that sort of sits down in the water a bit more.
Yeah, and I think we've seen a real uplift in mixed crews over the last few years, really being at the front of the finishers window. So on the podium, if not first, then second or third over the last few years, which is really encouraging to see.
Yeah, so we've just had an update from the amazing Tim, who said the time projection has Brindy and Joe about 4 minutes down on Andy and Tom.
Okay.
I don't know what that's based on as yet.
I mean, we were wondering if that was going to, if the fact that they were on their own was going to affect, was going to have an effect. And it looks like then maybe it has, potentially.
Yeah, it certainly could have done. Oh, I mean, well, no, they're not that far apart. So, yeah, they're about 2K behind and then there's approximately another 2k back to Tom and Nushi. So they will start to be coming through pretty soon. They're closing in on you now. So yeah, sorry, I'm rambling as usual, but it is all the gaps seem to be closing up a little bit. But it's such early days. As you know, 5 minutes is nothing really at this stage. It feels good to be 5 minutes up, and it feels a bit sucky to be 5 minutes down. But it's such early days. You've got to get to the end before you worry about anything else.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, what's the wind doing at the moment? Because it looks super still.
It's. But there is still a breeze, which you can't quite see on the camera. I'm just wondering. I might be able to show you if I. Oh, dead leg. So if we just have a look. So this is. Ooh,
so if, for example, if you had a rubber duck and you put it in the canal now, which way would it be going?
It would be going that way.
No.
So not the way you want to be going.
No.
But yeah, so you can just see some ripples there coming through under the bridge. And I think my trusty assistant is going to check what it feels like on the other side.
But it's all pretty pleasant. Actually, if you're kitted up to be paddling through the night, a little bit of wind is just keeping you cool, and it doesn't look like a nightmare.
It's not as bad as it felt earlier. You know, when we started the stream in Devizes, and we were saying about the wind, and you could see on the flags and things at the start, it is not as bad as it was then. So that's really encouraging, I think, for the crews that are coming through now.
We're definitely the right side of the bridge.
We are the right side of the bridge. Yeah. You're welcome. So, but you can definitely feel it, that other side. And the thing about the canal, of course, is that you've got sections that are more protected than others. So they will be going in and out of it a bit.
Although saying that, the pub's that side of the bridge, so.
You can't have everything. I think we've worked out what Brett's priorities are.
Yeah, fish and chips and a pint.
Yeah, so there is still a headwind. It's less than it was, but yeah, hopefully we'll have an update from Newbury as well soon. So
yeah, it certainly looks like.
Yeah.
Just coming into Kintbury, there's a group of about maybe half a dozen boats that are all very close together. So it'll be interesting to see how they negotiate each other. Obviously, they're all trying to get the best out of themselves, but there might be a bit of working together going on.
Yeah.
Sorry, can we get a support crew update?
Yeah, well, funnily enough, wave hello guys, you're on Paddle Daily Live. So did you say you're Andy and Tom's support crew? So we're expecting them to just come through. Have you seen them so far?
Yeah, right.
Yeah, and are they looking good?
Good, yeah.
Yeah.
A bit now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Got Bob for company, which is Steve for company, which is good, I think.
Brilliant. Okay, so it would be really good to see them come through, and it looks like that they're still together. So
yeah, I think it's good for both of them.
I know it's a basic question. I'm going to go up and film them a bit. What colour boat is Andy and Tom?
Black.
They're in the black one. Okay.
Yeah.
And Andy and Tom in the black one.
Steve and Bob in the yellow way boat.
Yeah. Right. Yeah.
Brilliant.
Someone on your
at the doorbell.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry.
And Billy and
it's the boy.
Brain's gone.
Okay.
John, Billy and John.
Yeah, Billy and John. They were chatting away.
Yeah, I can imagine. I think Billy's taking it relatively easy over the first stretch, which makes a change for him, which is actually, I think, probably for the better.
Yeah, I mean, he struggled with his eyes last time, and I think maybe that's just stress. Yeah, being chatty try and take the stress away. Maybe.
I don't think the headwind's good for his eyes, actually.
No, that's why he's got those glasses.
Yeah, was he wearing
his eyes? Yeah.
I wind him up about them all the time.
Okay, I'm gonna go up.
That's
And then we're out of your way as well.
Arrival looks imminent.
Yeah.
You should be able to see them any moment.
So they have got a cyclist with them as well who just came into view, which is always useful.
Particularly with Easter being a bit late this year, it can be slightly troublesome having a cyclist because the Canal and River Trust tend to have cut a lot of the hedges by now. So you can end up with quite a lot of punctures if you're cycling. So hopefully they've got a plan for if their cyclist gets a flat.
I've supported Waterside A on a bike before. Never again.
I think one of the biggest,
quite a lot of stress.
something that seemed really advantageous that we saw last year was there were cyclists going along with quite high beam lights that gave a really good view for the paddlers, particularly at portages.
Yeah.
Certainly, there's a lot of debate about whether you should rely on night vision or have a bright torch. I think the guys that were going for the win last year just completely quashed that by going like brighter than the sun.
Yeah, so I'm really sorry. The quality isn't amazing. I don't know why it's so rubbish up here on the bridge, unfortunately. But the two K2s have now come into view. So
yeah, are they power lines
both
up above
really
you?
strong. And there are actually.
Yeah, that might be. I mean, it's a nice view from the bridge. Although the stream appears to have just gone blank. There we go, they're back. Who have we got leading there?
So we've got the Way crew currently leading.
Oh,
in
nice.
the yellow boats. Looking
Pace
really
looks,
nice.
yeah, it looks a little higher pace than the previous pair. Are they taking a little feed?
They haven't taken on a feed, unless are they planning to take a feed on this side, or are they? Okay.
Oh, so I just heard some words. I didn't know if they were talking.
No, they were.
There we go.
Were talking. There you go. Yeah, so they were. I'm gonna drop that down so that it's less pixelated. They were talking to their crew, but no, it doesn't look like they took on any food here. So
Right,
yeah,
okay.
another couple of boats that haven't taken on any food. You can just see. Oh no, you can't quite. But yeah, they're looking lovely.
Wonderful. As soon as I have times come through, I'll let you know how they're getting on.
Brilliant.
Which should be pretty quick.
They were looking speedy.
Yeah, we'll need maybe 5 minutes for the tracker to update with the split. Oh, well. So that's saying through Pewsey in 1:37. That did change a little bit for the other guys once the sort of true checkpoint time came through.
Okay.
Yeah, so 1:37.22, which is putting them really, really tight with the guys that have already come through. So actually, the sort of, I don't know how official these times are, if they're based off GPS or if they get adjusted. So the crew from the Netherlands are the quickest timed so far at 1:36.24. And then you've got Hawke and Palmer and Butler O'Grady came through in 1:37.20, which is actually exactly what the GPS is saying that pair of crews just got there in, almost to the second.
Okay.
I haven't got to hand what the data looks like from previous years, but I'm sure we can get that sorted for you.
I'm just
Presumably,
sorry. We might
presumably
have
the
to
sports
just
crew
go
have
to
gone.
that.
Oh, ow, ow, oh, oh.
Sorry, we just had a technical issue.
Got DW injury already.
Okay, I'm not moving that again. Sorry, James, say that again.
Oh no, that was it really. Oh my word, we're falling over. So I was just going to say, I'll be able to get some sort of comparative times up for you shortly.
Brilliant.
Just to see how they're going compared to other years.
Okay,
you
brilliant,
shouldn't
yeah.
have. It really looks like you won't have that long to wait for Joe and Brindy to come in. So sorry, I'm getting it. The amazing Tim saying. So last year, some crews were slightly faster, some crews were slightly slower last year. So Billy and Jon and Andy Birkett, Tom Simmons last year came through in 1:33, so that's nearly 5 minutes quicker. But Tom and Nushi did 1:39. Obviously, they went on to win. So yeah, good times. The headwind's clearly not as painful as it could be yet. Maybe people are working slightly harder than they were last year. Obviously, we saw in the water sides that the pace does seem to have gone up.
Yes.
But it's still all to play for. It's very early days.
I seem to remember Nushi and Tom started quite slow last year, and then they started clawing it back.
Yeah, that was something Keith Moore's been talking about in his videos that he did last year, was take the first half easy and take back the time on the Thames. I think easy is relative. It's still pretty hard work.
Yeah.
But learning how to manage yourself through it's like when you have your hour time trial on the bicycle, you try and pace yourself so you do each 15-minute section at the same speed, which for the first 15 minutes is really easy and for the last 15 minutes is incredibly hard. But it's that kind of mindset.
I think the thing to remember as well is that last year the water conditions were very different. When you think how much flow there was on the Thames last year compared to this year,
yeah,
you possibly could in a way go that little bit easier on the canal and then make up for it on the Thames with not a huge amount of effort. But because things are so low this year, I think you have to take that into consideration.
Yeah, absolutely. Although the canal doesn't look too low.
Well, I was just looking. There's sort of watermarks.
Yeah, there's definitely a line.
Okay.
I think it's been lower. We're both just staring intently at the other side of the canal, trying to work it out for you.
It doesn't work if you look at the side of the boats. Yeah, there's. I mean, to gauge it, I'd say there's 2 or 3 inches of what is green and would probably be underwater. So, you know, you've definitely lost over the last few weeks or last week or so. It's gone down a couple of inches.
Yeah,
definitely.
I know, particularly the boat traffic on that pound as well. If you've got a lot of boats going down the Devizes flight, whose name I can't think of right at the moment, but if lots of boats go down that, the level does drop. So again, back in 2023, we had a really nice run down the pound for Waterside D, and then got to Devizes for DW, and it's like, oh, that is a good 6 to 8 inches lower than it was, and we lost 0.2 of a mile an hour off our GPS speed, and there was just nothing. The boat just wasn't running as nicely in relatively shallower water, so it can really make a difference.
On Waterside C, after Wootton Rivers, the first pound that you come to if that makes sense.
Yeah.
That was drained.
Oh no.
It's the one where some crews run between the two.
Oh,
Yeah, but it's
yeah.
long enough to be comfortable to paddle as well, though.
Yeah.
And I was determined. I'm not going to do too much running. And the
Yeah.
first pound I got to was, I've got to run it. So I was full of cheer.
Yeah.
It's
never as much fun when you're forced into it.
I think boat traffic is something that has to be taken into consideration as well. Perfectly timed with a narrowboat going past, because things like boats going through the tunnel. So if the crew has to stop to wait for a boat coming the other way through the tunnel, that obviously will stop the crew, and that will take away from their, like sort of touched on it before, the rhythm of the boat and that just general settling into really getting your head down into it, and then just trying to make your way around the narrow boats as well can have an impact.
So just looking at the spreadsheet so far, there's a few crews been credited with time. I think we've got 5 crews that look like they've had a time credit applied, which presumably means they were stopped at the tunnel to hell. The longest boat, so the longest of those is 7 minutes, which is quite a long time to suddenly be stopped for no real reason. Obviously, you get the time back. But
7 minutes wait at the tunnel.
I assume so. But if I guess these barges take a long time to come through, and then all of a sudden you're stopped. Your muscles are going, "Oh, hang on a minute! I thought we were carrying on." You get a free bit of food and a free drink, but it's less than ideal.
Yeah, and you can get cold. Less of an issue at the moment, possibly, but you can get cold as well, and then have to start up again and warm up your muscles, and that can make a big difference.
Definitely.
So we are expecting Joe and Brindy to come through. So
They
I
should
might
be-
rather than go.
I'm going to walk up again.
Yeah.
Last time my stream, I don't think the internet was very good up there.
Okay.
We'll give it a go. So we get two bites. Haven't seen go past.
Yeah, and I'm going to try going on the other side I'm going to have a quick look at the other side of the tunnel, rather than going up the bridge this time because the quality was so bad. Let's see if it makes a difference this way. And I think there were.
They look like they're about 30 seconds out from the straight you guys are on.
So.
Our official timekeeper.
Yes.
Wow.
And we have got. I might not be able to get a great view from here, so it might be better to be. Sorry, you don't have to move forward. Thank you.
That'll be fun to see them whiz past.
Yeah. All right, we'll try from here. Let's see how it. Let's see.
No support crews, so presumably there's nothing going on for them here.
So there are some people, but yeah, it looks like they're not planning on doing an actual nutrition or feed stop. So
No, I think some of them.
Are you waiting for these guys? Yes. Well, yeah, they are just coming through. Thank you. So I don't know if you can see, but that is Joe and Brindy just coming through now, coming towards us. So again, looking strong there. Yeah, they obviously left on their own rather than in the pairs that some of the others have gone off in.
Then that lets them settle into their own rhythm, find their own way.
Yeah. Yes, as we were sort of discussing earlier, the pros and cons between the two options.
It means they can have their own race. They don't have to overwork. They're not going unnecessarily slow. Here we go. very purposeful.
Yeah, looking really nice. Really nice rhythm. Really nice timing, which is always important. I'm being laughed at.
So initially,
I'm thinking about some of the ones who came through early this morning and
Well, so have you been here? We are a paddle daily, like, so we're following along the course for all of them. So have you been here all day?
most of the day, yes.
Yeah.
With others, they're happy.
Yeah.
It's been a team.
Yeah. So you've seen a lot of paddlers go through.
Yeah, there's only one more left
Yes.
to come, isn't there?
Yes, who were last year's winners. So yeah, that'll be. Is this your first year, or have you?
No, I've been here a number of years, but I can't. Yeah. It gets in the blood.
Yes, it does. It does.
But it's good to watch the good crews come through.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's lovely.
They are looking strong.
Yeah.
the initial split on that is that they're about 3 minutes behind the other fast crews that we've seen coming. But as we've proven earlier, Tom and Nushi were quite a way behind, or a similar distance behind at this stage, and then came through to take the win. So, like we were saying with the C2, sort of, it's better to be 3 minutes up than 3 minutes down, but it's so close it doesn't actually matter.
So I've not put my coat back on, and I am regretting it right now. I think that is quite. Don't know if you can see that, but that wind on the canal there, that just hit us, and we just sort of both went, "Ooh." So maybe it is picking up again.
Yeah, it's on and off, definitely. You'd hoped overnight it'd drop down a little bit.
Yeah, you'd hope.
I get cold with everything, so I'm no gauge.
But in a minute they'll be going around another corner and they'll be going a slightly different direction, and it won't be right in their faces. It really doesn't look like Tom and Nushi are that far behind at all.
No.
Sort of less than 2K, according to our trusty OS map overlay.
Will I walk down again?
Yeah, go.
I don't know if you got my stream or it worked.
I don't know, because I can't see. That is the only thing with going off phones, unfortunately. But...
So I can see what's being broadcast here, and we're sticking with M's phone, but I'm sure Tim's probably taking recordings.
Perfect. Okay.
Okay. So we always down off again.
Don't worry, you've still got sort of 12 hours to go. Yeah.
Okay.
That's just till Teddington as well.
Yeah, so they are just
found that corner.
Yeah.
It's interesting that the other crews coming through, they had people to chat to.
Yeah.
And these guys are on their own.
Of course, they could have seen them at another point. It depends.
I mean, you've had 4 boats go through, sharing each other's washes and being able to chat and keep each other over 14 miles.
Yeah.
Oh, it's Max and Jimbo. Oh, and Lizzie. This is a proper canoeing posse family here. You're right. How are you?
Can we see if we can grab one of them and?
We can see. Are you guys also supporting Nushi and Tom? Do you have 2 minutes to just have a quick chat? I think they're just
threaten to throw them in the canal.
Throw them in the canal, yeah. Is this the first time you guys have seen them coming through, or have you seen them further? Okay. Has anybody seen them before here?
You must have seen them before.
What do you, as in?
Like since the start.
Yeah, we saw them an hour or so ago.
Yeah, how are they?
Okay, but pretty early doors. So
Yes.
Not much to say.
Yeah, absolutely. But it's always good to see them looking okay and no major issues so far.
Yeah, I guess it would be bad if there was.
Good to know that everything's got off to a good start, though.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, exactly.
But they get a change of.
So they're not getting out here.
Just waving.
They would normally just, well, like Joe did, just kind of straight on.
I'm going to go a little bit further back so that they can.
Yeah, so some of the earlier crews in the day will sort of pull over in that bit behind where you're stood now, and I've never really understood that. It's just a complete stop, and you kind of always...
so they'll stop. They'll stop there, and they'll. I mean, I'm not at a great angle, but it's almost like a pull-in. So it's not even like it's sort of on a. They actually have to pull in off of the racing line, basically. And yeah, I agree. It seems an interesting place. I don't know if it's because one of the water sides starts from here, and so in their heads maybe it makes sense to do that. Like a lot of crews will break up the course into more, like for their heads, more manageable chunks. So, you know, it will be Devizes to Wootton Rivers, and then or even Devizes to Pewsey, and then Pewsey to, say, Newbury, or because you can break it into the water sides and then the Thames sides and that sort of thing. So
the best bit of that plan
it's interesting.
is that you only have to do half of Waterside B.
Yes. Yeah, you don't have to turn around and go back upstream.
You get down to Aldermast, you think, thank God we don't have to turn around and go back. And then actually paddling all the way down to Westminster doesn't feel so bad. We should be able. So the C2s are quite a long way ahead of where we are now, but they are approaching Hungerford, so we'll be able to get a reading on where they are. The map's showing them at sort of just under a kilometre apart, just over a kilometre apart, which in my head means Sam and Mike have closed up a bit, but it is through that portage heavy section where you would expect them to be going a little bit, sort of just operating a bit more slickly because of their course knowledge and portage, or sort of direct portage practice on this type of portage. A lot of the portages that you come across in America on the American races are more sort of beach style portages. And the speed at which they can do those is unbelievable, but it is a little bit different to what we're doing over here, getting out on a solid bank.
And did I just see pop up that we've had our first retirement of the overnight stages?
Ooh.
I think Tim just sent us a message.
He certainly did. Retired at Aldermaston, boat 303, which is Neil Edgar and Kevin Crabb, which that is a real shame.
Yeah.
But it is a tough race. I'd assume that that's a bit due to injury, but that's a complete guess.
Yeah, well, regardless, I hope that they're okay. It's never the amount of effort and time that is put into the lead up and DW itself. It always makes it very difficult for any retirement. So hopefully they're okay. And maybe we'll hear a bit more further down the line. But yeah.
So Paul Owen has just commented on our YouTube stream. Watch out for the Dutch crew, who by my estimates are the fastest to Pewsey, which is absolutely true. They are the fastest to Pewsey. And yeah, like we were saying earlier, very experienced crew with very good pace. So it will be really interesting to see how that pans out through the night. It is early days, but they're certainly in the mix at this point.
Absolutely. But I think the fact that there's minutes between all of them at the moment, so that just shows the how level the playing field is at the moment. Which is what we've been saying all along, makes it so exciting this year.
Yeah, you can't win the race at the start, but you can lose it.
Yeah, absolutely.
So you just have to be there or thereabouts. Really, I mean, even 10 minutes at this point is really not a very big gap at all. Like we're saying, it's nicer to have 10 minutes in hand than be 10 minutes behind, but it's such a long way to go. Who was the other side of that bridge there?
So we've got a load of supporters ready to. Looks like they've got some bottles ready as well in case they're going to do a swap. Someone's watching me on the live stream and I can hear myself. It's very disconcerting.
Yeah.
You don't need to. I'm here.
So, sorry, they should be coming into view any second for you as well.
Okay, brilliant. I'm just going to see if I can see anything. We've sort of hit gold now, which is quite exciting.
I'm going to add it to the album for them.
You're okay. Oh yeah, they are coming. In fact, they are coming in now. I'm just going to get out of the way because obviously they've got their supporters and we don't want to.
If they're going to take a feed under the bridge, is there any way we could get a view of that?
I don't know if Brett's got a better view from the other side.
I don't think he's on the stream at the minute.
Okay,
Here
no,
we
it
go.
looks like they're
Oh
just
no, they're going.
Oh, they are.
Was that light going on maybe?
Can't just see, unfortunately.
Would we be able to grab that supporter and ask what he just did? Or she? Oh, it might be the light going on for the tunnel.
Both of them. No, Tom didn't get it.
So instant readout from Pewsey is that they were through in 1:37.50, which is right on the money.
Sorry, say that again.
The instant readout from the GPS track is that they were through in 1:37.50, which is right on the money. I think the quickest time we've had is 1:36 and a half-ish,
Okay.
which was from the Dutch crew. And then you've got another. Let me just open up the spreadsheet. And then we'll find times to Pewsey. So yeah, the Dutch crew have disappeared from my because they would have gone through Hungerford. Sorry. So you've got a whole group of people. You've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 crews. All sorry. We've got Paul and Tebbit in 1:37.19. Hawke and Palmer 1:37.20.
Wow.
Birkett and Simmons 1:37.22. Butler and O'Grady 1:37.22. Sharpe and Freeman 1:38.49, and then Peterson and Kreft 1:41.31. Slightly further back, you've got Escott and Escott in 1:46.12. But that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 crews, all within a minute and a half, and then a seventh not very far behind at all. So that is really tight and good times. Really good times.
Yeah, really good times.
So you've got some of those guys which are all sharing washes, haven't you? So
yeah, for sure.
That will help them.
So it was Paul and Tebbit with Hawken and Palmer. Was that? No.
Yeah.
No, Hawken and Palmer went off with Butler and O'Grady.
Yes.
Oh, this is difficult to remember, and it's only 7:30.
No, I'm gonna. So, Dave and Dan went off with Billy and John.
Yeah.
And then.
So they're actually
Birkett and Paul.
Yeah.
They went together.
So
those, of those 4 crews, so obviously you've got 2 pairs within those 4, and they're all within 2 seconds of each other.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think out of everybody, I'm trying not to have any bias here at all. But I did think Nushi was and Tom. I mean, Nushi was like chatting to me as she went past and was kind of really chirpy. And it's like, as we said, we could tell at Devizes she just wanted to get on the water and get going.
Yeah.
And she looked in her happy place there.
Yeah.
And chatting, and you know she's gone past me a few times on the water side, and you know she's always cheery, but she was particularly cheery and chatty there.
Yeah, it's
Joe and Brindley would look like they're still not quite in their stride, but they were going nicely, but they weren't at. I think they're being quite conservative on what they're.
Yeah, it's just so close. It's so close, and it's amazing to have that many crews. There were a few years, like we were talking about at the start, where you'd have sort of one crew that was a clear favourite to go out and win, and sort of regardless, or assuming they finished, they would probably win. And you just haven't. You can still have your favourite this year, but it's so good for the race to have this many people sort of this interested in it and coming out and getting out there.
Yeah, it's still slightly mind-boggling how many good paddlers, good crews are out this year, and the timings in between. I don't know, we keep saying it's very early days, but just the timings in between them are so close at the moment. So
yeah, absolutely.
Nushi messaged me this morning as well, actually, and was kind of I think she's trying to get out of me who I thought, or who we thought were the favourites, and that, and I didn't say anything, but she kind of sort of suggested that it's one of those races that you can't just rely on your own physical aspects. There's so much more. When you said the mental aspect earlier, but also you don't know what's going to happen with the boat or any mistakes like that, and it's kind of like Joe and Brindy had problems on the second water side. They broke their rudder.
Had a broken rudder.
Yeah. There's all those bits to play, and yeah.
Oh, so you've seen them all through Pewsey. So who's your money on?
I spoke to one of the guys down the club, Billy Blackman and Neil.
You're allowed to have a head and heart answer.
Yeah, I mean, he said, if Hawken and Palmer don't do really well, or Birkett and Simmons, there's. I don't know, it's so difficult. And Birkett and Simmons, they obviously had the wash, and they look really comfortable because they were in a group. And if I was going down in a group, I'd be much happier than on my own. And because of that, I think Joe and Brindy didn't look as comfortable as the other groups that had gone through. They weren't quite as chatty and sparky. And then Nushi and Tom look the most comfortable that I've seen them, and they always look very comfortable. So I think it'll come down to when we start looking at them going through the portages, then we'll get to look at crews and go, that's our money crew.
Yeah.
So
just looking ahead on the tracker briefly, it looks like Butler and O'Grady have just broken away from Hawken and Palmer, but maybe it's a tiny amount, maybe 100 meters, and that could easily be different tactics going. Obviously, they're at Great Bedwin, so they've done Crofton and Froxfield, or they could have easily taken different tactics there. Birkett, Simmons, and Paul Tebbit are through Wootton. Through Wootton Rivers. They look like they're at about portage number 3 by now, so they'll be coming into the tunnel. Probably that could be an interesting one if they're still together trying to go through the tunnel. Obviously, you don't want an unexpected swim. It's a very long way. I think the tunnel's about 400 meters. There's not really a good way of getting out again until you can get to one end or the other.
I think there's a ledge on the right hand side that goes down.
Thankfully, I've never fallen in, so I've got no idea.
I don't.
I don't want to find out, I'll be honest.
Yeah, have we got anyone to volunteer to go and do some research? Or if anyone knows in the comments, do let us know.
Yeah, I don't. It's another reason that I really wouldn't fancy the overnight. I'll do the staged bit again, but the overnight I have a bit of a phobia about dark water water in the dark.
Weirdly, it's not as dark as you think.
Right.
Because you've got the boat, like narrow boats
Yeah.
and things. You've got your own lights on the boat. So I think people, that does freak people out, and they don't realise actually how bright it especially also because Easter, you're usually around a full moon as well.
Full moon, yeah.
So I don't understand this. For some reason, my wife and I were talking about the moon phase last night. It was actually the full moon was last week this year. So I don't understand why Easter is this weekend, not last weekend. Because I always thought it was closest to the full moon, but there must be something I don't know about.
I think it's after the full moon. I think it's the closest week after the full moon.
Okay.
Hopefully there's an expert who can leave a message in the comments and tell us.
No, Easter happens when DW happens.
Oh right, okay.
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Silly me.
Yeah, it's not Happy Easter, it's Happy DW.
Yeah. Yeah.
Absolutely. Unfortunately, that is the way these days, isn't it? You sort of think, oh, I could do that once, and then you keep coming back. I think I first supported the race in 2012, and I don't think I've actually had a proper year without being involved in some way since then.
We had Eid in Ramadan is one day they actually decide when they decide to see the moon come out or something for the first time or something, and we didn't know this gig was going to happen because the guys in charge hadn't decided when the moon was coming out. So we had to fly Doha on a whim. But we're slightly more organised with our Easter, aren't we? We set it a few years in advance, apparently. We've got it wrong this year, though.
Yeah. We've got everyone through Pewsey on our open tracking website now. So our fastest crew was the Dutch crew from the Netherlands going 1:36.24. Then we've got Paul and Tebbit 1:37.19. Hawk and Palmer were third through 1:37.20. Like I say, so you've got the one crew about 45 seconds to a minute up. Then you've got four of them all within 2 seconds of each other. So that is Paul Tebbit, Hawk and Palmer, Butler O'Grady, and Birkett Simmons. Then we've got Sharpe and Freeman in, I think that would be 5th place in 1:38.49. Then Maddox and Perkins 1:39.15. Peterson Kreft and then 1:41.31. And then not that far behind it. The Escots are 1:46.12. Then you've got Burbeck and Penny Douglas, who I think are our first ladies crew at 1:48.11. And we've got Baker and Webb 1:49.05. LeBlanche and Balla from Barking and Dagenham 1:49.44. Hall and Kirk were our leading C2 1:53.26. And sorry, I could keep going. There's a whole list of 70 names here. That's taken us down to pretty much 20th place. But you can see the gaps between all these boats are pretty small. There's no big gaps anywhere. Obviously, between 1st and 15th, you've got the best part of 20 minutes, which is starting to be quite sizable. But there will be moving and shaking as the night goes ahead. Incidentally, in the C2 race, Bowen and Thornton got down to Hungerford in 2:14. Hall and Kirk 2:23. So they have lost. I'd be surprised about that, actually. I don't think that can be right. Yeah, sorry, that looks like it is right. Hall and Kirk 2:23, Thornton Bowen 2:14. So they've taken a 9-minute lead, which is quite sizable.
Wow.
Given that that's at Hungerford.
Yeah.
9 minutes at Hungerford is starting to be, you're into the race at that point. It's not just about your boat speed.
Sorry, James, to clarify that their split to Hungerford was 9 minutes faster, but their overall lead is only, I think, about 3 minutes right now.
Oh yeah, this is why you're the computer guy. Yes. So if I look in the next column, Tim is absolutely right. Yeah, absolutely. Times to Hungerford. So yes, 4:11 down to Hungerford for Thornton and Bowen, and then Hall and Kirk 4:17. So there was a swing there. They've turned a 3-minute deficit into a 3-minute lead.
Wow,
ish.
that's still impressive.
Yeah, absolutely. But they've gone through that really portage heavy part of the course. Sorry.
It's all downhill from there, basically.
Absolutely. That is the best bit. There's only 4 uphill portages, and then you're downhill the whole way. It's great. We've just had another shout out for the Dutch crew as well, from Alexandra van der Nelson, whose name I probably butchered, but it's really appreciated.
So if we've what's the history of non-British crews winning, international crews winning DW? Have we got a stats man that?
The DW overall, or some of the subclass? I think an international crew's always won the international trophy.
Yeah,
but I don't know if an international crew has ever won the overall, or a true international crew. Like, we're both paddlers. I think even someone will know more about this than I do. Tim Cornish certainly has South African links. I don't know if he was a full-time British resident when he was winning the race. I know certainly in the C2 class, there's been a few American crews that have come over that have really dominated it, and sort of put us all in our place. But yeah, I'm not sure on overall winners if a truly international crew has ever actually won. I can certainly take a bit of time and try and figure that out for you.
We've got a while.
Yeah.
You guys don't need us for a bit. We're going to the pub. We'll do some number crunching here.
It looks like we've started to get some of our first video here coming in from Newbury. So let me actually cut over to that briefly.
In which case, does it make sense for us to sort of leave you guys for the moment and catch up in Newbury when we get to Newbury?
That sounds good.
Perfect. All right. See you later.
We'll see you all later.
Rebecca Bird and Al Pipe are going ahead and getting changed for the night in Newbury. This is a little bit earlier than I would typically expect a crew to get changed. Often the crews get changed after it's gotten dark or as it's just about to get dark. We still have a few more hours of light. It looks like they are maybe having a little bit of a boat issue. I can see they've got, it looks like some sealant out maybe. But this is Rebecca's home canoe club here in Newbury. So it's a great spot for them to get changed at and take a quick break, use the facilities. Rebecca and Al are using the Tango Charlie bracket for their front light. So Tango Charlie makes these brackets custom. Oh, here's another crew going through. That is Ludi Hills and Carol McLaughlin from Richmond. So they are not stopping here. They are just passing through. So yeah, this is the Tango Charlie bracket, and you can see it's got their front light up nice and high, and it means that they should get a really good line of sight from that. So they're just getting a little boat checkup while they are inside the club changing, and and then we'll see them off again shortly. Hello from Newbury. So we have just seen a few crews pass through here. It is looking like it's getting close to sunset. Let me get you've got a nice view of the water here. I'll come out and you can see me. So yeah, it looks like it's getting close to sunset. I am surrounded by swans here, hoping that they are not the aggressive kind. We've got a few support crews around here. So some crews will be stopping in Newbury. We saw Rebecca just a few minutes ago, Rebecca Bird and Al Pipe. So Newbury Canoe Club is right there where you just saw the video of Rebecca and Al who stopped here. And they were doing a longer change, which is interesting. Typically, a lot of crews will change a bit later. I think they took advantage of having the home canoe club here, complete with their easy access, regular toilets. Really nice to have during DW. Most teams don't have access to toilets at any point, so that is a pretty big plus. So as Rebecca and Al were stopped at Newbury, we then saw Ludi Hills and Carol McLaughlin go through. So they are one of the women's boats who's out there today. Ludi and Carol are from Richmond Canoe Club. So they zipped on past while Rebecca and Al were taking their little rest stop. And then just as Rebecca and Al got back onto the water, we had the Texans in C2 who got onto the who were heading through Newbury. So they would have been, I'm guessing Rebecca and Al probably passed them earlier, and then now they have just passed them again. The Texans were looking pretty strong there in their C2. I am just, looking at those race results so far, and I'm going to pull them up again. Because it's hard to believe just how tight they are. We knew coming into this year that it was the most competitive DW, certainly in recent memory, if not in history, not just between the top three, but between more of those boats. And we've also talked about, we've talked a lot about the top three, but we said, there's some other boats that could really challenge. What we've seen, because of the way that the boats have started together, is that so far it is so much more than a 3-horse race. It is really amazing how many top crews are just right next to each other at this stage. So I'm gonna see if we can get the specific times, but just I think Billy Butler and Jon O'Grady went through Pewsey with Dan Palmer and David Horkin. So they started together, and they were sort of the first of the top 6 crews to start. And it looks like that's going really well for them so far. They were still together in Pewsey. Then after them, we had Andy Birkett and Tom Simmons start. So Andy and Tom started with Bob Poole and Steve Tebbett. Now that was really interesting because Andy and Tom were planning to start alone. So they could kind of come up with this agreement with the other 2 crews, the 2 mixed crews of Brindy and Joe and Nushi and Tom, that each of them would start 10 minutes apart and with the order that they would sit. And as all of these were raiding around, Bob Poole and Steve just kind of situation. They were looking very ready to start, and then they decided to kind of hang around a bit, waiting for Andy and Tom, and then Andy and Tom they went with them. And we were kind of going to be a successful strategy for them. What we saw in the data from Waterside C with Bob and Poole and Tebbett going up against some of these other top crews was that they were a fair bit behind on Waterside C. They weren't really quite with them. They were a fair
oops, sounds like we might be having some connectivity issues. Let's see what we can do about that. Let's see, maybe I can move to a different location. Just plug in. Might just try plugging something in. Apologies for the connectivity issues. So, we had a bit of a debate that Poole and Tebbit might not be, are they really going to be quick enough to keep pace with Tom and Andy? Tom and Andy are a very, very fast boat, probably the fastest boat speed of any of the boats that are out there today. And it looks like so far they have been able to keep pace. Again, the other question is going to be, okay, they've been able to keep pace to Pewsey, but will they have burnt themselves out, right? Which is a risk. Are they working so hard to stay on the wash that they're burning themselves out? So far, it looks like the answer is no, because it looked when they went through Pewsey, which you will have seen on the live stream, like those two crews, I think it was actually Poole and Tebbit who were leading as they went through Pewsey, and they looked fairly relaxed as far as I could tell. It's looking like the next two mixed crews. So the other thing we've got to mention is the Dutch crew. So Jouke Witteven and Floor Zeggers. This is their second time doing the race together. So they raced together last year. They're racing again together this year. And Jouke has done the race so many times. He is a real veteran at this. So they have actually come through with the fastest time through Pewsey in 1 hour and 36 minutes, which is faster than their time last year. And that's pretty impressive, because this crew does not have, again, we look at their waterside results and their results from last year. They shouldn't be quite at that same top speed as the other crews, but that's what they've put down from Devizes to Pewsey. I will say, we saw this last year, right? So Jouke and Floor last year had a very quick time, not quite as fast as this year, but a very quick time from Devizes to Pewsey. And then what we saw was that they were not able to quite keep up that advantage, and some of the other crews maybe started at a little bit more of a measured pace and then caught them up later on the course. So I think it's really impressive from that Dutch crew, but I am expecting that they're not going to be able to keep this lead for very long. So the time so far behind them is Bob Poole, Stephen Tebbit, David Horkin, Dan Palmer, Andy Birkett, Tom Simmons, Billy Butler, Jon O'Grady have all come through in 1 hour and 37 minutes. So 4 crews have come together in the same time, 1 minute behind another crew. Jouke and Floor, I don't even think we've really kind of called them a top 6 boat, but their time so far says that they are a top 6. And then right behind them in 1 hour 38 minutes is Tom Sharpe and Anoushka Freeman. 1 minute behind Tom and Anoushka is Lee Maddox and Nick Perkins in 1 hour 39 minutes. And then 2 minutes behind them is Joe Peterson and Brindy Kraft. This is just absolutely unreal. Like 8 crews within 6 minutes of each other. I don't think this has ever happened. These are really fast paddlers. These are former GB paddlers, DW winners, Division 1 in the divisional system in the UK. Division 1 is the highest level, right? Like Division 1 paddlers. It is just incredible to see this. And how long are they going to stay this close together is another question. What we saw last year was that the crews were not, between the top 3 crews, which last year was Tom and Anoushka, Tom Simmons and Andy Birkett, and Billy and John. So between those 3 crews last year, their times to Pewsey were not even as close as they are this year. And so just the fact that we're seeing them be even tighter this year, it also suggests that there's still, I'll say, even though the mixed crews have slightly slower times by a couple of minutes to Pewsey, there's still a really good chance that they are going to make that up later on in the race. And that was what we saw last year. And again, with Tom Sharpe and Anoushka Freeman came through Pewsey last year. I should say record holders too, right? Tom Sharpe, the overall DW with 23, which was broken 4 years later. Like the caliber of paddlers, so they were further compared to this year, which means that Anoushka actually have less time to make
Betsy,
up
can you hear me?
the rest of the race. That's what they'll need, because they came into this race really confident. I was honestly surprised when we talked to them before they got on the water by the level of confidence. Saying we're favorites here. I've definitely heard more. I was maybe like tempered kind of conversations with them, and they're like, "Oh, we want people do well, and should we really consider the favorites?" I think they're hyped up on race day. I think they're. I'm just completely blown away with how tight this action is. So I think we've got a leaderboard to post. Apologies, it seems like it's a bit precedent here and see what we can. I think, James, I might turn it over to you for a little bit. Let me see.
Yeah, so sorry. All I was going to say was that the stream is really jumpy at the moment. Brett asked a question earlier. Has an overseas crew ever won the overall race? And I've just had a look through the database, and I can only find one example, which was O'Donovan and Kennedy from the Argonauts in Cork. So obviously that's over in Ireland. In 1983, looked to have taken the overall win, and the overseas trophy, which is a very impressive feat. That's all I had to jump in on. But I think if we can find anywhere slightly more stable to set up that camera, that would be really great.
Thanks, James. I'm gonna try a couple of spots, and you can give me feedback on it while I move around. Yeah, I think the international crew question is an interesting one, and we talked about that a little bit earlier with Dylan and Andy coming over in C2, where it is, I think what we saw with Dylan's experience in 2023 was that, coming over just a few days before the race, it's not the easiest. It's not the easiest to do. It's hard to know the course. Is the quality getting any better as I've moved over this way?
It certainly seems to. Okay. The audio is really clear now, so that's really great.
Oh, okay. Okay. All right. Well, I'm gonna move. I'll move my setup over here then. Which.
Sorry, we've just had another question in the comments. Does anyone know what dwell is on the timings? My understanding of that is the time that the tracker has been stopped. So that might be like if a crew got held at the tunnel, or if they've stopped to get changed, or if they had a slightly extended eating break.
Yeah,
possibly. And we've also had, did Jim Morrissey win with another Irish paddler? I will look that up for you right now. All those swans look like they're out enjoying the view, though, Betsy.
They are. I think Newbury is a swan hotspot, and we've had a bit of discussion about fear of swans. I am pretty scared of swans, but I think the swans in Newbury are probably more similar to the swans in Kingston, which are my typical swans, which are pretty chilled and mostly there for the snacks, as opposed to the notorious Sid, who has been scaring DW paddlers for I don't even know how long. Do you remember where Sid lives on the course, James?
Oh, I can't think of it right off the top of my head, but I'm just looking at the map now. He should really have his own tracker.
He should.
It is. It's. I think it's around All Canning's Wharf.
Yeah. Or pretty early on in the course, right?
Yeah, it's somewhere on the pound. I think it's between All Cannings and Honey Street. There's a sort of nature reserve-y type. Oh, here we go. Sorry, Cockleberry Farm. I can see it on the map. Which, yeah, maybe 3 or 4 kilometers before Pewsey. So it looks like everyone got through safely this year. We'll have to see if there's any good stories. So we've had someone, Sean McConline, whose name I'm probably pronouncing awfully. You're absolutely right. Jim Morrissey did win, but for some reason isn't. I think there has been a long-term argument about how the categories are set up. So I think the argument is, well, if you ask anyone how they got here from Ireland, they certainly did come over the sea. And that would be my take on it as well. So yeah, you're absolutely right. They would count as international wins as well, but for some reason they're not coming up because of the way it's classified. I think we need to get that looked at, really.
Interesting. Well, we had Paul Fielden on earlier, who's the race director. So we'll have to pass that back to Paul.
Yeah. So it looks like Jim took wins in 1999, 2002, and 2003, and then came 6th in 2019, which are all very quick finishes as well. You got a PB of 16:54, which is a really, really quick time.
That is quick. How fast do you think? So we've had some discussion about this mixed record, which is 16 hours 40 minutes, and whether the crews would be able to beat that in a headwind and with lower flow. I mean, based on the times through Pewsey, it seems like the headwind has not affected them much so far.
Yeah, if we can come back to that in a minute, just when I've had time to punch it into the database and see if I can find some split times, I will let you know.
Yeah.
I will get on that right now.
No,
is there anyone around in Newbury who we can threaten to throw in if they don't speak to us?
We like I just I'm not sure. I'm worried about the quality of the stream since it seems like talking nearby everyone. Is it I've just moved even a little bit further away. Has this gotten any better at all?
It seems to be really good. It occasionally goes a little bit jumpy.
All right. Well, we'll try that.
It's a lot better than it was.
Not quite as good of a view, but we should get at least.
Of course, as I've said that, it's just cut out.
That was weird. That just. Sorry, everyone. I'm not sure what's going on right now.
It looks like you're back now. The audio seems to be okay.
Okay. All right. Sorry about that. So it looks like we will have some more crews coming through Newbury pretty soon, and we have had a bunch of support crews. So if you can see over here on the left, there's a number of support crews and spectators who are set up waiting for their crews to come through. Let me pull up which of those crews will be coming through. I know there was a Royal Marines crew that's expected to come through pretty soon. And not every crew is going to stop in Newbury. We saw earlier that, and some of the crews here too are probably getting support from the Newbury Lock, which is just above where we've set up camp here by the Swans and by Newbury Canoe Club. So it's hard to. There's a lot of options for where you give support in Newbury.
I know my favourite option is just go up to the lock, because then you're getting out and going around the portage anyway. But a lot of people are quite clearly not doing that.
Yeah, Yeah, I mean that definitely seems like the best option, and I was a little surprised to see Alpite and Rebecca Bird get out right at Newbury Canoe Club. It is, it is a luxurious stop with flush toilets, so it's hard to blame them for that one.
So sorry, I've just made that calculation back on Keith and Lizzie. So I think that's another factor, is that Keith currently holds the men's and the mixed, or the overall and the mixed record. Obviously, Tom is making it his business to try and get his hands on that one. So they got to Pewsey in 1 hour, 36 minutes and 3 seconds. So a hair quicker than anyone's done it today.
Yeah.
But like we've been saying all day, it's so close, and it's so early in the race.
Yeah, that is interesting to note, though. I mean, that they, right, if Keith and Lizzie and was that 2015?
Yeah. They started at 3 minutes to 3. Which is a little, but obviously the tide would have been at a slightly different time.
Yeah, that must have been it is a late tide window this year too, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's just based on how the moon happens to be moving at the moment. I guess a late Easter means a later tide window. Someone will be able to point me in the right direction there.
We have a crew coming through Newbury right now.
Pulling for a stop.
I think let's go back there and oh yes, Simon Tilbury Clark. I'm just going to walk over there, and the stream might get a little choppy, but at least we'll get a better view of them. And then I'll come back here to set up where the stream seemed to be better. So
yeah, it looks like you've got a whole group of crews all about to come through. There's going to be sort of 6 or 7, I think, all at once.
Okay, and they've just pulled their boat out. So I think it's looking like there's a number of crews who are doing their nighttime change here at Newbury. James, do you think that's a bit early to do the kit change?
For me, it is early. I don't know what the temperature's like out on the course, but I feel like the evening's probably fairly warm. You've got a couple of... The thing I really don't like about getting changed too early is you've got a few portages coming up. For instance, Fobney, and then again at Dreadnought Reach, where Fobney, you're almost certainly going to get wet feet. And I just don't like that, having just had a relatively recent kit change. Who's this we've got coming through, sorry?
This is boat 368, who's trying to make their way through the swans.
Oh, they're being very friendly to all those swans. They obviously know they're on camera.
368, James Mitchell and Peter Byrne.
Yeah, so then it looks like you've got 3 boats who are all just about to come over the lock. Okay. And then another boat just behind them, that's Edwards and Foreshore, boat 366, only a few hundred meters behind. And then you're going to have a little moment to breathe. But obviously we don't know. So sorry, like I was saying a second ago, for me it is a little bit early. The temperature hasn't really dropped off yet, as far as I'm aware. I'd rather push. My preferred change spot is actually Marlow, because at that point you're through all the sort of really horrible wet feet portages. But obviously we got changed at Dreadnought.
Yep. Yep. Now that was a different tide window. Here's the 3rd and 4th crews coming in here.
Yeah. Sorry, you take it over for a minute.
No, I think you're right, James. I will say though, the temperature has started to cool off. Okay, so these guys are not stopping.
12 down.
Ooh, 12 down. Who are their competition? This is boat 345, is that right?
Yes.
Yeah, and you're saying they're 12 minutes down?
Well,
12 minutes on schedule. Okay. All right. Okay.
So
they've already changed.
They've already changed. They're through to the end now, as they are.
All right. Wow. Very exciting. Very exciting. Go.
Yes.
Is that Simon Tilbury Clark and Matt Westall? Okay. All right. Thanks, guys.
Okay, and now this crew is coming in to change. So that crew changed before Newbury. So yeah, James, I was gonna say the temperature has gone. Sorry, I'm gonna try and not film all of these crews changing, but that's what's happening here. You all can look at the swans instead. The temperature has gone down. When we arrived in Newbury, I immediately had to put on additional layers of clothing here. So maybe because it's a bit dry and it was so sunny earlier, that could be why the temperature's kind of gone down.
Yeah, I suppose some of these crews will have started in the afternoon sun, probably at the end of the afternoon sun when it would have been much warmer. I know when the faster crews or the crews that started later start coming through, it'll be that much later in Newbury, and they'll be pretty wet and soggy as well. Obviously, paddling the K2 is much damper than our quite pleasant trip down in the C2.
Yes.
So
yes, it's a good
that's
point.
something else to consider. But I'm really not keen on this getting out when you don't have to. Like, what?
Yeah.
I understand your support crew are there to make this race as easy for you, so get them to drag your kit up to the lock.
Yes.
It's what they signed up for.
Yeah, I'm with you, James, and
I think even
yeah,
there's plenty of food options as well, which keeps them happy. You've got a Costa Coffee, a Cornish Pasty Company, a Domino's. They're all right there. So.
Are we thinking the cruise have maybe the stops have been more dictated by the support crews than by the racers?
Well, possibly, but then the support crews have really great food options up in the town as well. So I just don't get it.
That's true. That is true.
Yeah.
Let's see. We've got another crew coming in here.
I suppose those poor swans think everyone's going to feed them, don't they?
Yeah. Okay, I think this is the Royal Marines crew.
Oh, this Lee and
Get out of the way.
partner.
No, it's this is not Lee and Nick yet. We're still on some of the earlier starting crews. This is a different Royal Marines crew. They're not in a folding boat, as you can see. They're in sort of a proper K2, as we might call it. This is boat 366.
Yeah.
So yeah, they're getting changed here too. Oh, and this one is another one of I think those 371.
So 366 is Edwards and Forshaw.
Okay, so that's Edwards and Forshaw who've just come in. I'm again directing the camera away from the paddlers getting changed. So
It looks like so. I've got 4 boats on the tracker right on top of you at the moment. Can you see all of them, or is there going to be someone else coming around the bend in just a second?
Let's see. No, I think they're all here because I've got 4 boats inside of me right now. Again, I'm gonna try and give them a little bit of privacy.
Yeah.
But yeah, there's 2 Royal Marines crews, which is 366, 371, and then there's the 2 crews up ahead of me, which will be the other 2 ones I think that you've got on your tracker. So I think that's
and then
we'll see
just
how long it takes them to get changed.
Yeah.
Not the fastest kit changes that I've seen, but I expect the kit changes for some of the top crews will be a bit faster.
Yeah, sorry, just looking in our comments as well, we do obviously know that Jim Morrissey is an exceptional paddler. Sean has again pointed out that he is a member of the 1,000 Mile Club, which is an outstanding achievement, especially how fast he's got some of those finishes in. And sorry, that's completely a flaw with the way the records are kept. Not anything to do with his achievements whatsoever.
Yeah.
So obviously we've got a crew getting in there, but then just approaching the swing bridge, we've got Webb and Baker, and then not far behind them are Fiona Penny Douglas and Kat Burbeck.
Oh, great! Have they
you.
hung together? So this is 334 who's leaving now. Oh, they've got some nice maps of the locks taped onto their boat. That's pretty clever. So John Cameron and Robert Bellag. I think they've had some pretty decent times through Pewsey, if I recall. Right. So James, you said that Kat Burbeck and Fiona Penny Douglas are still with the same crew that they started with.
No, sorry, they're not with each other.
Oh, okay.
They're a little ways behind.
Okay, so we think maybe they've lost a bit on the portages with Kat's knee injury.
Yeah, I certainly would have thought so. But they're still going well, and like you said, you'll be able to see them coming through shortly.
Okay.
Yeah, unfortunately, they are. According to the OS map, they're the best part of a kilometre behind now. Did they set off with Webb and Baker then?
They did, yeah. They set off with Webb and Baker, and I think it's a tough call to make if you're Webb and Baker in that situation. Do you slow down on your portages a bit, knowing that the other crew is going to be slower on portages because of Kat's knee injury, but then you get the benefits of wash hanging? Or do you have to kind of make that call and say, no, you know what, we've got the speed on the portages and we think that's worth it to push through?
I think it's just a handshake to say we'll paddle down to Wootton Rivers together, and then good luck.
Yeah.
Not in a malicious way at all. I think it's mutually beneficial. For particularly for these two crews, you could have probably guessed that Baker and Webb would start to pull away, large because of Kat's knee injury. So actually having a bit of a chat, maybe a slightly more relaxed atmosphere for that first 14-mile section is probably good for everyone.
Yeah, I think that's right. All right, here's the 367 setting off. They look fully kitted out in their neon yellow. No one's going to be missing that crew in the dark.
Yeah, Tideway ready hats as well. Good to see.
Yes.
For this year, I think.
I think that's right. The neon hats. I don't know if they've turned their lights on yet, though. I might be thinking about turning my lights on at this stage. We've seen some of the crews do it and some of the crews not yet.
Yeah. I think it depends how well you know the course, and if you're going to have a supporter around if it's part of the plan, then stick it on. It looks to me like you can still see fairly well. If you're slightly worried about your torch's battery life, then maybe leave it off.
That's a good point.
But then I think we saw. It would be really interesting if we can speak to Tom and Nushi's crew, because it looked like their light got turned on for them at Pewsey, which might have been in preparation for the tunnel. That might not have been what that particular interaction was.
Yeah, that's an interesting point, James.
Sort of looked like what it might have been to me.
Yeah. We'll have
to
ask.
I think the rule is that you have to have. I think the rule is about being on the Thames at night. You have to have a light. I don't think you have to have a light on the canal, but I could easily be wrong about that. I would advise you to have a light on the canal. I'm certainly in the club of bigger is better as far as lights go. Just because I feel like they help you see so much better.
And we did see that Rebecca Bird and Al Pipe had 2 Tango Charlie lights on their craft. I think that was upon hearing about Tango Charlie from some of the paddlecast coverage and from Billy Butler, who's a fan himself. So we'll expect the crews with Tango Charlie lights should be well covered. Okay, here goes 2 more crews. And looking at some of the top crews and how they are doing, it looks like Tom and Nushi might be picking up the pace a little bit, and could potentially be the quickest through Hungerford, which I didn't know if they were going to take a lead this early in the race. So maybe they're just feeling good. I don't think that team is going to be one that's going to push themselves too hard. I think they're too well drilled to kind of overdo it unintentionally. So if they're already picking up the pace, we could see. Let's see how that goes. Oh, we might have some videos coming through from Hungerford too.
The tracker still shows them upstream of Crofton. So.
Oh, okay. So maybe it's not. It's hard to tell, isn't it, with some of the speeds?
Yeah, absolutely. But
And
I'm
then it
sure the
looks
support
like,
crew know exactly how they're getting on. 'Cause
yes,
they will be keeping tabs on everyone.
it looks like Billy and Jon and David and Dan are both through Hungerford as well, 1 minute behind the Dutch crew. So that's great that the Dutch crew has kept up such a good pace. Really impressive from them. I'm going to hand it over to Henry and Newbury now. And it sounds like, James, did you say we should be seeing the Webb Baker crew coming through soon? Oh,
Sorry, I was muted. That's my fault.
Oh, I
They
thought
look like they're heading. They look like they're heading towards you pretty soon.
Okay.
Just looking at the times to Hungerford. Where are we? Overall times to Hungerford, I think. Oh, hang on. I'm going to need a minute to work this out because I got it completely wrong last time.
That's all right. That's all right. So yeah, I think we're expecting in next, and yeah, as you say, they've left behind Kat and Fiona. So yeah, as you say, there's probably no hard feelings there. Both of them are absolutely seasoned DW connoisseurs. Not all of them, but they're connoisseurs at this point. So what's after that? What the are on?
Sorry, it seems like we've lost Henry for a minute here. We do actually just have some video though coming in from Hungerford, so let's see if we can cut on over to that right now and see some of the crews going through there.
Yeah, that would be really great. It looks like on the official sprint.
That's Billy and Jon just going through Hungerford. Still looking nice, but it looks like they have dropped Dan and Dave. They're chatting to their support crew still, so they're still feeling good. I can't just make out. I did see as we were driving to Hungerford, we did pass Dan Palmer's, specifically I recognise his van, so we did pass that. There is a crew, it's quite hard to see. There's just something going on there, but I'm not sure what's going on at the moment, so we'll keep you updated. And that's Dan and Dave just going through Hungerford. So at some point between Pewsey and here, which we did see on the GPS, it looked like they'd split up, and so that is now the case. Hopefully you guys can give us a more accurate timing because we didn't manage to take the time there. But
So James, that's really interesting to see there. It looks like starting to see a little bit of a gap open up between there. Do you think that's going to just happen for a second? Do you think that Dan and Dave will catch up there, or what are you thinking after watching that?
They've come into the portage section. Dan and David are obviously an exceptionally good crew. I would guess that their strength is probably in their water speed rather than their portaging as a pair. Whereas Jon and Billy obviously paddled a lot. They did the race last year, although they haven't been training together quite as much this year. They're both very good paddlers. Everyone is a very good paddler, but they're probably slightly more well drilled. So it's a difficult section to really get a gauge on. That first 14 miles is all about boat speed and how much effort you want to put in. Then from Wootton Rivers all the way down to Newbury really is so portage heavy. I think that's 24 portages you've got there, and there's some long sections in there with no portages. So it really depends on how you play it out. We all know that Billy's a fan of running. I don't know how that translates into what they choose to run long versus go short. So yeah, it depends on how. I think that section of the course in particular really depends on how you play it, and what your strengths are. Like I was talking about it earlier, my personal view is that yes, it's quicker to run those like things like Froxfield and Crofton, and you get across that particular bit of canal quicker. But then I feel like that can make life a bit more difficult for you further down. Pardon me, further down the course, and it can put extra wear and tear on your body that you really don't need. I know there are lots of people that are all about running Crofton. If you don't run Crofton, you might as well not bother running, paddling the DW. But I feel like that isn't necessarily what we see the top boats doing anymore. My feeling would be that it's all still pretty close. Once we get to Newbury, we should be able to see. If it's still close at Newbury, it will be really interesting to see how it pans out, and then it will become how much did you have to work to get down the canal in the time you did, and what have you got left in the tank to really try and open up your arms and get the boat gliding down on the Thames. This is a really, really close race. Like we were saying at Pewsey, there was a few minutes between the top 5 to 10 crews, which is just an incredible position to be in. I think it shows that the race itself is in a really healthy position. But then we mustn't forget we've also got a load of people out completing this as a challenge. I think our lead boat's been going for something like 14 hours now. That's lead boat geographically, not the fastest boat to any given point, which is just an unbelievable challenge in itself. Looking at the times that I have available at the moment, the crew from the Netherlands looked like they were the quickest down to Hungerford in 3:41, and then you've got Maddox and Perkins in 3:47 behind them. So obviously we've got quite a few crews to come in through Hungerford still. But the Dutch crew really do look like they're moving pretty nicely. We've just had an update saying Dave and Dan were having rudder issues in Hungerford. So hopefully that's something that they can get sorted out pretty quickly, because it did look like they maybe came into Hungerford together, and that might be what created this gap, which, yeah, another unfortunate circumstance. So yeah, it's another thing you just have to learn how to deal with, unfortunately.
It looks like we have Betsy back.
I'm sorry about that. We thought we were on, and it turned out that we weren't. But we've just seen Kat Burback and Fiona Penny Douglas pass through Newbury. They looked pretty strong. They were not stopping. I'm guessing they, if they had any support here, they probably got it at the lock. And we are getting updates that Dan Palmer and David Horkin are having a rudder issue, and Billy and Jon were on the on their own at Dunmill. So that is we've got spies everywhere. That was Paddler Joe, who's marshalling at Dunmill Lock. So that's pretty interesting. Dan and David having a rudder issue is pretty unfortunate. I wonder if they had a rudder fixing kit in their boat.
Not that I know of.
Yeah, we didn't see it. Some of those crews did have rudder repair kits in their boats, and I bet Dan and David are wishing right now that they had brought one with them.
Or they could just be paddling a C2.
Good point, James. When in doubt, just take a C2.
I think you'll find C2s lack rudders, which is even worse.
Wow. Different perspectives, right? Did we get some video from, did we cut in the video from Hungerford?
Yeah, so we had, incidentally, just before you told everyone that Dan and David had their rudder problem. I told everyone that Dan and David just had a rudder problem,
Sorry,
which we
James.
just that's all right, which we've just seen in the video. We saw Billy and Jon coming out through Hungerford Bridge, and then Dan and David back at the lock. Obviously, you weren't to know, obviously. But yeah, so that's clear. That's what we saw in that clip, and would have been why they weren't coming along. But presumably, that is what has created the gap there, rather than anything else, which is unfortunate. But it is one of those things, and something you have to try and be prepared for.
Yeah, it's too bad. And I might have expected that an experienced crew like those two,
use my headphones for a second,
who've got so many DW finishes, might have brought that rudder kit with them. But maybe this is the first time it's happened.
They could easily be working on something. It was just they were at the bottom of the lock, so I think they're just taking a pause to get something figured out.
Yep.
Hi guys.
Yeah. Hey. Give us your report.
Yeah, so we can give you a little bit of a little bit more context. Well, no, maybe not a huge amount. So we, rather than going to the pub, decided that we'd come to Hungerford. And actually we were just in time. I think it sounds like you've seen some of our footage, maybe. Just managed to catch Billy and Jon O going through, and then we could see that there was a crew. Well, we weren't sure if they were in distress or not. For those that know, Hungerford, getting to the lock is a little bit of a walk. So by the time we'd got to the other side of the bridge, we bumped into Magnus Gregory, who sort of long time paddlers will know as a great international paddler. And he'd been marshalling up by the tunnel, but his other half, Alex, is she's supporting Billy and Jon, and he said that unfortunately Dan and Dave have got rudder issues. So we don't know the full extent of them, but clearly that was the crew that I just managed to catch on camera earlier, sort of playing around a little bit. On the water, I mean, they looked okay to us as they went past, but clearly these issues are playing around with them a bit. So it'll be interesting to see how that affects them going through. Henry, I hope you've got a repair kit with you at Newbury, because you never know.
I think we stay stocked up. I haven't seen it, but I can't imagine Henry traveling anywhere without a rudder repair kit.
Yeah. So yeah, you might be called in you might be press ganged into service there.
We'll see how it goes. I'm hoping their support crew is able to. Did you see their support crew with them?
So I didn't see them at Hungerford, but I did, as we were driving to Hungerford, I saw Dan's van, who their support crew, or some of their support crew are driving. So they certainly must be aware of it, because they've seen them just further up the canal from where we are. But obviously they've not managed to do anything yet. Whether they're putting a plan, well, they should be putting a plan in place as they get further down. Hungerford's a difficult one, as I say, because the access to the lock is quite difficult in terms of it's more of a walk. So hopefully the guys have got something on the way.
Yeah.
Did you guys? Oh, sorry.
No, James, go ahead.
Did you see Kat and Fiona come through? I don't think we
did.
picked that up on the stream. How were they going?
We saw them when we thought we were live and we weren't. So yeah, we saw the crew just ahead of them, the Baker Webb crew, and then maybe I think less than 5 minutes later, Kat and Fiona go through. They looked really strong, exactly as I would expect. We were chatting earlier about maybe about that difference on the portages. That's probably what's making the biggest difference between those two crews right now. But I mean, Kat and Fiona, I think they've been making pretty decent time down the course, regardless of the knee injury, haven't they?
Yeah, definitely. I think that might have been what created the gap on the portages, like we were saying earlier.
Yeah.
Just looking slightly further back, you've got a little bit of you've got a few crews approaching, just coming under the dual carriageway. But then you're going to get eyes on the two C2s who are closing up. Thornton and Bowen are catching Hall and Kirk, which is, they're still about 1 kilometre apart on the water, but that's quite a lot closer than when they started off. So it'll be interesting. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how they go. I think Sam and Mike turned a 3-minute deficit into about a 5-minute lead at Hungerford, which is pretty good.
Do you think there's any chance that they would, if we see Mike Thornton and Sam Bowen manage to catch up Andy Hall and Dylan Kirk, do you think there's any chance that they would kind of wash hang for a while and stick together? Or do you think it's really going to be kind of a, you know, Mike and Sam will just press ahead and try to pass them and gain all that time?
I think that's a really interesting question. I think looking at the bigger perspective, it's these two crews that are probably going to take the win. It's probably not going to be a really fast year, so any records are probably out of reach. We'll get a good check on that when they come through Newbury and see how their times are looking. So I don't know. I think that will be, in my head, Thornton and Bowen are going to be quicker across the portages, which they clearly have been. But then Andy and Dylan might be, you know, they might have a bit more in the tank. They've made it through the portage heavy section, which is probably their weakest part of the race. And then getting out onto those longer stretches is where they're going to be able to open up, and they'll be feeling a bit more comfortable and a bit more like they do paddling back at home. So it's still, obviously, Sam and Mike certainly have the upper hand at the moment, but there's a long way still to go. We're only a quarter of the way in.
Yeah.
Well, not even a quarter.
Yeah, gosh. I think you're right about the portage. I mean, because we expected Mike and Sam to gain that ground on the portage sections, and I think that's pretty much exactly what we saw in the data, right? Is that Dylan and Andy started stronger and were able to, you know, get a little bit of an advantage. Now they've lost that advantage during the portage section. As we go, obviously there's still a lot of portages left to do, but you know, we could see, we shouldn't write off Dylan and Andy at this stage. They could still make up that time. And obviously, as you say, there's still a ton of the race left, but we might not ever see Mike and Sam catch Dylan and Andy. If they're able to, if Dylan and Andy are able to kind of get that speed back with the less frequent portages.
Yeah, absolutely. But you know, Mike and Steve will have that boat running nicely as well. So
yeah,
it's an amazing. This is definitely, as far as the actual race goes, the best year we've had for a little while. It's going to be a really good watch. Obviously, not so much from. There's probably not going to be so many outstanding times, although we do have a few that are available, or a few records that might be available. But from a head-to-head point of view, it's just going to be a really great watch. I've just seen in the comments quickly, we've had a couple of shout-outs from Dermot saying huge wishes for boat 322 Paul and Barry all the way from County Clare, in Ireland. Oh, that's nearly an unforgivable error on my part. And then we've also had a shout-out for boat 328 from Sorrow in Denmark. Now, I'm sure I've got the pronunciation of Sorrow in Denmark wrong, but they've had their shout-out.
We've really got to work on our international pronunciations.
Yeah, if Ricky can give me an English spelling of how I'm supposed to say that location, I would, or an English phonetic explanation. We'll do it again.
It's great to have people tuning in from all over the world as well. I think that it really is an international an international race, isn't it? It'd be nice if it was a little bit more international. I think speaking with Paul Fielden, the race director, earlier, it did sound like he, they are really committed to growing the race. That's why they've added the stand-up paddleboard category to the stages race this year, which has gone really well for the first 2 days of it, in spite of a pretty significant headwind. So I think they would love to see those more international crews.
So I've just got a quick update from our Hungerford timings. Still, the crew, our Dutch crew, are still quickest at a time of 3:31:04 down to Hungerford. And we've got Hawkett and Palmer are currently in second, 3:41:58. And then presumably riding their wash were Butler and O'Grady at 3:42 dead. So yeah, only a minute between those three boats at Hungerford. Obviously more to come through pretty shortly.
And that would have been right before they had the rudder issue. Is that right? Because they had the issue at Hungerford.
Yeah, so the timing checkpoint is between, for those of you that know the course, the timing checkpoint is between the low bridge and the lock. It's about 50 meters upstream of the lock. So it looks like we saw them stopping and checking their boat just below the lock. So whether they had a problem at the lock or if this is an ongoing niggle that they're just getting figured out, it'll be really interesting if we can pull someone up and just ask what was going on, if they know at this point.
We'll try to hunt them down. I did get an update from Dunmill where I guess they were trying to fix it, and then 3 minutes ago they got moving again.
Okay, that's really good. I mean, obviously, it's all part of the challenge, but you don't want to see the race decided on a boat failure.
No. Definitely. So hopefully they were able to get that fully resolved.
Absolutely. It's something I noticed in the C2 race is that both crews are using the relatively new Gene Newman design boat. Do you know anything about that?
Oh, James, I think you know more than I do.
Well, I don't know how they both ended up with one.
So is this the boat that it's sort of a hybrid between the classic UK canoe design and the US pro boat design?
That's certainly what it's marketed as. I've still not actually managed to paddle one. But it would be really interesting to sit down with these guys and hear about why they've chosen that boat. I think the traditional ICF that we usually race and that you and I paddled is a very old design that comes from the 80s. And this is the first big step forward since then, really. Obviously, ICF spec kayaks have come a long way. And the C2 sit and switch design hasn't really been updated significantly since the old width restriction rules.
Yeah.
Someone in the comments has just put it's a high Neil C1.
Are they talking about George Bell in the stages race?
Oh yeah, that must be.
Yeah, George has been he is high Neil C1ing the 4-day stages race at DW, which is just phenomenally impressive. I've been really, really impressed with George. And he's, I think, had a tough time with the giant headwind today and yesterday. So I think he's still chugging along, and he's got 2 more days, hopefully with less headwind tomorrow and the next day. Initially there was some thought that maybe he could be getting after Marcus Gohar's records from, I think we said it was 1988.
Certainly 88 or 89.
It was 88 or 89. And so those C1 records are really long-standing records, but they're long-standing for a reason, because they are actually very, very quick. And the headwind
today didn't do him any favors. So it's looking like he's probably not going to manage to get after those records. But really impressive paddling from George out there in high Neil C1.
So I think to put it into perspective, Marcus was paddling at a Div 3 standard in his C1, which is pretty quick.
That's amazing. He was Div 3 standard in the high Neil C1. Wow.
I certainly believe that's what I've been told. Which.
Wow. Okay, so Dutch crew should be coming through here any minute. We're starting to lose a bit of light, so keep your eyes peeled. We've also got an update that the rudder issue that Dan Palmer and David Horkin were having looks like they've lost about 12 to 15 minutes to Billy Butler and Jon O'Grady. So those two boats started together and then got a gap in when Dan and David started having a rudder issue, which we know they were working on it at Hungerford and maybe fixed it at Dunmill, but not sure how long that was going on for. And 12 to 15 minute gap is pretty significant, but it's a long race, so that is going to be hard for Dan and David to make up.
Who's your money on now?
We were just chatting to a couple of the marshals at Hungerford, and they were saying that they actually, Dan and Dave got into the water, put the boat in the water, got in, and then got out again. So they must be really struggling at the moment. But we can't quite pin down here what the issue is. They'd had reports that there was an issue, and had actually grabbed first aid kits because they weren't aware of what the actual situation was. So yeah, obviously really thankful that it's not a first aid issue, but yeah, obviously this, I'm feeling awful because they were in my top picks really, and I feel like I've jinxed them. Yeah, poor guys. Hopefully they can get something sorted, but that is a serious gap that is forming now.
Yeah, that's going to be really frustrating for them. And I think there's a challenge to kind of get your mental game back with something like that as well.
Yeah.
Which is going to be tough. I mean, I do think the fact that they're so experienced, I think maybe a newer crew would struggle with that more, right? Because you know how much is ahead of you and it feels maybe more intimidating, versus Dan and David kind of know that they've done this before. They know how to get through it, and so they might have a better time, I think, managing that shift in mindset to overcome something like the
Yeah, I think, like you say, that's when the experience comes in, and now it will probably be their priorities will have shifted. So first of all, it will be to get it fixed, if they can get it fixed, and once it is fixed, to then shift the goalposts. Basically, we don't know. They were quite cagey about what their ultimate goal was, whereas we saw with Nushi and Tom, they said they wanted to win. Dan and David were a lot more cagey about it. Like they wouldn't even say to me what time they were planning to leave, etc. So it's going to obviously affect their game plan. But the experience means that actually that is something that they can overcome.
Yeah. No, that's those are good points. We've just seen you will have hopefully just seen on the video the Dutch crew just passed through Newbury. So that is apologies for the video issues. Jouke and Floor, Jouke Witteven and Floor Zeggers. So they looked really, I would say they looked really smooth.
Yeah, they look very smooth, very relaxed.
Yeah, relaxed. I mean, we've been saying that maybe they've been pushing themselves a little bit too hard because their times have been quite quick, and it's quicker than I would expect based on the data that I've seen from them in previous years and in the Waterside series. But they definitely looked relaxed coming through here. So
I think we should have those GPS times updated pretty soon as well, and we can see how they're pacing on the most recent stretch compared to the previous stretch.
Yeah, it certainly looks good from where we are on the screen. We've actually they've disappeared. I was going to say we've got a couple of crews that are due to come in, and now they've here we go. Sorry. We are actually expecting 356, which is
We've got Birkett and Simmons.
And then,
you've got Birkett and Simmons. Okay.
Yeah.
Paul and Tibbet.
And
Paul
and
Tibbet, and they're still together.
Looks like it at the moment, but so they are coming in hot just behind. Help if I could actually read. Ballard and LeBlanche and Maddox and Perkins. So we'll see those two come through, and thank you.
Sorry, you're blinded.
Yeah, I can't see anything now. And then so we've got two sets of two crews coming in hot quite soon.
Do we have you on video, Emma and Brett?
Say that again, sorry.
Do we have you all on video? I'm just wondering if we can get the.
Yes.
Just
Just while we look into that.
It's just a bit dark, isn't it?
We have got. I think we were looking at some light options that wouldn't affect the cruise too much. So that is us. In fact, if you don't mind staying on for the moment, we're going to see if we can get a bit more light. We can give it a test.
Yeah, no worries. The paddlers are the priority. We don't want to dazzle them with the lights. So we've got the audio narration for everyone.
Just looking at the tracker, we've got 4 boats left to come through Hungerford. It looks like Birkett, Simmons, Paul and Tebbit are still together, and they're going to be with you in a moment. The gap back then to Joe and Brindy looks like it's opening on the tracker, maybe up to probably 2.5K. But then Sharpe and Freeman look to be again only on the tracker closing in on Joe and Brindy. So it's happening slowly.
Wow. We just had Lee Maddox and Nick Perkins through Newbury, the Royal Marines crew. I thought they looked smooth going through there. Henry, what would you say? Pretty smooth?
I'd say pretty smooth. You could actually hear the power coming off Lee's paddles about the back.
Consistent power.
So he's still putting it down.
Yeah. But
then that is Lee through and through. He will keep going until he is dead.
Yeah.
That is why he's a Marine.
Yeah.
It makes him a really, really good crew. You just wind him up, point him in the right direction. He's not going to stop.
Yep. Yep. So that's what we expect from that crew. So, James, are you saying you think it looks like Tom and Nishi are catching up Joe and Brindy?
That's only on the tracker. The gaps look like they're closing up, but it's impossible to know. We should know in 15 minutes. I would have thought they'll be through Hungerford, maybe a little longer than that.
Okay.
And then we'll get some timings on it. We have had another shout out, from Paul Ingpen for Andrew Ingpen, saying he's a novice who's prepared meticulously and a super excited 60-year-old who loves the sport.
I used to train with Andy in Reading, and honestly, he is obsessed, and it's amazing to see how much enthusiasm someone can still have for it. So yeah, I have been watching him in the background as well.
Oh, that's great. Well, good for that crew. So the Dutch crew, who we've been following, I think we have a little update on them. So the Dutch crew had the fastest time through Hungerford, which is really impressive from them. They looked really good coming through Newbury a few minutes ago. But we have said, that they might not be able to keep up that lead as they go on. So it looks like based on the data, that is what we might expect. So between Hungerford and Newbury last year, that took them 1 hour and 31 minutes. This year, they've done that in 1 hour and 30 minutes, so 1 minute faster. But what we saw from those from the crews last year who ended up finishing ahead of that Dutch crew, it was 1 hour and 19 minutes for Tom and Nushi and 1 hour and 22 minutes for Billy and Jon. So it looks like that kind of Hungerford to Newbury stretch is where we would expect if the crews are kind of following similar patterns as last year, to see Jouke and Floor start to kind of slow down relative to some of those top crews, including Tom and Nushi and Billy and Jon, based off of last year's data.
Next through, we should have the Bad Boys.
All right, Bad Boys coming through here soon.
Apparently, they're just beyond the bend.
I feel like you just saw them. You just saw them at Hungerford, didn't you? Em and Brett. So that is, we call them the Bad Boys because they are from Barking and Dagenham Canoe Club, which is kind of a great name for a canoe club, and even greater as a nickname, BAD. I know they were doing quite a bit of training with Kat Burbeck and Fiona Penny Douglas, who are the women's crew, the leading women's crew this year. And Kat and Fiona are also after the veteran ladies record, which is 20 hours and I think 40 minutes. So we'll have to see how they're pacing against that too, if we can maybe check some of those numbers. It is clear that they are starting to lose a bit of ground on the portages relative certainly to the crew that they started with, which I'm sure that's kind of what they would expect. Because of Kat's knee injury, they knew that they would have slightly slower portages than would be ideal. She actually estimated the other day, I think Billy Butler shared on Paddlecast that Kat had told him that she thought that she would be potentially a full hour slower because of the knee injury on portages. So that will be affecting that crew.
I would guess, sorry, just jumping in.
Yeah.
Balor and LeBlanche look like they're just around the corner from you, so maybe they are doing their kit change for the night and up at the lock. A much more sensible idea.
We could, sorry?
Oh, I was going to say, I would guess that they might be doing their nighttime crew change up at the lock, kit change rather, up at the lock. So they're getting slightly closed down by the escorts. And then they might stop and get changed as well.
We could try. I'm not sure if we can get all the way up to the lock from here.
I can tell you how to do it, but it's quite a long walk.
Yeah. I think that might be a little bit of a walk. We're debating the better location, but at least we do have a little bit of light here from the street lamps.
Yeah, for sure.
Which is helping us out, and it seems like we're hopefully a little bit less choppy on the stream compared to earlier.
So you have the Bad Boys, then right behind them the escorts, and then the next two boats are our two C2s, who look like they're almost on the same pound now.
Wow.
But they won't. Mike and Sam in the second boat won't necessarily know that they're catching the other C2 and that it's them in front. They'll just see a boat off in the distance. They'll be kept up to date by their support crew. Oh, who have we got here?
Here's the first. Do we think this is the Bad Boys?
Must be.
Nice,
they have a very
so
bright light. That is the
super bright. Well
Perfect.
done, Dagenham. Thank you. Looking good. Thanks.
Okay, they look super smooth.
Yeah,
That was the Bad Boys and not the Escots, right?
Escots are next.
Escots are next. It's hard to see in the dark.
So
Okay.
you can see from that nice wide beam light they've got on how well the canal was lit up around them. They got good light reflection off the bridge. And that's just something that's so, particularly when you get down onto the twistier bit of canal in the dark, it's just so useful. And any low bridges you've got coming up, I really think lighting, like we talked about before, is just so important for this race.
Yeah, it also helps. I think, I was asking the race directors before the race about, if there was any obstacles or anything that they had to brief the crews on. And they said that it was pretty minimal, but there was, I think, 1 or 2 down trees that the paddlers might need to look out for. So especially as you get down on that, onto the Thames, sometimes there can be like down trees or overhanging trees. And the light is pretty crucial for that.
And do you know if they've cleared the tree just at Marsh Lock?
I think that might be... I thought they said it had been cleared, but I kind of thought Paul said earlier that maybe there was still a down tree there. So that could be potentially an obstacle for the paddlers.
Oh, yeah, I know the marshal's there, so I'll just give them a...
Oh, there we go. We can get them.
Hey guys, little update from Hungerford. We are expecting Tom and Andy and Bob and Stephen to come through fairly imminently. So we've actually got a lot of activity at the moment because Brindy and Joe's crew have just turned up as well, and it looks like they're actually going to have a kit change here. So lots of movement. We're just setting up. I don't know, you've not got us on the feed at the moment, but we have got a light, just so that everyone's aware. It looks super bright from this side. I don't know what it's going to look like on the camera, but we have set it up so that, oh yeah, you can see. We have set it up so that it won't affect the paddlers. It's just in terms of blinding them or anything.
Towards us?
Yeah.
Nice.
So
well done. Okay, we've got a boat coming through here now.
And looks like we have as well.
Okay, all right. So we've got Escott and Escott here in Newbury, and
go on, Escott.
Maybe we should put you all on.
We can see lights coming around the corner. So
okay.
Yeah.
Let's go to let's put the video to. There we go. Oh, I see the lights. Oh my
yeah.
gosh.
So this should be Andy and Tom and Bob and Stephen. So
are they right next to each other?
So that will probably be a cyclist, I would have thought.
I can only see one light at the moment. So they might. I don't know if this is a. Unfortunately, we've hit that point in the day when it all gets dark and you have to try and work things out.
No, I was just mixing people up in the dark. All right, let's see. Oh, I think we might have lost your audio.
Hello, can you hear me?
Oh, nope, yep, you're still
perfect. There. No, do you know what? I was too busy concentrating, trying to work out.
Okay, there they go.
So that's Andy and Tom going through. Looking good. So they've got their support crew here.
It looks like they're running pretty smoothly.
So yeah, they're running pretty smoothly. A really nice tempo. Not, they'll slow down anyway in the dark, but they're not going all guns blazing. So it seems like a really, really sensible pace. They were looking smooth on the water from what we could see here. I appreciate it's a bit harder to see on camera, especially from this angle. So apologies, we're just trying to keep out of the way a bit. And it looks like another boat's just come around the corner as well.
Okay, so that should be Bob Poole and Steve Tebbett.
Yes, yeah. So that should be, if the trackers are correct. So clearly they have just split off over the last few miles.
So Andy and Tom have dropped them. But I mean, that's only what, like 2 minutes or something spread? That's still pretty close.
Yeah. I mean, it's even that.
I mean, that seems like it's proven. I think we were debating, did Bob and Steve make the right call in waiting so late to go with Andy and Tom? It seems from
what we've seen so far that they did, because if they've stuck with them to Hungerford, that's still a pretty good.
Yeah. Let's see. Yeah, so this is and it sounds like, I don't know if you picked that up on the audio, but it sounds like they might be having a kit change at Newbury.
Oh,
so that's the way
okay.
boats.
I'm guessing they're going to do that at the lock, though, so we
Yes, so you won't see
them
that.
right after. Yeah. That's all
yeah.
right. We're trying not to get to kit changes on camera.
Okay. Well, I can
telling you when they happen.
I can't even show you. They've got Joe. So it's Joe and Brindy next through Hungerford, I believe.
Can you see them already?
Yeah. No, not yet. No, but their crew are. Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt. Any minute, Andy and Dylan are going to be at Newbury. They're just coming into the.
Ooh, okay.
Oh, perfect. We'll switch back to you then.
Yeah, and then so we've got Alan and Andy and Dylan. Then Mike and Sam are coming in pretty hot behind, and then we'll be straight back up to Hungerford to watch those last two mixed crews, and then we'll be able to get an update on the timings at Hungerford.
Okay. Wow, this is. Yeah, it looks like
Hall and Kirk coming through next.
Hall and Kirk will be here any minute. We can see how long that distance is. Oh, here they come. Okay, you can see Hall and Kirk. They've got a nice bright light as well. Looks fairly smooth.
Go on, give him a big shout.
Well done, guys. We've got to try to be neutral here, but
boo.
That's no, they look really smooth out there. They look really smooth, really composed. All right, we've got to start the clock and see how long until.
Yeah, so they went through 21:08.
Okay. And then we're expecting. How did you? I don't know how much you could see, James, but how do you think they looked in the boat?
It looked like it was running super flat, which is really great.
Yeah.
I couldn't particularly see how they were paddling, but it looked nice and relaxed in the boat. Yeah, like I was saying, the light wasn't bouncing, which is always a good thing. They were gliding along quite nicely. They didn't look like they were rushing. Hopefully we'll get a split time for them any moment on the tracker, which I will let you know as soon as I have.
That sounds good.
Oh, actually split. So time into Newbury is 5:51 according to the tracking. That normally gets adjusted by a minute, one or like sort of either way.
Okay.
But that's a solid time. It's tough conditions, but that's there or thereabouts. Unfortunately, they're not going to get the massive push that we started to get from Newbury.
Yeah, I've been thinking about how, how that could affect mindset. Do you think that, crews who raced 2023 and 2024 and got that big push, how do you think that's going to affect them now this year going through and not getting it? Is that going to be tougher?
So Tom Fryer has been in this exact situation in the C2 class. I think he raced with a guy called Gary Watts in, I think, 2010, which was quite a high flow year. And they came out onto in the C2, they did, I think, 19 hours in about 50 minutes, which is very good for a C2. And then he said he paddled again the next year in 2011, which, as we all know, was a terrible year. And they pulled out sort of thinking, oh, here we go, we're on the Thames, and then pulled out at Reading and nothing happened. And he was just like, oh, wow, this is going to be a long way. Tom has excellent mental toughness. And so I think if he can think like that, it can come to anyone.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I think if you're expecting it to be fun and games, I think, as we've been discussing earlier, it's going to be a tough year with the wind and the lack of flow.
Yep.
it is going to be hard, and it's going to be who can keep grinding the longest.
I will say the wind at least has mostly come down now. It's not nothing, because I can see there's a flag over here that's still gently flapping in the breeze, but it's a lot better than earlier in the day. But yeah,
I'll just check my windy forecast again.
Yes, yeah. And we've got a couple updates as well. So that split that James was just mentioning for Dylan Kirk and Andy Hall to Newbury is about 4 minutes faster than Dylan's split with Joe Schlimmer when he raced in 2023. So that's I think Dylan will be pretty happy with that, to be going a few minutes faster than 2023, even this early into the race. I think he'll be really pleased to improve on that time. And we haven't seen Mike and Sam come through yet, so it's been 4 minutes since Andy and Dylan came through. So we're still waiting on them to see how much ground they've been able to make up. And then looking at the times through Hungerford, so far it is Andy and Tom who are the fastest through Hungerford overall, meaning they have gone faster than the Dutch crew, as we talked about earlier, as we were expecting. So it was that stretch from Hungerford, the stretch before Hungerford, where we were expecting those crews some of those top crews to start picking up faster than the Dutch team, and that is exactly what we're seeing.
Yeah, so fastest boat to Hungerford, like you said, was Birkett Simmons in 3:37.
That is quick.
Yep.
And we haven't seen Brindy and Joe come through yet, right? I know we've got the team in Hungerford waiting for them.
No, not yet. I like to try and keep this whole thing in perspective. Our geographical lead boat has just got to the bottom of the Henley Strait.
Wow.
They set off, just let me check the time exactly. They set off at 5:16 this morning. So they're currently nearly 15 and a half hours in.
Is that one of the fold-in kayak teams? I'm not sure if you can tell from the GPS.
I can't tell from the GPS website. I'm sure we can find out in just a minute. It's Turner and Spreadbury.
Okay.
And they have a lead over Pike and Howe, who I happen to know are in C2 of the full Henley Strait.
Wow. Well, you know what? I bet this is a nice time of day to go through that Henley Strait, because it can get it was really, really awful, as James and I experienced at Thameside too from the water. And there was some discussion of whether it could be almost as bad during DW because of how windy it's been. So that's definitely going to depend on what the wind does today. But now is a great time to go through the Henley Strait, right?
Yeah, I would have thought so. Like, dusk is often very calm, I think. I'd kind of hope that the later the better, really.
All right, do we have is that an update from Hungerford?
Hello, we've got an update.
Yeah.
All right.
Joe and Brindy they've just gone through the swing bridge, so we're just about to see them. We'll put some lights on, but everything's floodlit here. Everything's quite bright because they're going for a full kit change. And we're just discussing whether that's too early or whether we'd like.
Yeah, we've just been having a whole, because we're not going to show you.
We're going to commentate on it.
But we will commentate on it.
Yes.
But from what we can see at the moment, it looks like they are going to go for a full kit change. And we were just saying, I mean, Brett, you think it was maybe a bit early? I thought it was probably about the right time.
Yeah.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Can we just cut back to Newbury? Because I think the other C2 is imminently going to come through.
All right.
Okay, so it is 21:15, and it was 08 when they went through. So this is Mike and Sam. So yeah, Mike Thornton and Sam Bowen. They look super smooth.
Oh, they look really smooth.
Wow, they look very good. They've got a nice bright light on their boat too.
Tango Charlie.
They looked really good. Okay, wow. We've got to talk about that.
Have we
But
got lights?
I don't want to
We
skip
got lights.
We've got lights.
We got lights.
Okay, let's go.
We think we've got
Hungerford.
lights.
So how fast are they doing their kit change? Has it been pretty efficient?
Well, we're not sure. I mean, they've got it all laid out, but that
Ooh.
it does look like it is a full kit change.
So, sorry, just to sum that up quickly for the C2s, they're back to, so Andy and Dylan have clawed some time back. So there's 3 minutes down now, but that's, I think, a 2 or 3 minute gain on where they ended up at Hungerford. So they were, I think, 3 minutes up at Pewsey, then I think about 7 minutes down at Hungerford, and now they're back to only 3 minutes down at Newbury. So it's toing and froing. Tim will correct me if I've got that wrong, which I probably have. But
No, I think that's right, James. Because Tim said that it's they've closed the gap slightly. I will say that Mike and Sam looked really, really, really smooth out there. So that was yeah.
it could even be that the headwind was Mike, and I would guess that Mike and Sam are a slightly heavier crew than Andy and Dylan. I don't actually know any of them weigh, but the headwind might have been more favourite or less disastrous, less impactful to Sam and Mike. So it'll be interesting. So this whole thing, I've said it's interesting about 100 times already, but I'm absolutely loving watching this race and seeing how it's unfolding.
It's so, the action is so tight. I'm like, really, like we are so spoiled. I've gotten an update from Dunmill that it looks like there's still about a 2 to 3 minute gap between Tom Simmons and Andy Birkett versus Bob Poole and Stephen Tubbett. So that sounds, I think, pretty similar to what we saw in Hungerford. Are we still we're still waiting for Brindy and Joe?
We're still waiting for them to come through.
The tracker looks like they're going to be there any minute, like they've come under the spring bridge.
We're just trying to work out. I know that the detail isn't super clear, but there's 3 people stood by light at the moment on the bank. There's also then some light further on, and we think that it is light reflecting on one of the narrow boats that's parked further up. But yeah, we are expecting them to come around the corner at any second. And as we said, they are planning a kit change, Joe and Brindy here at Hungerford. That's the canal's just lit up, so I think we are on. And it looks like they are going to have a full kit change, which is really interesting. Brett and I were just discussing sort of the pros and cons as to having a full kit change. We both think, and we could be wrong, but we both think that this is where Nushi and Tom are going to catch up with them at least. They are. Here we go. You should be able to see that light coming around now. So we think that they might catch them at least, if not overtake them, and then it will depend on. I don't know. We don't know if the others have had a kit change of any sort yet. But if not, then obviously they will lose potentially a bit of time. If that's what they're going to do, they might not have a kit change full stop. So let's see. But this is getting a bit exciting over here, guys.
Wow. Oh my gosh. If we see
here we go.
Tom and Nushi catch Joe and Brindy, that's going to be. I mean,
they're just coming in now.
Okay.
So the tracker looks like they're about 1.5 kilometers apart.
Here we go.
So that's going to be nearly 10 minutes, I would have thought.
So you can see they've got a huge amount of crew there, and I am going to switch back because
we're not going to watch the kit change. Yeah.
No.
Good plan. Okay. You tell us how long they take though, and if it looks like they're changing efficiently or faffing a bit.
It's 9:20. Okay. It is
Tom
a full kit change.
And it is smooth. It's
It is smooth.
Okay.
Yeah. It's well
They have
rehearsed.
got about 20 people around them doing it. So yeah.
The support crews, I think we probably haven't done enough justice to talking about the support crews who are out there for Tom and Nishi and
This is
Joe and
brilliant.
Brindy.
I really wish we could be videoing
yeah.
this. This is fantastic.
This is what
honestly.
I need when I'm late for work in the mornings. 20 people around me just to get me dressed, get me out of bed.
That's that. So they start at that's.
We got Keith Moore also timing us as well. So
That's not even a minute, and they've got.
Oh, nice.
Spoitzio's back on. Okay, so I think we take it back. We take it back. What we were saying.
Go, on. Let's go, guys. Let's go. Go. Don't waste time.
Can we watch them?
So can you hear?
I can hear. Are they changed? Are they moving?
Yeah, they're moving. Right, there we go.
1 minute,
Okay.
21 seconds.
Oh, thank you. So that was 1 minute 21 seconds.
Oh
They've
my
clearly been
gosh.
practicing that. That was that's Keith Moore, who
Wow.
was timing. And
That
yeah,
was incredibly impressive.
That was incredible. We take it all back.
So
Wow.
how, without being graphic, how much kit did they change?
So they're certainly on the top. It was down to underwear.
Okay. So that's a pretty big kit change.
So that was a big kit change. As I say, you can see. I think you can see the amount of people that we have up here. There were at least 4-5 people per person to do it. So yeah, and they had it all laid out beforehand. As you can see, they've got the lights all set up. That was very impressive. I don't think my description could not do that justice. That was incredible.
That's 1 minute 21 seconds.
Yeah.
For a full assisted kit change. That's pretty good.
Yeah. And yeah, back in the water after 2 minutes. I'm actually speechless, guys.
That really epitomizes what you've got to try and do. No matter what your target is for the DW, you've got to be trying to get the best out of yourself, no matter whatever that happens to mean. And any moment that the front of the boat is not getting closer to the finish line is time that's wasted.
Yeah, I mean,
that's very, obviously that was hardly any time, but exactly what they've done there, just minimize any time that the boat is not getting closer to that finish line.
And obviously, as we were saying before, we thought that was going to be a few minutes, and that was going to be time lost to Nishi and Tom. So that a huge amount of work has gone into that, and that was honestly, it was beautiful to watch, actually.
Yeah, that's really impressive. I wonder if you're gonna get. Have you seen Nishi and Tom's support crew there? Or do you think they might be meeting them somewhere else?
Yeah, I think they are here. It's now that all the lights have gone, it's harder to see. It looks like they are here. It doesn't look like there's going to be a kit change. So whether they're going to do what was it Andy and Tom I said had said that they were going to do a kit change in Newbury. Whether they're going to do that or whether they're not going to bother. Some people don't bother. It depends how they're feeling and how they're going, or they might leave it till later, even to sort of dreadnought or something.
Yeah. Now I will say we did get
it looks like, sorry to interrupt, it looks like they are just coming around the corner.
Oh my god.
Potentially, or at least there is a light, which I think is a bike. It's a bike.
Yep.
So that
I believe they've got
imply.
The tracker puts them a little bit further out than right on top of you.
I think they I think Tom and Nishi had a plan to have someone on a bike lighting the way ahead for them at some of these dark spots. So I'm not surprised to see that. And again, that's kind of the level of commitment and professionalism that we see from these support crews, right? That they just gathered around Joe and Brindy to get them full kit change in a minute 21. They're lighting the way with a bike ahead of Tom and Nishi so that they can see more easily. I mean, it is really full on. A lot of people spending their Easter weekends supporting these top crews through the night.
There must have been eight or so those mini floodlights.
Yeah.
Or, just turn up at his. It's like a Steven Spielberg film, wasn't it?
I was saying, I was speechless. Like, it was beautiful to watch.
Yeah.
That was incredible.
What's not the kit change?
Yeah, well,
the kit change was in efficiency ways.
Yes. All right, don't read into it.
We're digging as many holes as we can here.
They know what I meant.
Right, we got lights. We
have got lights, guys.
Okay.
So,
has it been 10 minutes? We've got to check how.
No, it hasn't. So,
so they are.
Joe and Brindy got on at, according to my, and this is very, very basic. According to my watch, they got on at 21:23. This is Nushi and Tom coming around now at 21:27. So
okay. So Joe and Brindy got on at 23. Okay. Yeah.
So we're looking at about 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Okay, so the split for Hungerford has already come in.
Yeah, the checkpoint is just a little bit further up from the lock.
Yeah,
So
and
that
our fastest crew to the checkpoint is Tom and Nushi. 30 seconds up on Birkett and Simmons.
Up on Simmons and Birkett.
Yeah.
Wow. That's exciting. That's really, I wasn't necessarily expecting them to start gaining so quickly. They look great, don't they?
Yeah, they look really good. They're in their stride now.
And it's nice that the lights that their team has got going mean that we got a better view of them too. That was great. Wow.
So
I'm going to see if I can get a little bit closer to see them get in.
That was really, I mean, they are, I almost want to say it looks like they were running faster than we saw Tom and Andy running earlier, which I guess would make sense based on what we're saying, that Tom and Nushi are the quickest time through so far.
So our current top 5 at Hungerford are Tom and Nushi in 3:36.30, Birkett and Simmons in second place in 3:37.03, so 30 seconds behind. Then you've got a 2-minute gap to third place, which is Poole and Tebbett. Then another 2 minutes back to fourth place, Hawken and Palmer. Then currently in fifth at Hungerford, which we know has changed, Butler and O'Grady in 3:42. And then sixth are Brindy and Joe in 3:44. So
wow, it is anyone's game. This is just unreal.
8 minutes between the top 6 crews is just really close.
How many minutes between them?
8 minutes across the top 6 crews.
That's what we. That I think that's exactly what we saw at Pewsey. The gap is not widening.
But it has jiggled significantly.
Yes. Yeah. Wow. Wow. Well, I mean, we had Tom and Nushi as the favorites going into this, and I really we saw it take a little bit more time for them last year to take that top position. So if they can keep it up, it sounds like they could be putting in it's too early to speculate. I think I'm probably speculating too much. There's too much of the race left to go to say that this is them taking the lead, but wow.
I mean,
yeah,
again,
it's really exciting.
8 minutes over 3.5 hours is really not. It's a nice gap to have, but when you've still got over 10 hours to go, even if you're going to break the record, you've still got another 10 hours to go.
Yeah. Have we checked against? Have we checked their timing against the record. I know we saw their time versus Keith and Lizzie to, was that to Pewsey earlier?
Yeah, just give me a moment.
Okay.
I will get that.
I'll leave you on it. And then we've got to check at some point on how Kat Burbeck and Fiona Penny Douglas are doing against the veteran ladies record too, which is that 20 hours and 40 minutes.
Do you know what year that was actually set?
That was in 2007 or 2008. It was Allison, is it Allison Dark and and we've got a stat on Tom and Nushi's time this year compared to last year. So they were 5 minutes faster this year to Hungerford compared to last year for Tom Sharpe and Anoushka Freeman. That is wow.
That is really good, but unfortunately, so far we know that's going to drop off because there's just not the flow down the river.
Yeah, that's right. But this is let's see. Okay, Joe and Brindy just through Dunmill, looking good. Updates from Joe Paddler, who's marshalling there. That's good to hear. So he'll probably see Tom and Nushi go through there soon. Wow. But I mean, that really, and I guess we did say, in some of the preview content that Tom and Nushi are faster. They have gained speed this year compared to last year. So in the waterside lead up races, I would say that probably, improving on their time 5 minutes on that stretch is probably about commensurate with what we'd expect based off of that waterside data. It looks like we're going to have Billy Butler and Jon O'Grady coming through Newbury in the next few minutes. So looking forward to seeing how they're doing.
So I've got Keith and Lizzie got to Hungerford in 3:32. So I think that puts them about 4 minutes apart.
So, and that was what, 3:36 for?
Yeah, 3:36 for Tom and Nushi about 2 minutes ago.
Okay.
They're still super close.
Yeah, that is close.
Definitely.
That's really tough on the record. But...
So bring me up to date. What's the standings at the moment?
So the standings, we've got Tom and Anoushka. Okay, we've just got them up on the screen. There you go. So Tom and Anoushka are first already.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah. I don't know if you can hear. So Tom and Nushi are in first place through Hungerford, followed by Tom Simmons and Andy Birkett, who are just behind them. And let's see when it comes up again. There we go. Bob Poole and Steve Tabbitt in third place.
I told you not to discount them.
Yes.
I told you not to discount them.
Yep. So they are they've gone really well. But I think since they've dropped off Andy and Tom's wash, it'll be interesting to see how much they can keep up that placement. And then the Dutch crew in fourth. So
that's surprising, like a good surprise. But
they're definitely starting to drop off, but it does look like they've improved a fair bit compared to last year, which is really impressive, especially since Yauka has done so many DWs too. I think to have done I don't have the exact figure, but I think it's around 7 to 10, and still be able to come back and improve is I think that's pretty impressive.
And also, I remember, if I'm correct, I remember seeing him at the end of last year, and he was quite upset because he was really had his heart set on running through to Westminster.
Yes.
And winning the international crew.
So he'll be
coming back this year, and yeah, it looks like they've got the international crew. I don't
Yeah,
want to say wrapped
yeah.
up or in the bag, but
Yeah,
that looks good. They're off to
It's
a good start.
definitely looking good for them.
So Tycho's just pointing out that I missed
Tico.
Tico. My
Yep.
mistake. I'm very sorry.
Hi, Tico.
The Dutch crew, who's Jouke and Floor.
Jouke and Floor. I've been. I will say my Dutch has gone from like 0% to 1% from Billy moving to the Netherlands and talking on Paddlecast.
So they are actually also in the mix. They're currently in 4th place. Or 4th place through Hungerford in 3:41.04. So that's my mistake in reading out how I've got the open tracking set up.
Here's
Billy Butler and Jon O'Grady.
Billy and John, if you all can see that on the video. Let's see. Really bright light again.
That's because Billy Butler's using Tango Charlie lights.
Yeah, I know Billy loves the Tango Charlie lights.
Well,
Looking
Billy,
good, guys.
well done, John.
Thank you. Thank you for staying out in the cold.
How's the eyesight?
It's all right.
That's great. So Billy's had issues with his eyesight in the past, and he was concerned about that again today, but particularly because of that headwind, which tends to create eyesight issues. But I thought they looked really solid right there. But James, do you want to talk a bit more about the Dutch crew?
Oh, not particularly. Sorry, I was just saying I made a mistake. I can't get the spreadsheet, the live tracking set up to give me everyone's times at Hungerford. It only shows me people that have gone through Hungerford that haven't already gone through Newbury. Getting times lined up. So I don't know how to do that. If anyone can tell me how to do that, I will.
Well, we've got Tim doing it for us on production.
Perfect.
So that's Jouke and Floor in the 4th fastest time to Hungerford. Really, really impressive paddling from them. And they did look good coming through Newbury as well. So I think, it's going to be really hard for them to hold that 4th position. And if they follow kind of the trajectory that they did last year, that could trail off. But they might be able to keep it up. It seems like they've gotten quicker this year compared to the previous year. So really, really impressive from Jouke and Floor. And that was Billy and John we just saw coming through Newbury, looking strong, looking quick. We were asking Billy about his eyesight. We're just going to fill you all in on why we're talking about Billy's eyes. Henry, did you want to give the update on the goggles?
Well, so it's just a couple of years ago, Billy noticed his eyes drying out as he paddled, particularly at night. So yeah, we had a good chat over the during the week. Which safety goggles offer the best wind protection, but are most comfortable for wearing for 8 hours at a time? Yeah. And eventually we concluded that you just got to keep changing. So he's actually got a stack.
Does he have a stash of goggles?
He has a stash of different goggles to keep him going through the night.
Wow.
So he'll have a pair that fit comfortably but don't block out as much wind early on, and then peak night, block out the wind but they risk fogging up.
Yeah.
If we go down to kit preparedness, Billy is really, really up there as having a lot of gear and just making sure all holes are covered.
Yeah.
Which is again what you want to see, because a seasoned DW paddler just doesn't leave this sort of thing to chance.
Oh, for sure.
And what if you don't want to be one base layer short of getting cold and end up having to limp across the line just because you forgot one base layer. So It's much better to have your support crew carry 6 of everything and not need them than it is to carry nothing and need it.
Oh, so that's Billy and the goggles. But yeah, I thought they looked good out there. They were in let's see, well we'll start having the top teams' times coming through Newbury, but in Hungerford, Billy and Jon were in 6th overall, just behind David and Dan. We know at this point, of course, that has flipped while David and Dan were having some rudder issues. So I think the spread when we last checked was about 12 to 15 minutes. So we'll see what time they come through Newbury, Dan and David, and see how much that spread has changed, if they've been able to maybe make up some of that time, or if that rudder problem is just going to have affected them too much to make it up relative to the other teams. So, okay, tracking Billy and Jon versus the Dutch crew who we saw earlier. So Billy and Jon are 12 minutes faster. So we're definitely big fans of that Dutch crew, but and they are having a fantastic race this year. But it's not surprising to see that Billy and Jon have now gained on them in that stretch between Hungerford and Newbury, which is what we were expecting to see based on sort of how those teams performed on each of those different stretches last year.
So pardon my ignorance on the rules and entries, but to class as an international crew, do you have to be both international or just one?
I believe it's both. James, I don't know if you, I think you were talking about that earlier, right?
Yeah, I think I've already got in trouble with this for talking about this. So DW call it the Overseas Trophy, but for some reason don't count people coming from Ireland as overseas.
Well, there's definitely a scene between.
Yeah, I think that was a.
Well, yeah, it's not a problem for us to sort out now.
No.
Yeah.
The only reason I asked is because Billy Butler on his entry has got international.
Yeah, since he's moved to the Netherlands.
Yeah, no, you do. It's both paddlers in a crew. The same as if you're paddling for a team, you can only enter the team trophy award if both paddlers are paddling from the same club.
Right,
so,
right.
When Betsy and I paddled together, I was racing for Hemel Hempstead. She was racing for Richmond, but she couldn't take part in the Richmond team trophy because I wasn't also from Richmond.
Well, it's easily sorted. You just need to join Richmond.
They do look at it a little bit. If you're a paddler that usually paddles for another club and you mysteriously start paddling for a different club just for the DW, I think that is frowned upon.
They do frowned upon for sure. That's fair enough. So that was Billy's time through Newbury was 5 hours and 1 minute. So we'll start seeing how close together some of the teams are now. Have we got any data on the veteran ladies' time and how Kat and Fiona are pacing against that?
I am just punching that in right now.
Well done, James. We're on the same exact wavelength. And then looking at Billy's time through Newbury, it looks like Billy and Jon are more than a minute faster than last year. So I am actually a bit surprised by that because I know that Billy and Jon have been training, but they did commit to the race a little bit last minute, although you could say they were prepared for it regardless, and they haven't spent a ton of time. Yeah. I mean, Billy was insisting until I think a week ago or something that he wasn't going to do DW. And then
let's be honest,
for 2 weeks, and then it started trickling out. Yeah.
So going by my slightly questionable maths, the record time, when the record was set, the crew got down to Hungerford in 4 hours and 19 minutes. And Kat and Fee got to Hungerford in 4 hours and 9 minutes. So they're potentially 10 minutes up on that record, if I've done my maths right.
That's great. Well done, Jay.
But that's that sort of proves that they have the potential to break the record. I don't know what the river conditions were like that year, so it's all fairly speculative.
Yeah. I mean, it definitely proves record potential.
Yeah, absolutely. Hang on, I can just do that again to Newbury if you just give me.
Yeah. So I'm really impressed that Billy Butler and Jon O'Grady have gone a minute faster from Devizes to Newbury this year compared to last year. And Billy as well, earlier when we spoke to him before he got on the water, was talking about, he's been ill for the last few days and, wasn't totally sure how they were going to do. He self-seeded them, I believe, in fifth behind
fifth or sixth.
Dan and David when we did our Paddlecast DW preview episode. It's a little hard to tell. I think maybe he was being modest and maybe he was underrating himself a little bit. I did say, I felt like maybe he was underrating himself a little bit. So I guess I could say this is
as we said when we started this stream, and as we've said many times throughout this stream, and we're going to say again, the caliber on show this year is high.
Yeah.
The gap between all of the crews is so slim, and we were talking about, is it just the top three or is it actually the top 8? And we are now finding out, actually, we should have been talking about the top 10. So where you seed yourself in that? Well, if we can't even work out if there's a top 3 or a top 10, how do you work out which one's number 6? Yeah, so and to self-evaluate that as well is even harder. So
it's just unbelievably tight.
So in the direct head-to-head between Cat and Fee and the current veteran record, they are still 6 minutes up at Newbury. So that's come back in a little bit. But it's still there or thereabouts. It's going well.
Yeah, that's encouraging. I think it'd be great to see them break the record. There's certainly a crew who any other year, if Kat hadn't had the injury, they'd be a shoo-in for the record, or if the conditions were quicker. But it sounds like it's going to be a tight one for us to monitor.
Yeah, it's definitely worth keeping an eye on.
Yeah. Let's see. We should have. It looks like potentially Tom Sharpe and Anoushka Freeman are gaining a little bit more on Joe and Brindy when we look at the GPS. But let's see how that goes. Now, I don't know. I don't think we know if they had a kit change, if Tom and Nushi had their kit change previously. Obviously, we watched the kit change between, we saw the Joe and Brindy kit change, or Em and Brett reported on it for us, and it was 1 minute 21 seconds, which was just unreal. So I would guess if Tom and Nushi haven't had their kit changed, it's probably going to be a similarly quick.
So I can tell you, they practiced that.
The whole.
They practiced.
Tom and Nushi did, or Joe and Brindy did?
Tom and Nushi, yeah. They've actually rehearsed the kit change like a triathlete does transitions, because at the end of the day, it's all about marginal gains. You lose the most time standing still. So the more you can cut that down, the better. And just like an F1 crew, get in, whip it off, stick it on, off you go.
Yeah.
It means that their heart rates stay a bit more stable. It means they keep their warmth on, and they're back in the boat, back on the grind before they know it. We should be seeing Dan and David any second now.
Okay. So it's been, did we check the clock when Billy and Jon went through? So they went through in 5 hours and 1 minute, I think. So let's see if Dan and David have made up any of that lost time for the rudder issue.
It looks like our two mixed crews at the back of the race at the moment are just coming through Kintbury, or the first of them. So Joe and Brindy is just coming through Kintbury, which I think is about 6 miles out from Newbury.
Yeah, I think that's right, James.
So you should
that would be a good place for a kit change if they haven't done one already. So
I think in all the videos I've seen of it, Tom tends to get changed at the lock in Newbury. So I think that's when he and Keith. Oh, have you got a light coming, or is that just a car? Or
no,
something?
It's just a car. Yeah, or actually, it's a bike, but I don't think it's Tommy Nishi's crew bike.
No, okay. So I think in 2018 when he paddled with Keith, I'm pretty sure they
actually,
got
I think it is. Sorry, I think that is the.
I used the support crew for Dan and David.
Oh, the Dan and David support crew.
Yeah. So the next one's in. There they are.
Oh, look, here they are.
Oh, and they are good.
Are they? Okay. All right. So here's.
This is Dan and David.
Dan Palmer, David Horkin. Look at those bright lights. So they've got a bike with them too.
They've got a bike illuminating the way.
Yep. Okay.
Well done, Dan and David. Looking good, looking
they
good.
Look great.
You can really see the difference in intent that's starting to appear with the boats that are coming through now.
I was just thinking the same. I mean, just the way they're moving, the efficiency, the speed. It shows up even in the dark.
Yeah, for sure.
That's yeah, they look good. And I mean, that was, we were talking earlier about their mindset and how, speculating that because they're such an experienced crew that, something like the rudder setback is something that they'll probably know mentally how to recover well from that. And it didn't look like they certainly looked like they were going along smoothly just there. We'll see if it will get their times through in a minute.
Oh, yeah, that's
5:17. Okay. Yeah, go ahead, James.
Oh, yeah, that's what I was going to say. Is the tracker time's 5:17. It quite often gets updated a minute or two either way.
Yeah, that is a big gap, though, isn't it?
Yeah, sure. But that's similar to what we heard the gap was back at Dunmill. So maybe they've solved their problem and they're back rolling again.
So it's not like they're losing additional ground too much.
That certainly doesn't look like it.
Yeah. I mean, I think that's going to be really hard to come back from for them. They'll probably, 15 minutes. They'll probably have to have something. They would have to have something go wrong for another one of the crews for them to catch up that distance on any of the crews who are ahead of them.
I think 15 minutes. It sounds like a lot, but I know I keep saying it, there's a long way to go, and if you've got a bit more left in the tank, you will just sort of start catching up. If you can get your boat gliding a little bit gliding a little bit more smoothly down some of those long, up round through Cookham and things, it does all stack up. Something that I saw in 2016 as well was that So that was the year that the Canadian record got set. I was supporting Mike and Rebecca Davis, and they were making up significant time on the water, but then getting held at portages while there was a queue of paddlers getting in at a single get-in, and this was happening over and over again. They'd make up sort of 3 to 5 minutes on the water, and then just have to stand there in queue waiting to get in because there was no space. So that is something that now numbers are starting to pick up. Hopefully that won't impact anyone, but we could see that start to happen.
Yeah,
we were fully
we've got more of the crew just arriving in Newbury here. So welcome to Em and Brett.
Hi guys.
It's great, James. It's great having you on from home, though. It's
Yeah, it's been great.
It's been brilliant, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's been pretty good here as well. I'm sat in the warm. I've just had a couple of beers. I've got a Chinese takeaway.
Oh, I love it.
I could probably do this again, you know.
Yeah, I've got the best.
Good.
Maybe we should take it in turns.
Yeah. How are we? How's everyone coming along on the tracker? Let's see.
So we've got right out the front, our lead boat is still Turner and Spreadbury, just about to come into Hurley. And then all the way back to our fastest boat is just come through, the last boat on the water, Sharpe and Freeman, have just come through Kintbury.
Okay. All right. So
You look like you've got about 3 or 4 kilometers between you and Birkett Simmons.
That's okay. So they should be coming through relatively soon then, I think.
Maybe 5.
How can you see what the gap is like with between the Simmons Birkett crew and the Poole Tebbit crew, if that's kind of wide or if it's stabilized?
It's definitely opening up a little bit. Obviously, I'm just going off. Funnily enough, there we go. They've all just updated. This is looking at the OS map, so it's not super accurate. I'd guess that there's probably about 750 meters between the 2 boats now. So I think that's probably a gap that's only going to increase, unless, like I was saying earlier, they start running into traffic later down the course. That could easily vanish.
I mean, we've had them as we've said that it was like a 2 to 3 minute gap, and that sounds like it's been pretty consistent for a little while now. I was expecting Poole and Tebbit to potentially start losing ground a little bit quicker once they weren't able to wash hang Simmons and Birkett, but it sounds like they're still able to mostly keep the pace. I'm guessing Simmons and Birkett might have dropped them a bit on the portages, because I know the Simmons Birkett crew are both very good runners and extremely good portagers. They ran that whole set of locks at Froxfield at Waterside. I wouldn't be surprised if they did the same again today, and have used that to their advantage.
Dot watching, it's happened. Freeman and Sharpe have overtaken.
Okay. It looks.
Are you sure about that?
According to the dot watching, Tom and Noosh are in front of Joe and Brindy, according to the dot watching.
Okay, so it could be.
That's not what I'm seeing on my screen.
No, I'm seeing something.
It has been quite safe for us.
Okay,
so
they are definitely tight.
Let me update. For anyone listening along at home, this is why it pays to be out here.
Yeah.
Eyes
We've got to
on
verify our dot watching,
because
dot
watching.
The GPS is.
No, so my dot watching is updated and it is switched back round. So
okay.
Sharpe and Freeman are still behind, but it is close. It is very, very close.
It definitely looks like Tom Sharpe and Anoushka Freeman are catching up to.
It's less
Joe
than
Peterson
a kilometre in it.
And I think this is the last time updated, so it could actually be
So I've got the time. I've got Sharpe Freeman at 10 o'clock on the nose.
Okay.
And then Joe and Brindy at 5 seconds before that, about a kilometre apart.
Yeah.
But then this is the downside of having such a bright support crew, is that they're on a relatively straight bit of canal at the moment. And they might easily be able to see the lights in the distance, where otherwise you probably wouldn't know that there was anyone right there.
Yeah.
Well, there's still a long way off from Newbury, so we've got a fair bit of time until the tailing four come through.
Yeah.
But from what I can tell, Paul and Tebbit are very, very tight behind Birkett and Simmons. So it just depends whether Birkett and Simmons take the foot off the throttle or not.
I have a feeling Birkett and Simmons might be prioritizing sort of pacing and consistency this year, just
which definitely gives
versus last year.
Definitely gives Paul and Tebbit a chance to claw back and maybe get back on that rush.
It could.
But that also might burn them out. But they've still got another 2 boats behind them that they can jump onto.
Yep, if they slow down a bit more
and yeah, but like I say, they're about 2.5 kilometers away from us at the moment, and so when they come through, it'll be really, really telling to see just what the difference is. I think now we've got a few more people here streaming, we might be able to get a stopwatch out.
Yeah, that's a great idea. We'll time them ourselves. Okay, we'll have to pick the right location. Maybe under the bridge.
Well, I think that street lamp would be.
That street lamp. Okay. We're gonna get the stopwatch out so we can give you all our own non-GPS based times for the cruise and just do the live stopwatch. This is. I'm impressed with Tom and Nishi, which I shouldn't be surprised by, but they started later than all the other crews, and they Joe and Brindy were faster than them. Tom and Andy were faster than them on the water sides, and I think Tom and Nishi were just they've got that consistent speed. And crews that will maybe have the top speed but struggle to keep it up over a long period of time. Tom and Nishi can just do this all day, and that's what they're out there doing today. It's incredibly impressive. They've put in, since last Easter when they won DW last year, they've put in another more than 1,000 kilometers in the boat together, which is. It's a lot. That's a lot of mileage. So they're super, super well versed, super comfortable with each other in the boat, faster this year together than last year. And I think they're coming in with a lot more confidence this year too. That was what we heard from them at the start of the race, that they're in it to win it this year. Even though they won last year because the race ended early, it ended at Teddington and didn't go all the way to Westminster, which of course is, what generally paddlers want when they race Devizes to Westminster. I think that's been a big part of the motivation for Tom and Anoushka coming back this year, is to get that proper Westminster finish and the win. And it's looking so far like that confidence is well placed. So we'll see what we can get from the crews coming through here. So they'll be getting closer to us in Newbury gradually. If you're watching the open tracking GPS, we should see Andy Birkett and Tom Simmons come through first. And I can recap a little bit more about these top crews. for anyone who hasn't followed along all of the coverage. But do we have an update?
I'm just listening in.
Okay, so right, so the first crew who we'll see through here in Newbury is going to be Andy Birkett and Tom Simmons. They are both really, really top paddlers. I believe they're both Division 1 paddlers in the divisional system in the UK,
I believe so, yeah.
which is sort of the highest division that you can be in. Andy is South African, but he is not the South African Andy Birkett.
He is the Andy Birkett.
He's the UK version of the South African Andy Birkett.
No, he is the original Andy.
But he's a very good paddler, and
Andy Birkett.
Tom Simmons is so both really strong. They're also really good runners, right, which I mentioned is a huge advantage for them on the portages, and they'll be making the most of that with their running skills. They raced a couple of the water sides in DW last year. In their race last year, they actually came together late as a pair, so they only got in the boat together I think it was maybe like a week before Waterside C. So within a couple of months or less of the DW, had a couple of training sessions together, went out and raced DW. They had some really quick times through the section that we're at now, and then ended up retiring around, I think, Dreadnought Reach, which is I think sort of around the halfway point-ish. And I think that was pretty disappointing for them. You can see earlier on the live stream that we spoke to them before they started the race, and they definitely have said that they have unfinished business here this year. They have put in some more time in the boat together this year compared to last year. And they've also switched spots. So Tom Simmons is in the front now. Andy Birkett is in the back. And, has it happened?
Paddock and Perkins have just retired before Aldermaston.
No! Breaking news. We have our first...
Casualty.
Wow. So Lee Maddox and Nick Perkins have just retired before Aldermaston. That is really disappointing. We saw them through here. So it's the second retirement of the race. We did have a retirement earlier. The first retirement from one of the sort of top 10 crews who we've been following. That is really disappointing and too bad to see. From Lee Maddox and Nick Perkins. So they're one of the Royal Marines crews, and we had them slated for a top 10 finish. But even, I mean, it tells you too that even the fastest crews will retire, and that was what we saw from recapping from last year. Andy Birkett and Tom Simmons retired, and now this year they've come back. It looks like they've come back stronger. You know, talking to them, understanding their mindset. They don't have as much time in the boat together as some of the other crews, particularly, of course, Tom and Nushi, who have, I think, easily the most mileage together. I mean, you could maybe compare them to Yaka and Floor, but I don't have all of the stats on them to kind of say how close that is. But I think Tom and Nushi must have far and away the most mileage together. So I wonder if we can figure out what happened. Yeah, go ahead, James.
Oh, just a slight bit of good and slightly more exciting news is that Cat and Fee down through Aldermaston have held their sort of hypothetical lead in the ladies' veteran records, in that they're still 6 minutes up on the time set in 2007, which means that for that first bit of canal that's got significant flow in, they've held their speed, which is really good. So.
That's fantastic. And let's see, it looks like the Dutch crew, Jouke and Floor, are probably going to get through Aldermaston in the next 5 to 10 minutes.
They will be, let's see. It looks like they're moving well relative to their own benchmark, but probably still pacing behind what we will be expecting from the top crews.
So they'll be able to see each other right
So
Yeah, go through that.
we'll keep an eye out for that. And then the gap is tightening between the Belgian crew and the Newbury Runcorn crew. So that Belgian crew, so these two crews are both mixed crews who are vying for what we expect is probably the third place mixed crew spot, and also the Century Cup, which is won by the fastest paddlers, where both paddlers are over 50. So it is Verducht and Bessinger who are the Belgian crew, and they set off a bit faster. And then Rebecca Bird and Al Pipe, who, let's see, it looks like Rebecca Bird and Al Pipe were actually up on Verducht and Bessinger, the Belgians, at Newbury Canoe Club, where I saw them earlier, and the gap is now about 6 minutes between them at Aldermaston. So that's going to be a really tight race between the Belgian crew and the crew of Al Pipe and Rebecca Bird, which, yeah, I even you know, from the crews who are not going to make the overall podium, we're still seeing some tight racing. I don't know if we have any more time updates on the canoe race, because it'd be great to get some of those. Oh, I've just gotten an update on the retirement. So thank you to James for the update, James Russell. So Nick has had a knee injury, which is why they had to retire. Oh man, that
sucks.
Really.
You cursed him.
I did. I cursed them. I'm sorry.
Oh man, that is too bad. I mean, it's not. I think for a crew like that, who we really expected to be strong and consistent through the night, the fact that it's an injury that's taken them out is, it kind of makes sense. You know, it's not like they've not trained for this, but that will be really, really disappointing for them.
What was the problem?
Knee injury.
Yeah, a knee injury. So I'm wondering if maybe he could have just put a step wrong on one of these portages. It's not too muddy out today, but yeah, it's tough. It's tough running with a canoe, and
sideways.
it really doesn't.
Sideways knee is just not going to keep going.
Yeah.
Or you can run into a bollard or something that just.
Yeah, that's a good point.
There's
Those
so
bollards at the lock can also get you.
This is kind of what Nushi kind of said to me this morning, is that they know they're strong.
Yeah.
And they just need to keep out of trouble themselves, and you know, just do their plan, get down there, and if you know, take advantage of, and all the crews doing this, you know, they got to take advantage if something goes wrong.
Yeah.
You know.
That's true. That's true.
It's not a good way to be thinking it, if you know what I mean, but it's a fact of the race. Something's going to go wrong to a crew at some point.
It is, and you expect that. And one of the people I spoke to earlier, who's experienced with the race, was saying that they expected 2 out of the top 5 to retire. I thought that was a high estimate, but you never know. And I mean, this is 1 out of the top 10 is down. How many are going to make it through?
Yeah. Well, we were saying this earlier, that you know, as you get to the slower boats are the slower boats have got a mental battle.
Yeah.
And the top boats, they've got it the other way around.
Yeah.
You know, the slower boats have got the mental challenge of having so long, but the top boats have got the physical challenge.
Absolutely. Yeah. And it's tough for those
slower cruise, and it's a different kind of challenge, to be out there, on a super long slog versus we saw some of these quick crews coming through earlier who were just it's amazing because they're hammering it, right? Because they're going at such a quick speed. They're working really hard, but they still make it look so smooth.
Yeah.
And so it's a very different race depending on kind of how quick you are.
And also, when you're going slowly, you've got time to look at things that are going, like your hands blistered or something like that. When you're top crew, you haven't got time to, look at your hands, see how bad it was. You can't
dwell on your blisters or, how tired you are. It's, let's see. And we've got an update on the C2s. So between those top two Canadian doubles crews, so that is Mike Thornton and Sam Bowen versus Dylan Kirk and Andy Hall. It is about a 4-minute gap between them. So that is really, really close. And we should have, in about 10 minutes, we will see Andy Birkett and Tom Simmons coming through here. So I was chatting a bit earlier with a bit more background on Andy and Tom. I think I'll do maybe Joe and Brindy next. So, or I should do Bob Poole and Stephen Tebbett. So they are another pair of really quick paddlers, particularly Bob Poole. He is also a Division I paddler, right, which is sort of the highest level in the divisional system in the UK marathon canoe and kayak racing system. And he has a ton of marathon paddling experience. But this is the first DW for both Bob Poole and Steve Tebbett. The first nonstop DW. So Bob Poole did the K1 Stages race a few years ago, where I think he came third overall. But he is now back for the nonstop race. But it is, could be potentially challenging for Bob and Steve that they, it's their first nonstop DW, and so that's another reason why I think we're a little concerned that they could be, burning a little bit too hot at the beginning of the race, and that's based on sort of how we saw them pace at Waterside C, and the warm-up race that they did during the Waterside series. They only did Waterside C. But it looks so far like they've been able to maintain that gap between them and the crew of Andy Birkett and Tom Simmons. So that's pretty impressive from them. The next crew that we'll see through is Joe Peterson and Brindy Kraft. Joe is another top-tier paddler. I believe he has done GB previously as well. Brindy is South African and comes from a really strong surf ski background as well as the marathon kayak background. And she's got some really strong placing in international surf ski races, including winning the Cape Point Challenge in a double surf ski last year. I think that was in December, in about 5 hours on the sea in South Africa. And then she placed 6th in the senior women's category at the Surf Ski World Championships in Madeira last year as well. And she's been doing really well in some of the marathon races in 2022. And Brindy and Joe have just put in a ton of mileage in training for the DW this year. They did a 100K paddle together as a warm-up training paddle, which was
I think that's what you've got to do. And for Brindy, who this is her first DW and her first ultra paddling race, that was a real test for her to see how it would go. And, obviously it went well. So it looks like Tom and Nushi are gaining on Joe and Brindy, but Joe and Brindy are a really strong crew, and I certainly wouldn't count them out at this stage. They could be pacing themselves, and we don't know what else will happen to the other crews. We've now seen Lee Maddox and Nick Perkins have retired after Nick got a knee injury, and they were a crew we expected to finish in the top 10. So another update for you from the Escots. So it looks like Tim and Luke Escott are quietly chipping their way up the leaderboard. Maybe not fast enough to catch any of the top 6, but they could potentially be in a battle with the Dutch crew of Jouke and Floor for 7th place. So that'll be a pretty exciting race to watch. And we've still got a few minutes before we're expecting Andy and Tom through here. I think maybe about 5 minutes. Might need to switch. We're just making sure that our tech will be working for you all when we see those two coming through.
Do we have an update on the rudder problems that the guys had?
That Dan and David had. So we think that they maybe got it fixed around Dunmill after you all saw them.
Right.
But they were 16 minutes down when they came through here.
Right.
Which is not, and I say down off of Billy Butler and Jon O'Grady, who they started with. So it does look like they have maybe been doing a pretty consistent pace versus what they were doing before, but that 16-minute gap is going to be pretty tough for them to make up on Billy and Jon at this stage.
And psychologically, it's not great when you start off with somebody and then suddenly you're 16 minutes down on what you could be doing.
Absolutely.
But it's a race to the end, isn't it? It's,
That goes back to what we were talking about earlier about the pros and cons of starting with someone.
Yes.
Because something can happen, and psychologically, it's just watching them go off into the distance.
Yeah,
you struggle.
It's tough, isn't it? And then, we've got the C2s that have started together, or not started together, but started 10 minutes apart, where we could see one of them catch up the other one. We've talked about Joe and Brindy and Nushi and Tom. We could see Nushi and Tom catch them up. That's
So just looking at the C2s quickly, Dylan and Andy are just about to come down to the turn off the canal at Aldermaston.
We're going to make sure they take the right turn this time, right?
Yeah, I'm sending them good vibes.
Good. Everyone send them good wishes for the correct GPS.
I'm sure they will not be making that mistake again. But they missed the turn off and ended up stuck in the marina.
In 2023.
In 2023,
Dylan Kirk with Joe Schlemmer.
Yeah, they were suffering other issues at the time, which meant they weren't fully focused.
So sorry, James, you said, what is that gap looking like?
Between the two C2s?
Yeah.
It's still close. They're coming into Aldermaston, so we should have an update in 10 or 15 minutes on...
Okay. What about between the... Oh, go ahead.
I was going to say there's no boats between the two of them, but they look to be about 1 kilometre apart, so I think they're still probably tracking about where they were when they came through.
Yeah.
But it will be interesting. They've just gone through a section where there'll be a little bit of flow, sort of, even though it's not very much at all. So it'll be good to see who got the most out of that as they come into Aldermaston.
That's a good point. It won't be a ton of flow, but it will be a little bit, enough to make a bit of a difference.
if you're putting your boat in the eddy every time, that's going to be a little bit of lost time. So on Thames side 1, I raced with a young paddler called Ewan from Leighton Buzzard, and just by reading the river down through that bottom section of the canal, we were able to catch and overtake people who had dropped us.
Here we go. Here we go. Is this this should be Tom and Andy?
Yeah.
Okay. They look smooth. Go Tom and Andy! Woo!
Tom and Andy. There's only 2 Andy Birketts.
Yeah. I thought they looked pretty good. What do you all think? Was that a happy crew?
That looks smooth, yeah.
Yeah, they did just mention something about a bit of resistance, whether that's it's hard to know.
Yeah.
Yeah, they look happy, so
they sounded good. The sound of their blades going through the water was sounding really good. So as in it sort of not splashy.
Yeah.
Very smooth.
Yeah.
Powerful strokes.
And it looks like they're doing sort of around the same time that they did last year as well. So really positive from them.
Okay.
It didn't look panic. It looked calm. I know the last time we saw them was at a lock where it's very different.
Yeah.
But
yeah.
It was just that was a nice cruise. It wasn't panicked.
Yeah. Very calm.
Yeah.
Definitely. So it looks like they've done that in under 5 hours, which is going to be a little bit quicker than Billy and Jon have done it. We saw Billy and Jon go through in 5 hours and 1 minute.
Right here when you're...
Yep. And
Birkett and Simmons are down at having gone 4:59.
Thank you, James. Yeah. So that's
And then you've got any second or any minute now, you'll have Paul Tibbett. They look like they're just coming through the swing bridge portage.
That's pretty close. That's pretty close. I guess that is about that 2 to 3 minute gap that we've seen remain. I'm really impressed that they've held that gap. So we'll see Paul and Tibbett through here shortly. So just above where we're stationed in Newbury here, by the bridge, between the bridge and the canoe club. This is where the Waterside Series races start or finish, depending on which race it is, or both in the case of Waterside B. Just above us is that the swing bridge and the lock. It can be, that spot can get a bit dicey when the flow is high, because you do get a lot of flow coming in there. But I wouldn't expect, with these flow levels, I think, I wouldn't expect these crews to have any issues with that. Would you, James?
No, but as we've seen through these races, it only takes a momentary lapse in concentration to end up. I think it's really important to remember, although these paddlers are exceptionally good at handling their craft, it is a lively boat, and it's not a forgiving boat to paddle. You have to be getting things right often. It's 77 portages. That's quick maths. Sort of 128 opportunities to get something slightly wrong, getting in or out.
Yeah.
No, it's more than that, isn't it? 158 opportunities. Sorry.
Yeah.
Something like that. Anyway, it's a lot of times that you only have to make a tiny mistake for something to go wrong.
And the craft themselves too. I mean, I expect we've got a lot of paddlers in the crowd watching who are familiar with these craft, but you really don't appreciate, I think, until you've been in them and either learned how to paddle one or immediately fallen out and said, no thanks, not for me. it's really hard to appreciate how difficult these craft are to balance and paddle and make go as fast as these crews are doing. It really takes years and years and years and thousands of kilometers to be good at this.
Absolutely, and a lot of these crews are using boats that wouldn't be out of place in an Olympic sprint final. They are the very top of the sport. And just to be, like we were saying, to be able to paddle that boat for that long is just impressive in itself, really.
It really is.
Dark.
Yep, in the dark.
Conditions, fatigued.
Yep. No, we were talking. We did a little tour of the boats earlier. If you were, for those who were tuned into the live stream while we were in Devizes, and we were talking about the boat choices, including between these top three crews. So Tom and Andy have just gone through in a Vajda or Vida K2, which they said they've actually changed their craft and they're happier with this one.
I think this one's slightly more stable than the standards, but Nello, Sete, Cinco. The Nello will, for a lot of top-end crews, still remain the craft of choice. But as we were explaining earlier, the volume distribution across the nose could well play a big factor this year, especially with the top three crews all opting for a big man in the front rather than big man in the back, which
it's an interesting choice.
It's an interesting choice and not the traditional way to do it.
No.
Maybe
James and I can tell you.
Well, because normally the big man doesn't even fit in the front. So
But I think that's a relatively old idea, and like in the old rules boats, you had to have higher volume in the back. So if you put the heavy person in the front, you just can't trim the boat. But I don't think that's necessarily true of boats now. So I paddled, obviously Betsy and I have quite a large weight difference, but then Ewan and I, he's 16-year-old, weighs 60 kilos. I'm 31 and weigh 105 kilos. And we managed to trim Zastera Gemini pretty flat, really.
Yeah. We did.
With me
we
in the
did
back.
see a number of Zesteras out there today.
Yeah,
so
quite a few Zesteras. I would say that's probably the second most popular boat after the. Well, it isn't. The most popular boats are your Curtains and.
That's true. I mean, we're talking about the top end boats here, and boats that, as James said, that you would literally see, or you did see in the Olympic finals in Paris.
If we're being statistically truthful, the top end, the most popular boat 40W is some form of curtain.
Yeah,
Curtain
including
is the
with
bread
those
and butter of BW. It's synonymous.
Those the rudders. That you can
overstern.
The overstern rudders. Yes,
It's getting late.
Sorry, the day is wearing on here.
We should imminently be seeing Paul and Tibbet.
Okay, we're waiting for Bob Poole and Steve Tibbet. I think that's their lights right there.
There they are.
Just caught that on the bridge. So Bob Poole and Steve Tibbet.
Bob Poole and Tibbet from Way.
From Way Canoe Club.
Coming through.
Yeah, they look pretty good.
Well done, Bob Poole.
So they have a split to Newbury of 506.
506. Nice. That was quick, James. So that is, does that put them in third overall for the crews who've already come through Newbury? Behind Tom, Andy, and Billy John, I think. And then we haven't seen Brindy Joe or Nushi Tom splits yet.
Although they are all the right side of the A34 bridge, so there's really not very long to go at all.
Yeah.
So I make that.
What do you think?
Oh yeah, I've got them in third place, but
okay.
That sort of cruise through Newbury who haven't yet gone through Aldermaston, because I don't know how to make the spreadsheet work like that.
That's all right. We'll get those updates figured out. But I was just gonna wrap up the boat chat with the difference between we've talked about Tom and Andy are in the Vida We've seen a number of Zesteras out from the top crews, but both of the top mixed crews are in Nellos. So it's the Nello Cinco and the Nello Sette.
Yep.
Different models of that Nello K2, and it's significant weight difference between Tom and Nushi and between Joe and Brindy. And that, from what we've seen, including in the warm-up races, and you can go back and watch some of the Paddle Daily videos on YouTube and social media from those, you can see the impact that the boat shape has on the way, in particular, that Joe and Brindy's boat sits in the water. And they have been a little bit sort of bowed down. Their nose sits lower in the water compared to Tom and Nushi's boat. And that's what you'd expect, right? Based on the construction of those boats.
Yeah, so if we look at the volume distribution in the profile of those boats, the Sette is, to use a non-technical term, more pointy. So there's just not as much volume further forward. And that just means that if you put a heavier person in the front, it sinks down lower.
Yeah.
And I know, James, you're talking about masses in the boat, and you can have the big man in the front or bigger person in the front, but actually it also applies to a length perspective. I'm not particularly heavy. I never fitted in a large in the front. I always had to go in the back, just because I'm a bit on the lanky side. So yeah, often having the big person in the back is mandatory. So it's good to see that. I say not being challenged. I'm sure it's not a conscious thing. It's good to see that not being the case here. It allows people that historically wouldn't be able to drive, take the driving seat. But that particular model,
It
the
could be,
the Sette
yeah.
and the Cinco for Tom and Noosh and for Joe and Brindy could be what makes it or breaks it for the two of them.
And I've just been wondering if I think it would make where that would make a bigger difference could potentially be maybe on the Canal, because it is shallower, heavier water.
Draggier.
Yep, it's draggier to be bowed down here. And then once they get into any kind of significant conditions on the Thames, if they're getting bigger waves that they're running into, or a lot of chop. We saw Joe and Brindy put a sort of homemade wave deflector on the front of their boat earlier
But the thing
for
is
exactly that
stops
possible
you
scenario.
sinking. It doesn't stop you from slowing down.
Right.
In fact, that does slow you down an awful lot more. So at that point, if we're getting super nerdy about it, you've got three main types of movement in a boat. One of which is pitch, which is where it rocks backwards and forwards like a seesaw. One of which is yaw, where it spins in the middle. And one of that is roll, which we might refer to as lean. All of those are unwanted in a boat. There is no situation at all on any waters where any of those become beneficial. And so you want your pitch to be as level as possible. You want your yaw to be as minimal as possible, and you want your roll to be equal. And as soon as any of those are out of balance, it's unfavourable. It doesn't matter whether you're on Canal, Thames, or sea. It's not going to be great.
I would argue that in a K on the Canal, this is particularly based on C2, you'd much rather be slightly bow heavy than stern heavy, because of the angle of the hull in the water. Because as soon as you're stern heavy, you're breaking water across a much larger area. Whereas if you're slightly bow heavy, you're breaking the water across the sharp bit that's designed to cut through.
Yes,
no?
but you're also creating a vacuum through the entire back end, which is increasing your drag coefficient. So it's literally you take with one hand, you give with the other on that one. you want your pitch to be neutral.
Well, yeah, I mean, really, you want the boat trim, right? And I think they've Joe and Brindy have definitely made some changes since over the course of the
tried to
sides
minimise that.
to
I guess what I'm
address
saying
that,
is,
we'll see
whether you're bow down or tailed stern down, I think doesn't actually matter if you can get neutral.
Yeah.
Neutral
is definitely best, but I'd rather be bow heavy than stern heavy.
Yeah. I think Tom and Nishi look like they have a pretty neutral trim from what I've been able to see from them.
No, they are slightly bow heavy.
Okay.
But
not quite as
but not nearly as much as Joe and Brindy.
Yeah. Okay.
So
I think
speaking
I see lights.
Yeah, we've got bike
We have
coming
some-
through, which is usually a sign that that either someone's ordered some takeaway and they're taking a shortcut, or we've got a boat coming through. But there is no.
That's a
update
boat.
on
That's
the
a
dot
boat.
watching. Oh! That is.
Okay. Joe and Brindy. Okay, we've got to start the so it is 10:42.
Stop watch. I'm going to say ready, steady. What Joe Brindy? Looking good. 3, 2, 1. Start the stop watch.
All right, let's see. I think they look pretty smooth.
Yeah.
They don't look like they're working that hard, to be honest, which is what you want to see.
I'm also going to say that they are the first crew not to give us some sort of comment back.
Yeah.
So
more lights. We know it's close, so
they're 5:05.
5:05. Okay.
Which
so
is
was that?
That was pretty much the same. Pardon?
No, sorry. Go ahead, James.
Oh, that was pretty much exactly the same as Paul and Tebbit. 2 minutes faster actually.
Okay.
Birkett 5 minutes down on Birkett and Simmons.
Yeah. But that's that means they're. Does that mean that they've gained a little bit on Poole and Tebbit from what we saw earlier?
It might do.
Yeah.
I think so. And then Butler and O'Grady were through in 5:02 almost. So it's still really tight.
Yeah.
Like I know if the race was going to be finishing at Newbury, these would be good margins, and you'd feel fairly confident. But there's still so far to go.
It really is. I mean, they are spreading out. I think maybe a little bit more. Although no, I mean we had an 8-minute spread, and I think we're still. Are we still within that 8-minute spread so far?
I think so far we've had 7 minutes. I think.
Yeah.
Tom and Nushi might be going to mess that up.
Okay.
Because they might be going to come through pretty quick. Oh.
Is that a light?
In fact, so the split at Newbury for them is 4:53.
Oh wow.
Through the tracking. So yeah, that's really opened that up.
That's the front end of the split, though, so that will compact a bit. But I think they're looking like they're going to be about 4:55, and that's what we saw from them last year. They absolutely smashed it going from Hungerford to Newbury.
Yeah. So what was their time on this stretch last year, Tim? 4:55. Is that what you said? Oh, we've lost.
Sorry, I was just checking. They were 5:01 last year, so they're looking like they're pacing about 6 minutes faster than they did last year.
Okay. Well, that's consistent with what we've seen from them so far. So that would mean that they're holding.
I'm slightly concerned that that's quite a big swing.
Yeah.
And they must have burnt quite a few matches to do that. I know that they're big old horses, but that's a lot of extra effort, or a lot of extra energy has come from somewhere compared to everyone else.
You know, I feel the same because on the one hand, it does feel like it feels early for them to be really putting that that kind of lead down. But on the other hand, you know, they've been consistently a few minutes faster this year compared to last year on the water sides. And that makes me think maybe that's what we're seeing. They're just fitter and faster this year. They're a quicker crew than they were last year, and all they're doing is same as last year but quicker.
I think the other thing which
It's hard
we
to
saw,
say. Yeah.
the other thing which we saw last year, which we I've joked about with Noosh for years, she's not warmed up until 60k.
Yeah.
That boat is not running smoothly until 60k end. So, you know, we just don't know what they're in the process of pulling out the bag, or whether or not they've pulled too much out the bag too soon. But if they're racing according to their plan, then we could actually see them get hotter yet.
We could.
I think,
and I wanted to. Oh, go ahead, James.
I was going to say, looking at the GPS, I think they might have just taken a quick pause up at the lock. So I think they might be doing their kick change.
Yep, that is exactly what you predicted, and it seems
Only
like
because
spot on.
the dot has stopped moving briefly.
Yeah. Yeah, it looks. I think that's what's going on. And I'm just going to say, for everyone who's watching the stream, and we're thrilled that you've tuned in. I'm going to first say thank you again to Tango Charlie Lights, who is sponsoring the Paddle Daily coverage of the DW this year. Definitely check out Tango Charlie Lights. We've seen some boats already today, including Tom Simmons and Andy Birkett with Tango Charlie Lights on their boats. We saw Rebecca Bird and Al Pipe with Tango Charlie Lights. They are the reliability that you want for a race like DW. Okay, there's the cyclist. And we're going to be moving the stream to a new link after this. So hang tight. And okay, let's see Tom and Nishi. How do they look? There they are.
Timekeeper, what have we got on the?
So I'm still ticking along. It is about 6 minutes.
Well done, Tom and Noosh. What's the time, please? What's the time, please?
6:08. So there's Tom and Anoushka. They look
6 minutes behind them.
Yeah, they look really good. They look like a leading crew. So stopwatch based off the light post just there. They were 6 minutes and 8 seconds behind Joe and Brindy, which means that they have a lead of 4 minutes. Is that right?
Yes.
Because they started 10 minutes apart.
Started 10 minutes apart.
A 4 minute lead.
They started
wow.
14 minutes apart in the end, or 19 minutes apart. They didn't start 4 minutes apart in the end. Or sorry, 10 minutes apart in the end.
Oh, did it end up being that much wider?
Yeah, they currently have an 11-minute lead over Joe and Brindy.
That's a significant lead. Okay, so what's our spread at this stage?
So I would go ahead, James.
I was just going to say, this is cruising to Newbury, who haven't already gone through Aldermaston. Sharpe and Freeman at an adjusted time of 4:59.10. Then second is Birkett and Simmons in 4:59.48. So that's about 40 seconds back. Then Joe and Brindy in third, 5:06. So that's quite a big gap there, nearly 7 minutes. Then another minute back are Paul and Tevitt. But Butler and O'Grady must be around here somewhere. But they've already gone through Aldermaston, so I can't see what their time was at Newbury.
It was 5:01.
5:01. So that puts them in third place at the moment.
So so first place is Tom and Nushi.
Tom and Nushi, 4:59.
4:59. Okay, and that feels a little bit more like what I would expect compared to the 4:55 that we talked about as a potential predicted time.
Yeah.
Although that could just be because they stopped for a kit change and that added a minute or two.
Yeah, it could easily be. Yuka and Floor, whose names I probably got wrong again, who came through in 5:12, so they are starting to drop back a little bit, but still a really good position to be in.
That's great. Wow, this
so
is unbelievably tight.
Yeah.
And there was another retirement. I don't think we reported that yet, but that was boat 373, Alexander Jones and Dave Davison, just before Reading. So that's 3 retirements that we've seen so far, and one from a crew who we expected to finish in the top 10, which was Lee Maddox and Nick Perkins. We heard that Nick had a knee injury. I think injury is one of the few things that could have stopped that crew getting through. So very disappointing to hear that. So with those top crews, are we within that 8-minute spread?
So I've just gone off that for a minute. I was just checking times at Aldermaston.
Yeah.
In the C2 race, there's Sam and Mike still have a 4.5-minute lead over Dylan and Andy.
Okay.
So
that's close.
That's still touch and go.
Wow. So a 4.5-minute gap between the top 2 C2 crews, and then the top 5 or 6, the top 5 K2s are all still within 8 minutes. This is incredible. So we are going to wrap up this live stream, take a little break to get down to our next location, and turn the stream back on there. If you're still with us and you want to stick with us as the night goes on, I think we'll aim to be back online maybe within an hour and a half. We're going to head down to Dreadnought Reach. Here's those times again. You can see those top 5 crews are within 8 minutes of each other still, 34 miles into this 125-mile race. So you should be able to see on YouTube a link to live stream number 2 that's already up. So that's where we'll be live within the next hour to an hour and a half. If not potentially sooner, we'll get live when we can, and then we'll be live for probably a couple of hours through the night. I think this is where we expect to see, we've seen 3 retirements come through in the last couple of hours. If there are going to be some more retirements through the night, which, I think is something we expect to see from a race like this. This is when it's going to happen. And this is around when we saw Tom and Andy retire last year. So we don't want to miss any of that action. We'll be keeping you updated on the live stream if you're staying awake, or you can rewatch it early in the morning. But we'll be live again on the 3rd live stream link, which is already up on YouTube as live stream number 3 from very early in the morning. I think we've got it scheduled for around 5 a.m., but that timing is just going to depend on how fast these crews are moving, based on when we're going to get to watch them. So please do tune in. If you are an international viewer who's watching from the United States or anywhere west of the UK in a more favorable time zone, we'll be looking out for you all in the viewer numbers and in the comments as the night wears on in the UK and some people get some sleep. But it's hard to sleep with this kind of action happening. So I think we'll leave it there. And James, what do you think? One last. You think we're going to miss anything before we go live again in Dreadnought, or?
No, I think it'll be a really good position to be in at Dreadnought.
Yep.
You'll be able to see how the bottom section of Canal, who's reading the river well, see how it goes once they can stretch their legs out on the Thames.
Yeah, it's a whole different ballgame on the Thames. So we can expect to see some changes in the standings there too, I think, because it's a whole different kind of course. So thank you again so much to everyone who has joined us today. And we will hopefully see you again soon on the YouTube link live stream number 2. I think that one will go onto Facebook again as well. I know this ended earlier on Facebook, but I think the fresh live stream links will do up to 8 hours on Facebook. So thank you again and see you soon.